Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Roland, win. Come on, come on, come on, I have to make it. In a resort in New York, Goldie Hawn, dressed in Nike, swung a club while mumbling. When the sound of breaking through the air sounded, the little white ball flew out instantly, as if it was equipped with a propeller. Then, she used her hand as the brim of her hat to block the sunlight, and looked at the trajectory of the white ball. When she found that the ball went up the slope, then fell back, rolled along the entrance of the third hole for a few circles, and fell in response to the momentum, the excited voice also appeared. Birdie. Ha ha ha. She clenched her fist and waved it vigorously, then spread her 5 fingers, turned around and high-fived with her companions to celebrate. Meryl Streep, who gave applause and laughter, congratulated him after seeing such a result, saying, "Go. It seems that you have been practicing a lot recently. Your golf skills have improved by leaps and bounds. You couldn't hit a birdie before." "Yeah. Mary, I have been on the golf course every day since March 1st. Goldie Hawn, who was holding the club with one hand, smiled and nodded. "You are the third person who has invited me to play golf." After the quarrel that Goldie Hawn mentioned was of course the quarrel between Fox and ABC, and the special program in which NBC invited various well-known film critics to the recording site of the New York headquarters to debate who was right and who was wrong between Kenneth Turan and Roger Ebert. After the public opinion was stirred up, Goldie Hawn and other judges with voting rights received various invitations. Some invited her to the designated theater of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to revisit Titanic. Some invited her to play golf. Some invited her to attend business dinners of major brands. Some invited her to have dinner. The most ruthless one was Sony, Columbia, and TreeStar. Their publicity department called directly and told Goldie Hawn that her daughter's film Cool Man, Bad Girl, Electric Girl was a low-budget film, so the publicity resources might not be strong. But Sony, Columbia and TreeStar thought her daughter acted well, and if she was willing to cooperate, they could take the film to the Independent Film Festival. Oh my god. Mary, you really don't know. When I received all those calls, I thought I was back to the era of the Big 7 studios. Isn't it just a vote? Do they have to do this? After putting down the golf club, Goldie Hawn and Meryl Streep returned to the golf cart. There were only 2 of them in the 4-seater car, and the assistants and security guards were watching from a distance, so they were unscrupulous in their communication. Of course it's necessary. Looking at the old friend who rested his hands on the chair railing and kept swinging the water bottle in his hand, Meryl Streep said frankly, "If they don't do public relations, will you vote for Roland? If they don't do public relations, will you vote for Kate? If they don't do public relations, will you vote for Roland and Kate at the same time?" 3 consecutive hits made Goldie Hawn smile. Then, she spit out another affirmative answer. "No." Just like Kenneth Turan said. "Of course, I believe that if there is no support, he will not say everything so bluntly." Although Goldie Hawn has not starred in a movie with high artistic value, she also holds the right to vote. Or, in the end of the era of big studios, the major studios actually had a premonition of disintegration. So, in order to make the rest of their lives better and have more say in the Oscar, an award that has already been run, they stuffed a lot of their own people into the Academy. The guys who joined in the 1970s were all the interests of the major studios. Because there are too many people cutting in line, these guys can really decide who gets an award. It is precisely because of biased voting that Steven Spielberg cursed the judges at the Oscars ceremony. Many unjust cases are caused by attacking competitors. Of course, most of the time, the people feel that the blind voting is really out of jealousy, because compared with those guys who have been popular at the box office, most of the guys sent to the Oscar judges by the big studios are losers. They are losers who can't make profits for the studios and can only use art that the audience doesn't understand to decorate the facade. When these losers have the right to vote and can decide the life and death of the winners outside the venue, revenge will appear. Power is invalid if it is not used. In this way, the Oscars gradually deviated from the original purpose of MGM. Before these losers joined, there was no distinction between award-winning films and commercial films in the Oscars. What the people like is good. They like to watch Gone with the Wind, so Gone with the Wind is the best movie. If people are not willing to pay to watch a movie, no matter how profound you say it is, no matter how many awards it wins, it is useless. The publicity department should do the publicity department's work. If the ideas cannot be conveyed, and the image cannot be shaped, then you say that you made a good movie. Isn't it just like a dumb person telling a deaf person or a blind person seeing a ghost? But unfortunately, the loser has already entered, so it is difficult to kick him out. In this way, the award that should be used to commend achievements has become an ornament to decorate the facade. Meryl Streep, who also understood the reason, pronounced with the tip of her nose and smiled at her old friend. Yeah, we all understand these things. I also think this time the fuss is a bit too big, but ask yourself, if it's not a big fuss, would we be content with just a phone call? Each judge represents a different force, and if you want them to feel that breaking the record is not an impossible thing, you have to let them see everyone's determination. Now, everyone has seen the determination. Next, what the judges have to do is to exercise the power granted to them by the studios in accordance with the fundamental purpose of the major studios letting them join the Academy, to safeguard the interests of the studios and to achieve the renewal of their own power. Meryl Streep did not mention the Academy because they all knew that the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences was established to fight against Will Hayes. On the surface, it is a non-profit professional organization dedicated to promoting the development of film art, but the problem is that its annual operating funds are sponsored by the previous 8 major studios, the later 7 major studios, and now the 6 major studios. That is, with the advent of cable TV, the live broadcast of the Oscars can be sold at a high price, which makes them truly self-sufficient. But the problem is that the cable TV media networks that broadcast the Oscars are still controlled by giants. So, even though 100 years have passed, the nature has not changed. What's more, the authority of the Oscars also needs to be maintained by the media. As long as it is an influential non-profit professional organization, there is no such thing as fairness, justice and openness. Just look at the situation of the World Health Organization. The superficial brilliance and reputation are just its use value. But in essence, whoever has the bigger fist can squat on their heads and shit. So, I want to know, is Steven retaliating? Disgusted with those judges who didn't vote for him back then? Under the bombardment, Goldie Hawn had already made a decision, and now, it's just a few more words with an old friend. Her guess also made Meryl Streep raise her eyebrows, curl her lips, shrug her shoulders and spread her hands, shaking her head and saying, I don't know about that. Then what do you know? Goldie Hawn asked. You don't know anything, so you come to help them lobby, right? You're right, I really don't know anything. Meryl Streep nodded, and seeing Goldie Hawn's face full of disbelief and the urge to raise her hand to hit someone, she smiled and defended herself. Okay, I actually still know a little bit. Hurry up. Goldie Hawn pretended to be angry and urged, hurry up and tell me. How much does Steven care about this matter? How much does Steven Spielberg care about this Oscar-winning event? This is the thing Goldie Hawn wants to know most at the moment. It is also the thing that the other judges who are being bombarded by lobbying want to know most. No one can be popular forever, but everyone wants to hold power forever. If Goldie Hawn was very popular in the 1970s and 1980s, then with the arrival of the 1990s, she has gradually become outdated. After 1992, she has not made any serious movies. Similarly, she herself knows that, if she wants to stay in the core circle of Hollywood, the only thing she can rely on is the annual awards ceremony. She can use the votes in her hand to exchange for the resources of those who are eager to get votes, to tilt towards her daughter. Now, selling the tickets to the most powerful Jewish gang in the circle is the best choice. Of course, the ticket price is actually determined according to the actual situation of the demander. Everyone knows that Spielberg dotes on his youngest apprentice, but how much do they dote on him? That depends on the momentum of the Oscar. But they obviously don't understand the momentum now. No matter how powerful the Jewish gang is, they can't pull the 6 big ones. In this case, it is the safest choice to find someone who knows the ins and outs to estimate the price. Unfortunately, Meryl Streep didn't know how much Spielberg cared about it, and she could only tell him. When I received the call from Francis, he told me, "It must be successful." What? Sydney? Are you also canvassing for him? When Goldie Hawn and Meryl Streep were playing golf in New York, Elizabeth Taylor, who was enjoying her life in her mansion, was also disturbed. In front of her was Sydney Pollack, who won the 58th Academy Award for Best Picture and Best Director for Out of Africa. The old man with glasses nodded with a smile after hearing the high-pitched surprise. "Judging from your reaction, I shouldn't be the first one to come to you." "Oh, damn it. Those guys just asked me for help and didn't tell me how many people they found. Wouldn't it be more efficient to share the list and canvass separately? This is really, hey." Although complaining, Sydney Pollack's tone was very brisk. Not only that, award public relations seemed to be no psychological pressure for him. After listening to his venting, that was similar to complaining, UPO directly skipped the voting itself. Curiously asked, "Sydney, who asked you to be a lobbyist?" Harrison Ford. They were old friends, so Sydney Pollack did not hide it. And Dustin Hoffman. Wow. After hearing the names of the two people, UPO, a long retired guy, immediately exclaimed. After a few seconds of being stunned, she laughed and scolded, "Isn't it just a vote? Why are these people like crazy?" But Harrison Ford and Dustin Hoffman coming out is quite normal. Really? Then who do you think is abnormal? Seeing Elizabeth Taylor's state, Sydney Pollack had already guessed her decision. If UPO was dissatisfied, she would definitely not laugh and complain now. When Sydney Pollack mentioned this, the smile on UPO's face faded wildly and was replaced by helplessness. Michael Jackson. Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese called him, and he was not interested in this matter, but for the sake of friends, he had to call me and ask me to help. "You said Michael called me. Do you think I can not vote for them?" After hearing the name of Michael Jackson, Sydney Pollack nodded happily. "Since Michael called you, you really have to vote for them." Elizabeth Taylor and Michael Jackson have a great relationship, and since Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese can invite Michael Jackson, then there is nothing for him here. "Okay, then I'm leaving." Sydney Coppola didn't even want to drink water. "What? So urgent?" Elizabeth Taylor was shocked. "Who else are you going to help them canvass for votes?" The next target is Robert Redford. The next target is Barbara Streisand. Looking at the figure that was gradually moving away, Elizabeth Taylor, who was sitting on the sofa, clicked her tongue and said with emotion, "Robert Redford? Is he trying to get the Fonda family? He is a good friend of Jane Fonda. And Barbara Streisand. Are these people crazy? They want all the votes of that stupid woman. Hey, what are these people thinking? Isn't it just to win an award? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? I have been in the circle for so many years, and I have never seen such a scene now. UPO has been in the circle for decades, and has never seen such a scene of rushing for an Oscar, so other people are even more confused. Because the methods of rushing for an Oscar in previous years were actually very gentle, and they were not as abnormally irritable as they are now. In the past, those who wanted to win an Oscar would hire a special public relations company, give them lobbying cash, and let them contact the judges. Through the lobbyist's eloquence, they would implant the film they wanted to win into the judges' minds, and then cast their votes as biasedly as possible when voting. If they were more intense, they would use media marketing like Harvey Weinstein to discredit their opponents. They used massive publicity to discredit others, so that the judges would learn about some negative news that the public might know through newspapers, magazines, cable TV media networks and other channels, before watching the movie. And then, with the first method, they would get votes. Things like giving DVDs, picture albums, and gifts to the judges were just superficial souvenirs. The real deal is that each party gets what they need. I want your vote, and you offer your price. Those guys who have passed their prime want their descendants to continue to mix in the circle, so the deal is naturally reached. Of course, before public relations, what everyone has to do is to choose the appropriate judge public relations, based on the type of film. For example, if the film contains LGBT content, then conservatives will be actively rejected. If the film is anti-war, those who always talk about hawks will be rejected. If it is a biographical film, then the right medicine will be used. First public relations with neutral judges, then public relations with those who don't like biopics, and put those who like biopics at the end, because there will be 1,000 Hamlets in the hearts of 1,000 people, and people who like biographical films have strong subjective consciousness. If they think the film is not well made, you still lobby, which will only waste time and have unexpected counter effects. So basically don't touch this thing unless it is absolutely necessary. In this way, the most difficult thing in the annual Oscar competition is to divide the judges. Who should be public relations and who should not be wasted time on is the most important thing. But the problem is that this year, no one talked about the movie. We don't promote movies, we only promote people. Those judges who were sent to the Academy by the Big Six can be easily dealt with by the Big Six, and guys like Goldie Hawn can reach an agreement by exchanging interests, because their offspring are already in the circle, and the rest of the guys are basically old people in the circle, who have experienced enough, and when doing public relations for them, they only need to find the right person to call, and there is no need to talk about movies at all. Michael Jackson is a good friend of Elizabeth Taylor, so Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese call Michael Jackson and ask this child king to help lobby. Isn't it enough? Marlon Brando and Francis Coppola are good friends, so let Francis Coppola call. Isn't it enough? Bill Murray was brought up by Sidney Coppola, and Sidney Pollack was originally a member of the Jewish gang. Woody Allen is embarrassed to call Diane Keaton, so let Meryl Streep help. Robert Zemeckis can get the tickets for Michael Douglas. When these people communicate, what movies do they need to talk about? We have been friends for decades, and have helped each other for decades. Now I want to trouble you to vote. Is that okay? When everything is out in the open, let alone the judges, even the Academy can expose you. Gregory Peck is the president of the Academy, and he and Robert Duvall are good friends. Robert Duvall even slept in the same dormitory with Dustin Hoffman when he was in school, and wore pants with George Lucas and Francis Coppola. Not only that, Steven Spielberg's Jaws was also picked up by him. In this case, Steven Spielberg made a phone call and asked how many people voted for my students. Is it too much? They didn't do this before, because the Big Six couldn't handle it. The Big Six have media, and if this kind of thing is leaked, it will be a scandal. But it's different now. The media has been paid, and everyone is on the same boat. Without constraints, there is no point in covering it up. How to be safe and efficient. How to do it. Harvey Weinstein is bragging, but he is just public relations for some judges. Those who have experienced the era of big studios and can command the support of hundreds of people don't care about him at all. At this stage, canvassing for votes is all about personal connections. And speaking of personal connections, these guys can be wiped out by the Jewish gang. When the phone of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences rang, and ABC told them bluntly that, if Roland Allen and Kate Winslet attended the awards ceremony, the advertising revenue could increase by 10% to 15%. From top to bottom, everyone fell. The opponent is my people, the referee is my people, the organizing committee is my people, and the broadcast sponsor is also my people. The starting gun has not even been fired, and the result of the competition has already come out. Roland, win. Note, Goldie Hawn has been selling tickets for a long time. Her daughter won the Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress by selling tickets, and DreamWorks helped her do it. The Oscars have never been clean. The Academy I wrote about can be pred. It is true, and it has happened, and more than once. When Forrest Gump and Braveheart won Oscars, the PR for the Oscars was done by a girl named Cheryl Isaacs. She was the vice president of global publicity for Paramount at the time. At the same time, in 1992, she was already the deputy director of the public relations department of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Academy's people helped Paramount's films to promote the Oscars. Isn't this a mix of contestants, judges, and organizers? At the same time, she also did the Best Picture The King's Speech and the Best Supporting Actress Love Actually, and when she was working on this film, she was a member of the Academy Board of Directors. She also did the Best Picture The Artist, when she was the first vice chairman of the Academy Board of Directors, and now, she is the president of the Academy. So I have always said that Harvey Weinstein is really no good. He is just a scapegoat, because there are too many guys who are more powerful than him, and the means of giving gifts to the judges and publicizing the judges are really the lowest. The 6 powerful people directly replace the guys in the academy with their own people. If we count according to the 5 levels, Harvey, the fat guy, is at most the first level. Chapter 252 Angry Bob and Worried Harvey. Although Roland Allen has been in the industry for 9 years and has participated in 9 films in total, I still think that there is still room for improvement in his acting skills. The natural performances of Peter Parker and Jack Dawson are the result of experiences in his life that match them. If the awards can be won based solely on the perfection driven by these experiences, it would be very unfair to other actors who have no experience related to the roles, but try to construct the roles themselves. The grey-haired Roger Ebert, wearing round frame glasses, spoke with clear thoughts and articulation. The reason why people are moved by Jack Dawson is related to Roland Allen's natural performance, but more importantly, the audience can feel the emotions that the movie wants to express, and the expression of emotions is not something that Roland Allen can do alone. Without Kate Winslet, Roland Allen facing the camera would never be able to give the audience obvious emotional release like Anthony Hopkins. Without the poignant story, constructed by James Cameron, people's emotions would not be vented just right. I know many people like Titanic, but you can't impose your love for a movie on someone. This is unfair to other members of the creative team. I don't agree with you. Before Roger Ebert finished speaking, Kenneth Turan, who was sitting opposite him, interrupted him. Not only that, as if he wanted to make his words more aggressive, he raised his hand and unbuttoned his collar. I don't understand why we have to look for an actor's past experience when judging whether he has successfully portrayed a role. Is there any necessary connection between how well a role is played and his own experience? If an actor finds that he has experienced all of this in real life when portraying a role, then isn't this experience a valuable asset that drives him to shape the role? Why do I hear a sense of shame from your words? Moreover, making a normal scene profound and resonant is not the job of one person. Acting is never a simple imitation, but a process of expression. Digging into human nature. There will always be a day when you get tired of reading stories, but human empathy is eternal. It can make the audience get involved, find the feeling, and the mood changes with the situation of the characters. This is success. This kind of success does belong to everyone. But the perfection that contributes to collective success belongs to the individual. Besides, love is originally a matter between 2 people. Kate Winslet can win the award, why can't Roland Allen? The performances of the 2 of them are originally an indispensable whole. Forcibly dividing them can only prove that they are jealous. At this point, Kenneth Turan slapped the table with his hand. The dull sound was like the final word at an auction, full of momentum. Facing his gaze, Roger Ebert took a deep breath, as if he wanted to ignore the dirty water thrown at him, but it seemed more like he was hit in the sore spot. After about 3 or 5 seconds, he said in a cultured tone, "I'm not jealous." However, this cowardly response made Kenneth Turan even more aggressive. "You are jealous." The aggressive accusation and defensive elegance made the dark room even more weird. In the huge room, only the TV against the wall was flickering. Under its illumination, the fat body on the sofa opposite it was even more unpredictable. When it was cut to Roger Ebert, the blue light from the dark suit made the expressionless guy look gloomy, while when it was cut to Kenneth Turan, the whiteness of the shirt alone made the bloodless fat head and big ears stand out clearly. But no matter how the light changes, this guy with a poorly shaved beard has not smiled since he turned on the TV. He stared at the screen with his eyes wide open. The dullness seemed to take away his vitality. When he saw Kenneth Turan on TV about to fight with Roger Ebert, the host also raised the NBC microphone and ended this debate that could not have a conclusion. When he heard the host say, "Roland Allen has been nominated for the Best Actor Oscar along with Matt Damon, Robert Duvall, Peter Fonda, and Dustin Hoffman," The Oscar ceremony will be held on the evening of March 23rd. The guy on the sofa finally moved. His extremely stiff face twitched, and as his face twitched, the apple muscle on his right cheek bulged. His mouth opened slightly, revealing a finger-sized gap. That smile, which was uglier than crying, revealed his mood at the moment. Before he could vent all his frustration, the sound of the lock hitting the door suddenly appeared, and then an equally plump figure squeezed in. When he saw the figure on the sofa, words of relief rang out. "Oh, Harvey. I finally found you. Why didn't you answer my call? I'm almost fed up with them. Helena Carter and Judi Dench called looking for you, but couldn't find you. Then they called me and asked me to tell you that they voted for Kate Winslet and Roland Allen and asked you not to help them. And Minnie Driver. She wants to know, with Roland Allen and Kate Winslet having secured the Best Actor and Best Actress awards, is it possible for her to make a bid for Best Supporting Actress? Also, those PR companies told me that their PR tasks for this year have been completed. If you want, they can still continue PR, but no guarantee of results. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did this happen suddenly? We had a chance to take 3 of the 4 acting awards. Now, at this point, Bob Weinstein, with his chest heaving, stomped his feet vigorously. He looked so angry that he was like a powder keg wearing a green hat. When he found that his complaints did not attract his brother's attention, he took off his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, put his hands on his hips, and glared at him. "No, Harvey. Are you listening to me? Our deal is ruined." A roar made Harvey Weinstein roll his eyes. The fat man sitting on the sofa glanced at his younger brother, then raised his neck slightly and pointed at the TV with his chin. This situation made Bob frown in confusion. When he turned his head to check, he found that the screen on the TV was a rolling list of NBC programs. In the translucent studio, Roger Ebert and Kenneth Turan were sorting out the documents. His head seemed to be hit by Thor's hammer. He was stunned for 2 seconds, sighed, and sat down helplessly. As he moved, the elastic sofa shook twice, and Harvey trembled for a moment. At the end of 1997, after learning that Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt's As Good as It Gets had chosen to move the schedule, the Weinstein brothers felt that this year's opportunity had come. Jack Nicholson did not go for the award, so the Best Actor award would be vacant. Helen Hunt did not go for the award, so the Best Actress award would be easy to win, right? In addition, Robin Williams, who gave up the Best Actor award and sprinted for the Best Supporting Actor with Good Will Hunting and the most confusing Best Supporting Actress. They, Miramax, are likely to win a big victory this year. After seeing the situation clearly, the two fat brothers began to encourage those who had a chance to win awards this year. The focus of public relations is the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress, which are their best. But when Harvey had a simple communication with Helena Carter, Judi Dench, and Minnie Driver, confirmed their willingness to win awards, and collected the winning fees, and began public relations lobbying, the quarrel with Roland suddenly appeared with great momentum. If at the beginning, Harvey didn't understand the situation, and simply thought that Kenneth Turan deliberately made a topic to attract people's attention and gain attention after Roland didn't win any awards, then when the overwhelming comments were like a bombing, sweeping across the United States, the curses were like a tsunami, spitting out forcefully. Is this a fight for an Oscar? Which Oscar fight needs such a big battle? Question mark? This is clearly showing off its muscles to its peers in the circle. After so many years in the film industry, Harvey saw this kind of situation for the first time. When he saw the list of nominees for this year's Best Actor, he felt powerless. Although Matt Damon was discovered by us, he has a very good relationship with Robin Williams. Robert Duvall helped Stephen win Jaws. Although Peter Fonda is not familiar with Stephen, he is Roger Corman's student. Dustin Hoffman is even better. There are only 5 candidates in total, but the other 3 who have the right to vote can vote for him. Then what are we doing for public relations? When the complaint sounded, Bob Weinstein turned his head immediately. What came into view was his brother with a confused face. After hearing the indignant words, he hurriedly whispered, "We didn't plan to do public relations for the Best Actor at the beginning." It was similar to pointing out the theme, but it was more like shirking responsibility, which ignited Harvey's temper. But the nature is the same. he yelled. There are 5 Best Actress nominees. Judi Dench, nominated for Mrs. Brown. Julie Christie, nominated for The Wife Swap Game, and Helena Kate, nominated for The Wings of the Dove. They are all from the British gang. You said yourself that Judy and Helena will not compete for the Oscar. Doesn't that prove that the British gang's base is also voting knowingly? Apart from these 3 and Kate Winslet, the last one to fill the spot is Jodie Foster, nominated for Contact. Not to mention that she already has 2 Oscars. Just because Martin Scorsese taught her how to be a director, she knows how to vote. Okay. There are 5 candidates in total, and the 4 contestants with the right to vote will vote for their opponents? Tell me, how can we play this game? Harvey patted the sofa excitedly, and when he turned his head to look at his brother, tears flashed in his eyes. He wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry. After playing the game of Oscar for so many years, he could only manage 2 places for 1 award at most. Originally, the probability was 20%, but after he managed it, it was 25%. Adding some tricks, there is still a 40% chance of success for 1 award. But now, for the Best Actor, either it is definitely not going to win, or there are already people who don't care. For the Best Actress, the British gang found out that the Jewish gang was helping their people to win the Oscar, and automatically turned against them. In addition, the replacement was someone who had won 2 awards. This is no longer a choice between 5, but a choice between 1. Roland and Kate's chance is 100%. This is simply a 17-card kill. He has been running for 20 years. The dream lineup that he never expected. Just like that. The point is, this lineup was not put together by him, but by others. After being yelled at by his brother, Bob Weinstein, who was still very upset because of losing his business, calmed down. Looking at his brother who wanted to cry, but had no tears, he raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. He could understand his brother's feelings. Ever since Roland bought the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit from them, they had already hated Roland, but there was nothing they could do. They hated him, but they didn't dare to ask for revenge. Because they knew they couldn't beat him, and what made them happy was that, like Spielberg, Roland only focused on business, and they had nothing to do with them who only focused on winning awards, so their lives were still quite comfortable. Especially last year, they also released The English Patient. The Best Picture award made them the talk of the town for a while. But now with such a commotion, they suddenly found that their hometown had been copied. Everyone believed that Roland's momentum this year would never be replicated a second time, but the problem was that winning awards required resources. Roland could be so extravagant to win 2 awards, so if he was in the business of winning awards in the future, those who wanted to win awards would definitely choose his company first, not for anything else, but because of the awesome resources. Before, Miramax was the first choice for many guys who wanted to get ahead with awards. Now, their influence has been greatly hit, and this loss is hard for Bob to accept. But just when he was about to comfort his brother and tried to tell him that Roland, a big bastard who only knows how to hug legs, might never get involved in the Oscar-winning industry in his life, Harvey, who had been angry and roaring before, suddenly regained his helpless look and said with heartache, Roland's Oscar-winning behavior has greatly hit my reputation in the field of Oscar winning. Do you know what I was thinking about when I was watching the NBC debate show just now? If I'll let actresses climb onto the red sofa consciously in the future, those girls may ask me, before climbing onto the sofa, can I be the next Kate? How should I answer this? Kate slept with Roland and instantly became a winner in life. The Golden Globe and the Oscar are both here, and the point is that Roland is still young, rich and handsome. Other girls slept with me, but in the end they didn't get anything. Who would be willing to do that? Before, those girls didn't dare to talk to me. That's because they thought I was awesome. But now Roland has proved with facts that my resources are rubbish. Under such circumstances, how can I coax those girls? I told them that if they climb onto my red sofa, I can make them a big star. Do you think they will believe it? I swear, after the Oscars, the rumors in the circle will not be that, if you please me, you will have a chance to rise to the top, but that if you skip Roland, you will get both fame and fortune. Girls with a little knowledge will lose interest in me, because compared to climbing onto my red sofa, they would rather replace Kate. In their eyes, Kate is just a girl who got lucky. Since she can eat Roland so hard, then they should try. Maybe they will have a chance. When Harvey shouted out his inner words with a look of disappointment, Bob, who wanted to comfort him, was stunned. What the fuck? So you are sad and upset, not because the business failed, but because the business failed and affected your status in the eyes of those relatives, and you can no longer be their emperor. So you are sad and upset? Fuck you. Oh, my dear brother. Are you still thinking about women now? Bob was angry. Our business failed. Don't you have any ideas at all? I have ideas, but there is nothing I can do. Hearing his brother's roar, Harvey also pulled his neck and shouted at his brother, we are making independent films, and our influence in the industry is not as good as those who make commercial films. If we can't make it to the box office record list, we are inferior. In the past, those guys wanted to win awards, so they would please me. Now the group of people who understand business the most want tickets. So will anyone care about me? If no one cares about you, then forget it. Bob widened his eyes. Harvey glared back angrily. What else? After staring at each other for 2 seconds, Bob sighed unwillingly. Even if this year's business fails, can't we still continue to prepare for next year's film? Shakespeare in Love is our main movie next year, right? You want me to seduce Gwyneth? Harvey rolled his eyes at his brother. Do you believe that she will turn around and run to Stephen and cry? Hiss. Bob took a breath of cold air. He was almost pissed off to death by his brother. Are there only women in your mind? You will die at the hands of a woman like this. Die. In the hands of a woman. Hearing this, Harvey sneered. I would rather be an emperor for a day than be a commoner for a lifetime. It's no big deal to lose to Roland, as long as it doesn't affect my status as the king of independent films. You want to work hard now to prepare for the Oscar for Shakespeare in Love? I'm just the opposite of you. I just want to know what's going on in Roland's mind. As long as he doesn't get involved in the Oscar field, I can even lose to him in Shakespeare in Love. That's right, Harvey doesn't care about winning or losing at all. Over the years, how many girls has he promised and how much help has he given? He never cares about temporary gains and losses. He only cares about whether his influence will be damaged. Now, he is afraid that Roland will have a brain twitch and start the Oscar business. After all, Roland is a guy with a criminal record. The films that Warcraft Film and Television purchased before were all independent films. And if Roland knew Harvey's thoughts, he would definitely be in tears. Whoever wants to do the Oscar business can do it. Because it's not easy to hide things from people. He felt that he had used all his best acting skills in his life to lie people. Note, Spielberg said in his autobiography that when filming Jaws, Robert Duvall gave him a lot of help. He wanted him to participate in the movie, and Duvall encouraged him by saying, I think I'm famous enough. I don't need you to help me become more famous. Duvall is the adopted son in The Godfather. These people are all in a group. Peter Fonda is Jack Nicholson Sr. James Cameron, like them, all came from the school of Roger Corman, the king of B-level movies. Nicholson's first Oscar nomination, Easy Rider, was brought up by Peter Fonda. In the 1998 Oscars, Spielberg and Cameron were able to get all the nominations for the male lead, just by relying on their relationship. Some people say that The King's Speech and The Artist are Harvey's movies. Yes, the movies are Harvey's, but Cheryl did the Oscars. Almost every Academy administrator has a consulting company position, either as president or consultant, and these companies only do Oscars. Even Paramount Advantage, Warner Independent Universal Focus, Fox Searchlight, and Sony Classics will go through these consulting companies when they are competing for Oscars. Compared with them, Harvey can only deceive female stars and hype, and he can't do high-end games. When The Theory of Everything was screened, Focus asked Edwin Snyder to invite Stephen Hawking to the screening. The next day, the news that Hawking cried came out, and he had already won. Harvey couldn't do that. When promoting 12 Years a Slave, Searchlight asked its radio station to bombard the concept of Oscars are golden every day. He had already secured an Oscar before the nominations were announced. Harvey couldn't do that either. Chapter 253 Roland Landlord Allen. Higher, higher, higher. A general leaned forward, his butt off the saddle, and galloped on his horse. The golden sunlight gently sprinkled on the quiet forest, and the mountain wind swept across the cheeks, conveying the whistle and the rhythmic sound of horse hooves. The rhythmic sound of drums was like a march, which made the knights who shuttled through the beautiful plains rise up with the heart of conquest. When he crossed the raised hill and swooped down, the endless lake was like a sapphire inlaid in the mountains and rivers. With the arrival of the night, the original tranquility was also torn apart. The wild ducks wandering on the lake flapped their wings and flew high. The dark brown figure drew a thick stroke in the air. When you want to track them, these little guys plunged into the dense forest by the lake and disappeared without a trace. Under normal circumstances, you should slow down when going downhill. But the problem is that this guy wanted to show off his ability to pull back from the brink of death, so he didn't call a halt. When he thought the distance was about right and he could step on the brakes, the horse refused to obey. So, the shouts of dang 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 suddenly rang out. Earthgrass, who didn't want to go into the water, used all his strength to comfort the horse under him, but unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished. Even though he shouted heartbreakingly, the chestnut horse didn't obey, but instead quickened its pace and rushed into the lake with a swish. Seeing the huge waves, the girl behind him pulled the reins and laughed crazily. When she drove the horse to the lakeside, the guy who was almost taken to the center of the lake by the horse finally swam back. He walked back to the shore with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow in the mud. When he found that the damn horse had jumped from a high place, he was too lazy to look for a flat road and raised his hand and shouted at the guy who was watching the fun. "Don't just watch. Come and pull me up." The girl ignored him. "No, you can't pretend you didn't hear me." The girl continued to laugh. Seeing this, the guy in the water got anxious and jumped twice on the spot. Unfortunately, the height of 3 centimeters from the ground did not win sympathy, but made the laughter even stronger. Seeing that the guy in the water was about to be pissed off by herself, the girl in a small vest and jeans finally flipped off the horse's back heroically, took off her helmet, squatted on the shore with a smile, looked at the guy who wanted to climb up with a playful look, and asked, "Don't you want to compete? Don't you want to compete for the first place? Who won now?" "You won, you won." The boy admitted defeat in a perfunctory tone, and then shouted impatiently, "Hurry up, pull me up." The girl ignored the waving hand, hugged the helmet in her arms, and said with a curled mouth, "Is this your attitude when you ask for help?" "Oh." The boy smiled bitterly and said, "It's really you who won, okay? No, your attitude is still insincere." The girl pouted and shook her head. "Then what do you think is sincerity?" the boy asked. "I like it here." The girl was talking about something else. While she was talking, she also looked out at the lake and the mountains. The tranquility of retreating to the mountains and forests made people feel relaxed and comfortable. When she said that, the boy naturally understood and nodded quickly. "I like it here too." Not only that, he also imagined the future. "There's no need for large-scale renovation here. What I like is the natural feel here." However, the houses in the residential area are so old that there's no normal electricity access. They can only rely on generators to maintain operation, so they must be demolished and rebuilt. Then, the plains here are suitable for horseback riding. For convenience, we are building a stable. Also, the lake water here is actually running water, suitable for fishing. In order not to damage the ecological environment, we can just build a fishing platform with logs and a rest area on the side. By the way, this place is too far from the city. When we come to live here, it's impossible for us to send people to the city every day. It's not fresh if we buy a lot and put it in the refrigerator, so we have to open up a piece of land, grow some vegetables, and raise some livestock ourselves, just enough for ourselves to eat. Oh. In order to enrich our entertainment life, we can also build an indoor swimming pool, draw an 18-hole golf course, and then build a basketball court. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished yet. Hey, pull me up first. Seeing that the boy was daydreaming, the girl rolled her eyes, got up, got on the horse, and left with a chirp. Looking at the figure who showed no reluctance, the guy who was half in the water was helpless and shouted, "You decide the renovation plan." Hey. After shouting like this, the horse that climbed halfway up the mountain turned its head. "Really?" the girl asked. "Of course." the boy shouted and promised. Then, the horse came back with small steps. Looking at the satisfied guy, the boy who was standing in the ditch sighed and muttered, "Hey. She is obviously older than me, but she is not humble in everything. No matter how old she is, she always thinks she is 18 years old." Although he was complaining, a smile appeared on his face. Childish, unreasonable, really fucking difficult to deal with. When the American media were arguing over whether Roland could win an Oscar, Roland had already left the United States. The reason was that he didn't want Kate to notice anything unusual before the Oscar was announced. Kate is not a fool. Even if she didn't hear the rumors of the Oscar, as long as she saw the media publicity, she would definitely guess that the dream she had said at the beginning was gradually becoming a reality by Roland. When she found out about this, there might still be the so-called surprise, but compared with the bombardment at the award ceremony, the effect would be much worse. Even though she knew that it was impossible to win an Oscar based on her strength, Roland felt that it would be better to let her know about public relations later. Even if happiness will eventually return to reality, the happiness obtained in the unknown and the happiness obtained based on reality are two different satisfactions. The former will be so excited that it is difficult to restrain oneself, while the latter will feel that it is natural. Because of this, in order to let Kate gain the greatest happiness, Roland had to drag her out of America. Because he believed that in the non-mobile internet era, only the news that the three former great leaders spoke at the same time could spread all over the world. As for the reason for dragging Kate out of America, it was that he asked David to do it a few years ago, and the other party had already prepared to buy land and houses according to his requirements. When talking about buying land and building houses, Roland was so angry that he jumped up and down. Maybe he felt that the money came too easily, or maybe what Roland said that day was too grand, or more likely Roland's brand concept made David think that Roland wanted a wedding house. So when choosing, this guy was very clear. In America alone, he chose 3 properties. One is in Atherton, a small city with a permanent population of only 7,000 people near Stanford. There are many quiet luxury residential areas. The one David chose for Roland is a European castle-style mansion, covering an area of 11,843 square feet, with 7 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, a gym, an indoor swimming pool, and a spa room. Not only that, the space in the basement is also amazingly large. When Roland learned that there were even bedrooms, a cinema and a wine tasting space in the basement, he witnessed all this with his own eyes and finally saw the extravagance of capitalism. But this is not the point. The point is that to the left of the mansion is Paul Allen's home. On the right is the home of Meg Whitman, the vice president of global marketing at Disney. If you walk forward for a while and go over a hill, you can see the home of Eric Schmidt, the future chairman of Google, who was introduced to Roland by David Shaw when he was having dinner in New York. After hearing these names, after seeing Kate's love for it, Roland decided to buy it. The second property is located in Malibu, Los Angeles. After hearing about Malibu, Roland did not ask about the size, but asked about the neighbors. When he learned that the mansion was next to Spielberg's house, he was too lazy to ask about the interior decoration and exterior structure, because when the share of Jurassic Park came down, the old man tricked him into buying the house next to his own house. At that time, he had seen the uninhabited mansion, and now he just bought it. The third property is located in Irvine. When Roland and Kate followed David over, they saw a modern villa covering an area of nearly 20,000 feet. Compared with the castle mansion near Stanford and the Seaview mansion in Malibu, the modern villa in Irvine enjoys the magnificent city and canyon scenery. Of course, in David's words, the scenery and area are not the most important. What is important is that 20 miles north of the villa area, there is a real estate developer who is selling nearly 15 acres of land he owns. If Roland is willing to buy this 20,000-foot modern villa, he can use the money he earned from the Thai baht to take over the real estate over there, then flatten it and build it in the style Roland wants. After hearing this inexplicable words, Roland felt that there were many more small question marks around him. You are engaged in commercial real estate. Why do you care where I buy a house? When he asked the question in his mind, David did not give a direct answer, but said, I think Irvine has a bright future. If we get the land now, it will definitely appreciate in the future. Hearing such remarks, Roland was even more confused. When he frowned and asked David not to beat around the bush, David said embarrassedly, "The house at Blizzard's headquarters is a bit small. Since you are planning to expand madly, don't you need a building? Since you need a building, it can't be too far from where you live, and don't you like playing games? It's a distance of 20 miles, and you can drive to it in half an hour. It's convenient and fast." Wow. Hearing this, Roland was stunned on the spot. He knew that commercial real estate was not easy to do these days. But what he didn't know was that when commercial real estate was not easy to do, David actually raised the butcher knife to his own people. Blizzard only has a total of about 100 people, and you built the headquarters according to 1,000 employees. This is too much. But he likes it. "Okay, I'll buy this house, and you can take the land too. You come up with a design first, and then discuss it with Mike and the others. I have only one request. There must be a statue at the entrance, just like at Disney's Burbank headquarters. At the entrance of Disney, Walt Disney is holding Mickey, so at the entrance of Blizzard, there should be a statue of the three founders, and there must be a large space around them. When a classic IP is released in the future, a statue will be built next to them. Isn't Disney showing off how many IPs it has? I want to see who has more. Fat water should be kept in the field. With crazy money being spent, Blizzard's headquarters will soon be crowded. Since David's main business is real estate development, the company's building business will be all contracted to him in the future. Whether it is Apple's spaceship or Amazon's 3 glass eggs, Roland believes that David can do it. As for the sculpture design, isn't this thing just a pure copy of Disney? You have Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Winnie the Pooh. We have Lei Yushin, Sayu and Egg Brother Yuki Yang Brush CD. Roland was very satisfied with the 3 mansions. At the same time, the prices of the mansions were also very touching. 1,500, 2,500, 1,200. With 3 consecutive clicks of his lips, 52 million was burned away. Of course, these mansions are all located in China. What allowed Roland to pull Kate out was the overseas resort chosen by David. Located in Hamilton, New Zealand, it covers a total area of 2,125 hectares of wilderness, forests, and lakes. New Zealand is a very good country for retirement. Not only does it have no heavy industry, but there are also 14 national parks, hundreds of nature reserves, and ecological zones on the huge island. There is nothing wrong with the environment. The average temperature in summer is 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, and in winter it is 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. In addition to the biggest advantage of vast land and sparse population, you don't have to worry about anyone disturbing your good mood when you go on vacation here. Plant some flowers, fish, ride a horse, swim, raise a silly Garfield, raise a British Shorthair blue cat, and then gather 3 sleds, with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. This is simply the retirement life of an old man that everyone envies. Well, maybe the old man really dislikes the husky because it is too stupid. But no matter what, after galloping on the horse, Roland fell in love with this place. After being pulled up by Kate, he directly abandoned the horse that was still playing in the lake, stuck to Kate, and rode with her, leisurely returning the same way. Looking at the green mountains, Roland, who was still hanging water, rubbed his chin on Kate's neck and whispered in her ear, "Do you like it here?" "Yeah." Kate snorted. She was used to Roland's sloppiness. "When I was filming Sinful Angels, I felt that living here was much more comfortable than in London. If I had the opportunity to buy land and build a house, I would certainly be willing to do so. But wouldn't 5,250 acres of land be too expensive?" "Muah." Roland smiled and kissed her on the neck. "Okay, then we'll go back and let David talk to New Zealand. As for the price, don't worry about the money. As long as you like it, I'll buy it, no matter how expensive it is." Humph. Hearing this, Kate turned her head and gave Roland a sanitary eye. With her hands behind her back, she rested on Roland's waist. Seeing that Kate was about to tickle him, Roland, who was riding a horse, turned pale and admitted his fear. Okay, more than 5,000 acres of land is not as expensive as those 3 villas, and if I come forward to buy it, New Zealand won't charge me." That's right. The main reason why Roland was interested in New Zealand was because the land was free. The government gave it away for free. The entire area of Hamilton is only 27,000 acres. The wilderness, mountains, forests, and lakes that David is interested in account for 20% of the total area of Hamilton. Although it seems that he can bite off 1/5 of a city in one bite, in fact, the mountains, forests, lakes, and wilderness here are not allowed to be developed. Even if you buy it, you can't cut wood, raise livestock, or reclaim it. Land that is not allowed to be developed is meaningless to businessmen, but Roland doesn't develop it. Not only does he not develop it, he can also make these lands bring a steady stream of income to New Zealand without development. Why? Because the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings are now in his hands. Peter Jackson is a New Zealander, Weta Digital is a New Zealand company, and the Shire in the movie was filmed in Hamilton. When Roland saw the familiar Waikato in the overseas resort provided by David, he knew that this land was completely free. There are a series of preferential policies for filming movies in New Zealand, and this includes free land. Since the land cannot be developed, one of New Zealand's means of promoting economic growth is to allow Hollywood film companies to come here to film. Through the huge promotion of overseas distribution, the development of domestic tourism has been driven. When they learned that Roland Allen would shoot The Lord of the Rings in New Zealand, and that the later stage would be undertaken by a special effects company in Wellington, more than 90% of the real actors were New Zealanders, and the total investment in the entire project exceeded 300 million. What kind of preferential policies are all smashed to death? The tax refund amount was directly opened at 15%. As long as the movie is released, a premiere is held in New Zealand, and in the subsequent video sales, New Zealand-related highlights are added. Another 5% subsidy can be obtained. As for the land, knowing that the land was bought for simple layout and used for filming, what 1/5 of a city? I can't even see it. Roland only needs to sign the terms of protecting the natural environment, promise not to cut down trees, raise livestock, or reclaim land on a large scale, and not to prevent the government from commercial development of that area when the filming location has a certain reputation. New Zealand can take up to 60% of the tourism income according to the investment ratio, and the remaining 40% must be established in the name of protecting the natural environment. A foundation will be left in New Zealand. Roland said that the necessary facilities that must be built for filming must not exceed 3% of the total area. 5,250 acres of land were taken for 10 million. 3% of it, that is, 157.5 acres, is Roland's holiday paradise. With such a large area of land, let alone building villas, stables, fishing platforms, basketball courts, and swimming pools, even building an 18-hole golf course is more than enough. After signing the contract, Roland, with his hands on his hips, breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Kate excitedly plan for the future. Staring at the other person's back, he stood side by side with David and asked, "What's the situation in China? Is anyone looking for me?" Faced with such a question, David, who had been answering the phone for Roland these days, had a dark face and complained, "Don't talk about it. The big six are too troublesome. They made a lot of money with your Oscar-winning topic, and your and Kate's phones are almost blown up by those acquaintances. If I hadn't answered your phone every day to show that you wanted to give Kate a surprise, they would have suspected that you were hired by some jealous guys to kill you." Wow. Really? Roland was surprised. What else? David rolled his eyes at Roland. Roland laughed at the question, which was like venting. Since so many people came to him, it meant that things were going well. As long as I can get the award smoothly, my hard work these days will not be in vain. I'm almost going bald in order to make her forget about socializing. Hearing Roland say this, David glanced at his head with interest. When he found that the golden hair was still very thick, he thought that God had opened his eyes and curled his lips directly. Okay, I'm working harder than you, okay? You just paid a little 100 million, and I'm trying to help you spend a little 100 million. David emphasized this, and Roland stopped complaining. Compared with David, he really didn't do much. As for comforting him, Roland raised his hand, hooked David's shoulder, and said with emotion, okay, your part has been finished. Everything that comes next is my own business. Fly to Wellington tonight, arrive in Los Angeles tomorrow, and attend the award ceremony the day after tomorrow night. As for the dress and jewelry, all are ready, David said very confidently. Okay, thank you. Roland expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you for helping me all these years. David was very uncomfortable with the sudden affection. He turned his head to look at Roland. After finding that this guy's eyes were always focused on Kate, David raised his hands and pushed him forward. If you have time to thank me, you might as well spend more time with her. Although everything is a business, I still hope you can gain true love. For me and your aunt, for your parents. Although he was pushed by David, Roland still stood up with a smile on his face. He didn't turn his head to this, but raised his right hand and waved. After a simple gesture, to show that he understood, he walked towards Kate's direction. Seeing the two figures approaching, David took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His eyes were full of expectations. You brat. You're more stable than James. But you're not as worry-free as James. Note, I didn't find the prices of the 3 houses in the United States in 1998, because that shitty house purchase website required me to provide proof of assets of $10 million before I could see the house price trend chart, which I really couldn't do. So the house prices in the article are converted according to the local average price trend over the years. Shooting a blockbuster in New Zealand is really a big deal. After learning that Avatar was filmed in New Zealand hoped that Avatar could solve the employment of some people. Then, James Cameron got a vineyard in Werripura at a super low price, more than 100 acres. The land given for filming in the article is not something I wrote randomly. Later, when the Avatar sequel was established, New Zealand also deliberately changed the 15-point tax refund for every 1 to 20 for the Avatar crew. With subsidies, it can be 25, and there is no upper limit. This happened in 2014, which caused dissatisfaction among local business groups in New Zealand at the time, but Cameron still successfully obtained the policy. Compared with the policy in Germany, New Zealand is simply a paradise for blockbusters. Weta Digital can develop so fast because of its supportive policies. Next is Australia, which can basically achieve 15. Every state in the United States also has a tax rebate. For example, Hawaii has 15 to 20 points, and the upper limit is 8 million, which is very good for low-cost movies. Many romance movies are shot there. Colorado has 10 points. In fact, the production costs of many movies are not as much as reported in the major databases, because for the refunded part, the producer can disclose it with the company's total tax refund amount, and it will increase the cost, which is more conducive to publicity. Chapter 254 Kate's Love. My name is Kate Elizabeth Winslet. I was born in a performing arts family in Reading, Berkshire, southeast England. Speaking of Reading, I believe that many people's first impression is the University of Reading, but I'm different from you. Whenever I mention my hometown, there will be a whistling wind in my ears, because since I can remember, the world has been grey. According to my grandmother, not long after I was born, my father rushed back to London after his vacation, because he had a BBC short play in his hand, and my mother also tried her best to restore her figure after giving birth to me. When I was 8 months old, she handed me to my grandmother, and then rushed to London to live with my father. Well, actually she went back to work. But unexpectedly, 2 months later, when I was a little over 1 year old, she became pregnant again. So she returned to Reading. Tossing and turning is my grandmother's evaluation of the two of them. When I first arrived in Reading, I was confused. I guess this is how babies feel. Everything in front of them is unknown. Unlike other children who can get in touch with the world through their parents, my superficial understanding of the outside world and the intuitive impressions it gave me were all passed on to me by my grandmother when I was confused because my mother was pregnant again and was in a bad mood. No matter what season it is, the wind in Reading is very strong, and my mother's mood is like the wind, coming and going suddenly. Whenever the wind blows, my grandmother will let me wear her windbreaker, the kind of Voldant style from the last century, fat and big, wrapped around the body. The whole person becomes a rustic round bun. When I was a child, my favorite place to go was the White Knight Lake in the University of Reading. Whenever the breeze blew, ripples would appear on the lake. The farthest one would swim leisurely in the lake, and the babies would play and forage with their mothers. Sometimes, the baby swans would provoke squirrels on the trees. Sometimes, they would compete with wild ducks for territory, and sometimes, they would drive away some passing birds. But no matter who they attacked, these guys would always fail. When they saw their children being bullied, the father swans in the lake would flap their wings and rush over quickly to drive away the other guys. At first, I would watch the animals fight with great interest. The situation that the baby swans made trouble everywhere but could not beat anyone could make me happy for a whole day. I thought those babies were so stupid. They knew they couldn't beat them, but they still went to school. Isn't this asking for a fight? But later, when I went to school and was bullied, I realized that I didn't even have the qualifications to be as stupid as the baby swans. Backquote. So I asked my mother, where is my father? My mother said, he is acting with my uncle in London. I asked my mother again, what is acting? My mother did not answer and walked away very angrily. I was full of curiosity and did not understand the situation, so I asked my grandmother. My grandmother said that acting is standing on the stage and bringing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness to the audience below the stage. Then I asked again, what is the stage? My grandmother did not answer immediately, but looked at me calmly. I could not describe her state at that time. I only knew that she took me to her own theater after that day, and that was the first time I saw the stage in my life. Yes, my family has a theater. My grandmother and my grandfather opened a theater row. Oh, at that time, I did not know what it meant for them to own a theater in the UK, where the opera industry is highly developed, but what I knew was that after I walked into the theater, my world suddenly had a lot more playmates. There was Alan Parker. My uncle Robert Bridges asked me to call him Grandpa. There was Bob Hoskins. This bold old man always liked to make me laugh with candy. There's Mike Caine, whose glasses I love playing with the most. There was also Laurence Olivier. I rarely met him, and every time I met him, Uncle Kenneth Branagh would be there. The increase in playmates made me less lonely. While meeting new friends, what excited me the most was that I found that if I could perform on stage, I could be with my parents all the time like those swan babies. So I told my grandmother that I wanted to perform on stage. At first, my grandparents all refused after hearing my idea. They asked me to study hard and said that the profession of actor was not suitable for girls. I thought they said that deliberately because they disliked my young age, so I wanted to prove myself. When those actors performed on stage, I used the opportunity to observe and learn secretly. When my grandparents found out that I really wanted to be an actor, they gave up blocking me and let me participate in the stage play Virgin Mary when I was 5 or 6 years old. It was also the first time I performed on the same stage with my parents. After that, acting became an inseparable part of my life because it allows me to stay with my family all the time. Even though my parents, uncles, and aunts persuaded me to go to school whenever they had time, I still decided to keep going on the road of acting. At the age of 11, I received the first advertisement in my life. In the same year, I asked my grandmother to go to the drama school to register for me, wanting to systematically sort out the skills of acting. Perhaps because the teachers in the school knew my grandparents, parents, uncles, and aunts, grandparents. So my life in school was actually very easy, and when people are in a good mood, their appetite will be opened, and the daily basic skills practice will consume a lot of physical strength. So when I entered school, my weight rose sharply like my skills. If I was wrapped in my grandmother's windbreaker when I was a child, I was puffy. Then after going to school, I became solid. But even if my weight soared, the teachers in the school turned a blind eye because every time those uncles and aunts passed by and saw me, they would praise me for being cute. The teachers in the school were either their students or their subordinates. They had either worked together before or wanted to curry favor with them. In this case, I was the only one in the whole school who didn't have to manage my body shape. Imagine when Laurence Olivier pinched my cheek and said, "Kate, you are so cute." All the acting teachers in the whole UK dared not let me control my diet. Just when I thought that the wonderful life of acting freely and eating and drinking freely would last forever, on Christmas Eve of 1990, I watched a movie with my classmates. After looking at the quirky little boy on the screen, I, who was only interested in my parents and food before, suddenly had another feeling in my heart. Holding popcorn, I said to the classmates around me, "The guy on the screen is so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend." However, the classmates around me told me, "The boy who can break 500 million in global box office has no shortage of beautiful women around him. You will never be able to learn Vivian Leigh like you are now." When I heard such comments, I was completely stunned. Because I was just expressing my feelings, but I didn't expect them to give their true evaluation. When I learned that my good friends all thought I was fat and that I could only be a special actor in the future, I felt lost, especially when Kenneth Branagh helped me get a role of a fat girl in the BBC children's science fiction TV series. I felt that my future was bleak. From then on, I realized that the first criterion for measuring an actor is his appearance. After I understood this truth, I consciously controlled my diet and increased exercise in order to continue on the path of an actor. Although the weight loss was very slow, it was effective. It may be because my classmates disliked my fatness, but it was more like they couldn't stand my privilege. So while participating in the BBC children's science fiction TV series, I didn't want to endure the strange looks and chose to drop out of school. After leaving school, I had more time to take on more roles. There were projects in 1992 and 1993. Although they were all small roles in BBC projects, they could hone my acting skills. Of course, when I was growing up, the boy who made me realize that appearance is the foundation of an actor for the first time also soared like a rocket. He made a movie worth 500 million yuan in 1990, and in the summer of 1991, he pushed his cumulative box office to 1 billion yuan. At the end of 1991, he appeared in Michael Jackson's music video and made a cameo in Steven Spielberg's movie. Then, on Christmas Day of 1992, he presented an equally wonderful sequel to the world. When I was still honing my skills in the BBC TV series, in the summer of 1993, he had already ascended to the throne of the #1 box office in film history. When I saw him on the screen again and again, the desire to date him became stronger and stronger. Because he was really handsome. The way he protected his sister was even cooler. However, I knew that the idea in my head was just wishful thinking. The daughter of the New York real estate king pursued him, but he ignored me. How could a mediocre little actor like me have a chance? However, it doesn't matter if there is no chance. It's still okay to think about it. What if God heard my wish and sent me the script of Vivian Leigh's first half of her life? As long as God gave me a Gone with the Wind, my extravagant wish would become a reality. Perhaps God really heard my prayers. Not long after that, I received the first film project in my life, Angels of Sin, and I was the heroine from the beginning. Well, in fact, it is more likely that my grandfather thought I could be the protagonist. Peter Jackson was deeply inspired after watching Tales from the Dark World in 1989, so he made Over the Border and then took it to the American exhibition and won the award. Not only that, during the exhibition, I also met the director of Tales from the Dark World. Who is the director of Tales from the Dark World? Isn't that Bob Hoskins? This guy who likes to tease me with candy the most. After learning that the fat New Zealander who imitated his style and carried it forward was going to shoot a movie with a heroine, and the heroine wanted to be a young girl from the UK, he directly recommended me. Then, the fat guy who saw his idol took me into the group. After reading the script of Sinful Angels, I felt that it was somewhat different from the Gone with the Wind I imagined, but when I thought that this was an opportunity from the big screen after all, I worked hard to prepare. After the movie was released, I also received a lot of praise. Although the box office was not good, the awards were good. Just when I thought that this movie could narrow the gap between me and him, in 1994, he, who did not star in any movie, contributed his own strength to the first and second movies of the year's box office. After learning this result, I didn't eat for 3 days. I took a small step, but he took a big step. If this goes on, even if I make movies for a lifetime, I can't catch up with him. At that time, I was depressed. But just when I was upset, Sony's official announcement made me jump. Spider-Man has chosen a female lead, and that female lead is a short person. Reese Witherspoon has no face, no height, no front protrusion, and no back curvature. Can she be the female lead like this? Or, that guy actually likes this kind of legal lolly? When such a judgment appeared in my mind, I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a fly. Because compared with Reese Witherspoon, I'm simply a giant. Even when my aunt Emma Thompson told me that A Sense and Sensibility had been greenlit by Sony and would be directed by Ang Lee, the director supported by that boy, I was not too excited. If he likes that type of girl, even if God gave me Vivien Leigh's script, there would be no possibility for him and me. With loss in my heart, I joined the crew of Sense and Sensibility. Just when I thought that the extravagant hope could not become a reality after all, the news that he was going to make a love movie suddenly came out. The budget of the movie was as high as $150 million. This news shocked me. At the same time, I also felt that the opportunity had come. No matter what type of girl he likes, he has no willful capital in investing up to $150 million in a love movie, and the audience will never accept him dating a girl like Reese Witherspoon. As for me, well, although I have a rounder face and thicker arms than those Hollywood actresses, and a dress that shows off a slender waist on others looks like a corset on me, I have connections. I can skip all the audition directors and let my aunt send my resume to James Cameron through Arnold Schwarzenegger. If he refuses, I will submit again. If he refuses again, I will submit again. I will keep submitting until he agrees. However, just when I was confident that this role belonged to me, my aunt told me that the role of the heroine was decided by him. After hearing this news, I was completely puzzled. I don't understand how an actor has the power to decide who the heroine is in Hollywood, where the producer is the center. Isn't this power in the hands of the producer? Moreover, that is James Cameron. How could he make that tyrant give up the right to cast? With this question, I consulted many people. When Alan Parker told me that he was not an ordinary actor at all, but Steven Spielberg's favorite student. When Richard Attenborough told me that Steven Spielberg taught him how to make movies and burned the investors' funds unscrupulously on the set. When Bob Hoskins told me that Tom Hanks used a movie to tell him about the process of shaping his characters. When Anthony Hopkins told me that he picked the actors for superhero movies himself, and the Jewish gang helped him get them, I fell into despair. I felt like I was meeting him for the first time. Before, I thought his success was all luck, but now I know that no success is accidental. After learning that he could control the crew, I could only put away those unrealistic ideas in my mind. I think according to his aesthetics, even if I do it again 100 times, I will never be chosen by him. But just when I was about to go further and further on the road of winning awards, in early 1996, I suddenly received a call from my aunt. She told me in an excited tone that I was selected, and in order to better shape the role, I had to spend half a year with him. I was selected? I was selected. When I heard the news, my mind was full of question marks. Although the roles I got since I entered the industry were all pre-selected, I still think that this is the most bizarre audition I have ever experienced in my life. I just submitted my resume, did not participate in any auditions, did not communicate with them face to face, and did not show them any special skills, but I got this role. At that moment, I thought that God heard my prayers and kissed my cheek. Without hesitation, I flew directly to Badger, California, which was requested by the crew. When I met him for the first time, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Because I was too nervous, I even forgot about James Cameron next to me. After the light bulb left, I mustered up the courage to express my gratitude to him generously, and said frankly that I thought I would not get the role. I thought that obeying his frankness could bring us closer, but I didn't expect that he had the same idea. He even defined me as a literary young woman who likes Shakespeare according to the information I showed to the outside world. Oh my god. This is simply a magical development that I dare not expect. On the surface, it seems that it is child's play to casually assign a heroine to a project worth $150 million. In fact, he actually studied me, and he guessed what I like. The point is that he really saw my performance in Sense and Sensibility. I was so excited at the time. Although he kept revealing flaws in the subsequent chats, Through various topic diversions, I found that his understanding of British literary history was only superficial, but I was still very happy. Especially when he pretended to invite me to dinner. He looked like he didn't understand the current situation, which surprised me. I took the initiative to bring him back to Los Angeles and then held his face. Okay. Every time I think of this, I can't help laughing. Because his expression, after he found out that he was deceived by James Cameron, was really cute. And his face was so soft. N*****N after this episode, we officially met. When I learned that he was Steven Spielberg's favorite student, I thought he was a very arrogant person, because even a tyrant like James Cameron would succumb. But after I talked to him, I found that he was a very boring guy, and he was sometimes quieter than a girl. This quietness is reflected in all aspects. When I went to Mexico with him, I found that he had a very soft character. This softness means that on non-principal issues, he would put others first. At the Berlin Film Festival, I found that his behavior was very warm. Although I have not been in the circle for a long time, I have never heard my uncles, aunts, grandparents, and grandparents say that anyone dared to flirt with project partners in front of the media. At first I thought he did this just to get into the role quickly, and I was also enjoying this kind of fake love. Well, I think I was talking nonsense. If I wasn't excited when the guy I liked for many years was right next to me, wouldn't that prove that I was out of my mind? But after I accompanied him to the old money party, I found that he really had this kind of personality. Especially in the 1996 NBA draft, he went there early, but left directly after Kobe Bryant was selected. That kind of softness, that couldn't be faked, was presented in front of me. In fact, I have never understood why a guy who has been breaking various box office records since he was 10 years old would have such a humble personality. In other words, he gave me the feeling of those ambitious people who have experienced social beatings and know that their success is just a statistic in the eyes of capital and want to turn over and become capital. The mentality of looking down on the process and only focusing on the results is definitely not something a young person can have. I once suspected that it was the accidental death of his parents that made him so sophisticated now. But the longer we get along, the less tenable this idea is. Later, I couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it. Because his character is good for me. Every girl wants to find her own Prince Charming. And they hope that this Prince Charming is handsome, rich, famous, and treats them wholeheartedly. I grew up in the big dive out of the British theatre. Of course, I know that the richer the man, the less he can control his belt and zipper. If you want to marry these guys, you have to endure all this. But he is different. The softer and warmer he is, the more chances I have to occupy him. Everyone is selfish. Who is willing to share their man with others? Of course, he is also selfish. He is so selfish that he made me quit the circle. At first, I learned that I had to give up acting after dating him. I was actually very uncomfortable. Because what I thought at first was that, after becoming his girlfriend, I could not only get him as a person, but also step up in my career. After all, with his network of connections, I could get more projects in Hollywood. But he told me directly that he didn't want to see me filming with the opposite sex. Well, possessiveness is mutual. I want to occupy him, and he also wants to occupy me. There is nothing wrong with that. But I can't act, but he can, which makes me feel very unfair. I told him that I need to think about it, but what I really want to do is to find a way to convince him. But before I can come up with a solution, he took me to his house to spend Christmas. Especially when I was confused, he lied to me and asked me to call David and Ganetti my parents. At that moment, what I thought in my heart was, forget it. If he is willing to marry me, I won't act. Anyway, my parents, uncles, aunts, grandparents, all thought that I shouldn't be an actor from the beginning. The problem is that before I can convince myself, he and David settled the family property in front of me. To be honest, when I knew that his personal wealth had already exceeded 10 figures, I really told myself very snobbishly, don't pursue any illusory dreams anymore. God has made your extravagant hopes come true. You should cherish the happiness that is in front of you. If you give up this man in front of you, you will regret it for the rest of your life. You will never find a man better than him. Absolutely not. I bowed my head in front of money. The subsequent development also confirmed my guess. Bill Gates, Paul Allen, Steve Jobs. With their appearance, I found that my dream of being an actor was so vulnerable. And he gave me the feeling of a treasure. The first impression was handsome. The second impression was world famous. The third impression after dating was soft and warm. And the final impression was that he was too rich. You ask me if I like him, then of course I like him. When I saw him for the first time, I liked him. You ask me if I love him, I think I love him too, because in the third stage, I was convincing myself to give up acting. Of course, his wealth is also the key to my convincing myself. I will not hypocritically tell myself that I only love him as a person, because love cannot make people not eat or drink. Similarly, it is precisely because I love everything about him that I want to let the whole world know that he belongs to me, and Titanic just satisfies my wish. But people are greedy, although my reason tells me that everything at the moment is just right. However, I still longed for him to give me a ring and propose to me sooner. In other words, I would feel at ease only when my name was changed to Kate Elizabeth Winslet Allen. The problem was that such things could not be rushed. If he didn't ask, I couldn't push him. However, when I learned at the end of January 1998 that I had won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress, the unexpected satisfaction washed away some of my inner anxiety. After the party, he took me to see 3 houses in Silicon Valley, Malibu, and Irvine. I had a strong premonition that my dream would finally come true, which made me full of expectations. Then, when he took me to New Zealand to buy a piece of land, I was only excited, because I could feel that everything was about to come. But I never thought that day would come so soon. I will never forget March 21st, 1998. That day, after he signed a memorandum of cooperation with New Zealand, he took me on the plane. He told me that we were going back to attend the Oscars. After the Oscars, the casting for Spider-Man 2 and 3 would begin. The 2 films were scheduled to start shooting in early August. Not only that, but during this period, there was also a promotion for Saving Private Ryan. Since time was tight, if there were any problems with the house decoration, I could decide for myself. Of course, he would solve the work at hand as quickly as possible and come to help. If I found it troublesome, I could also throw the work to David. His expectation was that after the continuous shooting of Spider-Man 2 and 3 was completed, all the decorations would be completed because they would be very useful in the future. Hearing such words, I directly thought that our wedding date would be next year. The excitement brought by the explicit statement made me unable to sleep on the way back. I was guessing when he would propose to me. When I returned home on March 22nd, fatigue finally defeated the excitement. I only remember that he held me out of the car, and when I woke up, it was already the 23rd, and then I found something wrong. As soon as I opened my eyes, he told me that I would attend the Oscar ceremony in the evening. Because I had to hold my stomach in when I was wearing a dress, I couldn't eat, and it was difficult to go to the toilet when I was wearing a dress, so I couldn't drink water. So he pushed me to the bathroom and asked me to take a shower. To be honest, I was a little confused at the time, but what confused me even more was that, after taking a shower, the dress that the costume designer brought out was actually similar to a wedding dress. The whole dress was made of 12 layers of white fabrics of different shades, and a total of 10,000 Swarovski crystals were inlaid. When I put it on and walked around, the hem of the skirt would flow like water. I was shocked at the time. I thought he was going to propose to me after the Oscars. Because I clearly remember that I once expressed to him my desire for the Oscars. But after deciding to give up my identity as an actor, the Oscars might be my biggest disappointment. I think he didn't want me to be too disappointed, so he decided to propose to me after I didn't get any. Yes, my mental state at the time was like this. I even thought that his arrangement was really too romantic. Then I held back a smile that even the stylist and makeup artist could see, and let them take care of my facial makeup. When I set out with him, his outfit made me more certain of my guess. Because he had combed all his hair back, his shiny forehead was very eye-catching. On weekdays, when I wanted him to show his forehead, he would always say that this style was too formal and should be used on important occasions. And the proposal, isn't it an important occasion? I believe that, if there was a mirror, I would find that I was smiling like a fangirl at that time. But there was no mirror, so I maintained that kind of happiness, and walked on the red carpet with him. Although I also walked on the red carpet with him at the premiere of Titanic. Compared with this time, the scene at that time was simply weak. With the appearance of the two of us, the shouts like a tsunami almost pierced my eardrums. The audience outside the red line seemed to be our fans. When he put his arm around my waist to sign autographs for those fans, the guy who got the autograph burst into tears. The trembling sound even moved me. When I turned my head to look at him, well, he is mine now. Posing in front of the blinding spotlights in the photo area, being interviewed by the ABC host at the sponsorship sign at the end of the red carpet, and after we finished the process step by step, a group of people appeared, which made me excited. I didn't expect that my parents would come too. When they told me that he brought them here, my premonition became stronger. Afterwards, the guys who greeted us confirmed my thoughts. Everyone praised me for being beautiful, and everyone said that I chose a good dress. I also thought it was good, because the only thing missing was a veil. Maybe it was because I was eager to turn my premonition into reality, or maybe it was because something I had been looking forward to for a long time was about to happen. So when I sat down with him, I was absent-minded. Who was the host? I didn't care at all. What was the opening performance? I didn't even watch it. The jokes that the award presenters threw out at any time and place. If the public laughed, I laughed, and if the public applauded, I applauded. Apart from talking to him about the winners in my mind when the nominations for each award came out, I didn't do anything else. The major technical awards, honorary awards, lifetime achievement awards, performances, speeches. After more than an hour, the one I heard the most was Titanic. I really didn't expect that this movie could win 9 Oscars with 15 nominations. When people around me stood up frequently, no matter how excited I was a little envious. Envy of them for being able to return with awards. Envy of them for successfully reaching the top. Who do you think will win? When the introduction of the nominees for Best Actress appeared on the big screen, I touched him to know his opinion. However, he did not answer directly, but asked, "Who do you think can?" This question actually stumped me, because among the 5 candidates this time, Julie Christie, who was nominated for Wife Swap Game, had already won the Best Actress in 1966, and Jodie Foster, who was nominated for Contact, had 2 nominees. Apart from them, Helena Carter, who was nominated for The Wings of the Dove, Judi Dench, who was nominated for Mrs. Brown, and I were all nominated for the first time. Not only that, we are all from the UK. In other words, unless the judges voted for Julie Christie, it would definitely be the 3 of us who won the award, and the judges could not vote for Julie Christie, because her qualifications could not be compared with Jodie Foster, who was present at the scene. Therefore, it was obvious that this year's Best Actress was born among the 3 of us. In this case, when the 3 of us were on the same starting line, I naturally felt that, of course I hope I can win the award. When I said this, I suddenly found that he, who was still sitting upright, laughed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at me while watching the candidate clips on the big screen. Then I heard the 3rd most beautiful words in my life, "As you wish." What? When I looked at him in the dark conference room, my mind went blank. I stared with my eyes wide open, wanting to see his expression clearly, wanting to understand his thoughts, wanting to understand the meaning of his words, but unfortunately, he turned his head back. When I wanted to pinch him with my hand, to signal him to turn back again, the introduction video on the screen just ended. As the lights came on, the award presenter opened the envelope, and I also understood the meaning of his words. And the Oscar goes to Kate Winslet. With a wow, the originally quiet conference room, the atmosphere instantly changed the tone. As the wave of applause sounded, those opponents who were nominated like me looked at me with smiles, as if they had known the result long ago, and I, with my mouth slightly open, looked around with a bewildered look. I really thought I was dreaming. Me? Best Actress? How is this possible? How is this possible? Question mark? How is this possible? Perhaps because I didn't respond. The guest on the stage said my name again, Kate Winslet. When my name was heard throughout the venue for the second time, the damn man next to me had stood up and helped me up. Not only that, he also hugged me. Perhaps in the eyes of the audience, he was celebrating with me with a smile on his face. But the words he said with his mouth close to my ear were not words of congratulation, but the second most beautiful words I have ever heard in my life. Remember when we were in Badger, California? I said you would win an Oscar. His words were like a steel knife, stabbing my heart fiercely. I stared at him with surprise, and to prove the truth, I raised my hand and pinched this damn guy. When he frowned and cried out in pain, I dared to confirm that I was not dreaming. I turned my head and was about to find more answers, but James Cameron opened his arms and hugged me. Oh, kid, he must have been hiding this from you. It's true. Everything is true. Hurry up and get on stage. If you still feel it's wrong, go back tonight and beat him up. Damn it. I'm sure I was cursing at that time. If I could, I would even want to turn around and beat him up. In the past 3 months, that guy took me out to eat, drink and have fun, but secretly he was helping me win the Oscar. Oh. This is simply. If emotions can be transformed into symbols, I think that guy has been beaten to death by my hammer. Although I have been on the podium countless times before, when I really took the paper card and saw the name printed on it with lead type, the trophy weighing nearly 4 kilograms still made me at a loss when facing the camera. Because I really didn't prepare anything. I really thought I was just going to go through the motions. I thought he was going to propose to me. Oh, when I talked about proposing, some things came to my blank mind. I remember that I seemed to have told him that if I won an Oscar, I would go to church with him that night. Oh my god. When the joke at that time popped up in my mind, I realized why he coaxed me to wear what I wore today. It turned out that he had planned it. What a damn guy. Because I was too excited, I couldn't even figure out what I said in my acceptance speech. After I finished my acceptance speech incoherently, raised the trophy for the reporter to take pictures, and then was asked to go backstage for an interview as I had never experienced before, the first thing I saw was him chasing me. Then, I raised the little golden man. Well, I didn't have the heart to hit him in the end, but pounced on him and bit his shoulder hard. Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted to give you a surprise. Surprise? This is a shock. Okay. I'm totally unprepared, you know? I don't know what to say at all. But you said it well. Oh. Shit. I think I just performed like shit on the stage. I yelled at him, raised my fist and hit his chest directly, but just after shouting, before my hand fell, I cried. He thought I really felt embarrassed on the stage, but I knew that I was happy. I don't know how many connections he has made for me on this little golden man, but I know that from today on, no one can stop me from having the last name Allen. Since there are still 4 awards to be presented, including Best Supporting Actor, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Picture, I don't have much time to vent my emotions backstage. After he wiped my tears and asked the makeup artist to touch up my makeup, I returned to the award ceremony with him after accepting media interviews. Soon, James Cameron raised his arms high and shouted, "I'm the king of the world." Really, at that time, I really felt that either I was crazy or the Academy was crazy. With my Best Actress and James Best Director, we have 11 out of 15 nominations. At this rate, we will also win Best Picture. And by then, we will surpass Ben-Hur and become the most awarded film in history. Number 1 in box office history and 12 out of 15 Oscar nominations? This is simply a joke, okay? After calming down, I applauded James and glanced at the guy who I punched backstage. Looking at the smiling man, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt that he was a little out of tune with the people around him. After thinking about it carefully, I guessed that it might be because he was destined not to win the Oscar for Best Actor. That's why he was not in a good mood. I don't know why I thought that way at the time, and I also know that he is not interested in awards, but it is an objective fact that he can't win an award. So, I quietly touched him and said, "Don't worry about the Best Actor. Be happy, okay? I won't regret it. We will go to Las Vegas after the award ceremony." If God can give me another chance, I will never touch him with my hand at the award ceremony. If God can let me change 2 things, I will not even talk to him for 3 hours. Because after I touched him, he didn't answer directly, but turned his head to look at me. After looking at me for a few seconds, he smiled and asked, "Do you want me to register for marriage with you in Las Vegas? Register on the same day, and get the certificate on the same day. You don't even want a proposal ceremony?" His question really embarrassed me. Feeling that half smiley look, I really want to punch him again. Of course I want a proposal ceremony. I also want to go through the proposal, engagement, and marriage. Since you know, why didn't you do it earlier? The point is that there is no ring yet. As soon as I thought of the ring, my good mood for winning the award disappeared completely. I rolled my eyes at him, turned my eyes back to the stage, and said angrily, "Then let's go home directly later." I believe he saw my anger at the time, and he did comfort me at the time. Wait a minute, give me some more time. To be honest, after hearing this perfunctory comfort, I was furious. Listen to what you are saying. The progress on my side has reached the point of getting the marriage certificate, but you haven't even proposed yet? This is too much. Other science and engineering men say that the most annoying thing about chasing girls is not being able to see the other person's progress bar, but now, it's me who can't see your attitude feedback. Although he helped me win the Oscar, I was really angry at the time. We have been together for 2 years, 2 whole years. From the beginning of 1996 to now, the time we have been apart has not exceeded 3 weeks. In the situation where we stay together for 24 hours, I really don't know how much more time he needs. And even if you want time, can you give me an accurate number so that I can have an idea? Maybe it was because the occasion was wrong, or maybe I was really a little too much at that time, so when I turned my head away, he didn't chase me to admit his mistake as usual. Just when I was sulking alone, the award ceremony had already reached the awarding stage for the best actor, and then I heard the most unexpected result. And the Oscar goes to Roland Allen. What the fuck? This result scared me so much that I jumped out of my seat. The Academy gave him the Oscar for Best Actor? What kind of a choice is this? I just haven't lived in America for a while. How come aliens invaded the Earth? To be honest, his winning the award surprised me more than mine. But what surprised me even more was that he rushed to the stage with a look of excitement, confirmed that he won the award in front of the media reporters, and then gave a logical acceptance speech to the microphone, or in other words, the time he asked me for before. I really didn't expect that the little time he said a few minutes ago was really just a little time. I just flew back to Los Angeles from Wellington yesterday. The countless buys before that made me unprepared. Although I didn't prepare a speech for the award, I prepared some other things. I know it's not appropriate to use the time for an acceptance speech to do other things, but please don't kick me out for the sake of a young man like me who is pursuing love. At this point, he looked at the audience. David, who came in with an additional ticket, didn't know when he touched the bottom of the stage, and handed him a jewelry box in his hand. While bending down to take it, he also put down the little golden man. Then, I heard the most beautiful words in my life. "Kate, can you come up? I originally wanted to give you this gift after the Oscars, but now that I'm standing up, I think it's most appropriate now." While speaking, he also opened the box. Although the distance was far, I could still see it clearly. Because that blue diamond is so big. Note, many people look down on Vin Diesel, but she has been given scripts with heroines since she was born. Alan Parker announced his retirement in 2000, but when Vin Diesel was about to shoot The Life of David Gale, he came out to take the helm and helped her, and never filmed again. Bob Hoskins, the director of Tales from the Dark World, who is also the private detective and who framed Roger Rabbit in The First Mate in Hook, gave her Angels of Sin Kenneth Branagh's acting career started from her family's theater. She is the youngest 2-time nominee in Oscar history. Without the votes of the British gang, she would be like Leo and not even get a nomination. Many people say that she started high but ended low, but all the projects after The Ship were made by her own preferences. Ozark had the 1991 Oscar winner play with her. Holy Smoke was directed by the director of The Piano, and Life Together had Judi Dench play with her. She is actually like Dong Yu's niece. She can do whatever she wants. Many actresses are taboo about getting married and having children, but for her, it is as simple as eating and drinking water. There is no financial pressure or work pressure. She was actually a winner in life when she was born. Minority Report and Life Together were both placed in front of her at the same time. She chose to go for awards or commercials, and she chose to go for awards. Fat When was really fat when she was a child. The rehearsal video of the children's play leaked by BBC is simply unrecognizable without subtitles. It is even more excessive than the princess I mentioned before. Chapter 255, King of Understanding and Madness. On January 3, 1996, James Cameron called me to his home and asked me to pick out my favorite one from a pile of photos. In his words, "We'd better find a guy who makes you want to marry at first sight. If you can't even move yourself, how can you move others?" So, I started looking for photos there, and when I found you, the casting was over. I took the photo and told James that either he should call you or I would leave. Then, I got your information. To be honest, when I opened the information, my brain bust. The first thing I saw was nationality. It said UK, so I didn't look at your height, weight, and measurements the second time, but slid into your acting experience. That bunch of Shakespeare's plays and Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility gave me a headache. What I thought at the time was, it's over. I don't know how to answer this question. I don't have any research on William's plays. How should I approach this girl? I was very panicked at the time and made up for some knowledge. Then, you saw through me. I will never forget that night when we stood on the top of the mountain with a Hollywood sign. You rubbed my face and asked me to be more sincere. Although you exposed my disguise, when I learned that you liked me for 5 years, I was really happy. You are just. Did you praise me for being handsome in front of me? At the same time, I was relieved. I thought that, since we were attracted to each other, our relationship would be smooth sailing, right? Just as I expected, we have been apart for very few times in the past 2 years. Although more than a year of that time was spent on the preparation and filming of Titanic, it is an indisputable fact that you turned down all your work to be with me. Between us, there may not be the rough experiences that outsiders want to hear about, nor have we faced the separation of life and death like Jack and Rose, but I think this is good enough. I believe that no one wants to see you push me into the sea for the second time. After more than 700 days of getting along, for those who have walked through life together, it is indeed very short, but those guys have all walked through these 700 days. We have had a good start, and I also hope that the good things can continue. So I asked David to buy me a Wittelsbach blue diamond and cut it into its current shape. It looks familiar, right? It was cut for the Star of the Sea, and I named it Future. When I met you, I met my future. When Roland personally put on the Star of the Sea minus version of the necklace, which he called Future, Kate, who had previously been able to control her emotions and not cry when she won the Best Actress award, could no longer hold back the tears. A series of tears kept sliding down her cheeks. Even though she was on the stage, even though she knew there were hundreds of viewers below, and even though she understood that this was a live broadcast across the United States, she still covered her mouth and nose with her hands. Her heaving chest seemed to tell the world how excited she was, and the visible trembling showed the joy in her heart to the fullest. Just as she looked at her lover with complicated eyes, her mind went blank. Even if she tried to organize her words, she didn't know what to say. Roland, who had put the necklace on her, took a step back and put his right hand into his trouser pocket. He took out a ring box. After opening it, the heart-shaped pink diamond was faithfully presented on the big screen by the ABC cameraman who rushed onto the stage with a camera. Then, Roland knelt on one knee. He raised his head and looked at Kate, smiling and said, "We have been together for more than 700 days, but I have never given you a ring. Because I think giving a ring is a very sacred thing. If we give a ring before we have thought it through, the meaning of the ring will only add a lot of burden to our steadily growing relationship. When we have been to each other's homes and have a certain understanding of each person's growth environment and growth experience, and we can still be together happily, I personally think that the foundation for giving a ring has been laid." So, I went to prepare it. According to my idea, I plan to give it to you after the Oscars. We met because of the movie, so I also hope that our relationship can continue like the life of the movie. But since the judges chose me and let me stand on this stage, now is the best opportunity. So, I want to give it to you here. At the same time, I want to ask you a question. Kate, will you marry me? Oh swish, promise him. As soon as Roland finished speaking, the originally silent venue was instantly boiling. Earlier, when Roland asked for time and hoped that the guests would not drive him off, the insiders present were very puzzled because they really couldn't figure out what this guy who had connections wanted to say on the stage. Was he going to hit them hard in the face? Or was he going to show off his fist arrogantly? Or was he going to diss the rotten program? No matter which situation it was the result they didn't want to see. You received the award according to the process, so you should give a speech according to the process. First express your surprise and excitement, then tell the story of your growth, and express how hard your experience has been over the years. Then thank all the guys who have helped you openly, thank the judges who chose you, the Fair and Just Academy, and the countless fans who support you, and finally give a summary of your feelings, and then leave the stage. Isn't that it? As for the other things you said, you don't need to prepare for this. Don't make trouble, okay? Back then, your teacher criticized the Academy judges because he didn't win an Oscar, but you did. However, their worries didn't last long, as they were stunned by the necklace Roland took out. When Roland took out the ring from the box, held it in the air, and waited for Kate to reach out her hand, the shouts of booing, the exclamations of surprise, and the applause of celebration all intertwined together, because they all misunderstood. Or, in other words, at this moment, everyone was possessed by the king of understanding. Oh, shit. Roland went to great lengths to get Steven and the Big Six to make such a big fuss for him, only to propose to him during the Oscars, live broadcast across the United States. Oh my god. If I were Kate, I would get the marriage certificate with him tomorrow. Robert Duvall, who had received a call from Steven Spielberg to canvass for votes, applauded and complained to Dustin Hoffman beside him in shock. Young people nowadays are so crazy. Dustin Hoffman, who also only knew that Roland was going to win an award, but didn't know that he was going to propose, shook his head and cast his gaze towards Martin Scorsese, who was present to present the honorary awards today. After discovering that the old man was also applauding with a look of surprise, he said, maybe. Wasn't there a rumor before that Roland deliberately disgusted Harvey for Kate? And Tom also told me that Kate is I really love Roland. During the filming of Saving Private Ryan, she was with the crew throughout the whole process. Roland also loves Kate, and the emotional scenes were all framed by her. The two have such a good relationship, so the proposal should be the motivation for winning the award, right? What do you mean by should? He has already done it on the stage. We were all fooled by him. Sitting next to the two, Robert De Niro, who was responsible for presenting the Best Documentary Award tonight, laughed and scolded. Steven and Roland hid it too deeply. I have always been very strange before. Why would Roland, who doesn't care about awards at all, suddenly want to rush for an Oscar? It turns out that the Oscar rush was fake, and the proposal on the stage was real. He must be worried that we would not vote for him after learning that the purpose of his appearance on the stage was just to propose, so he made such a big fuss before. And Steven is the accomplice. That's right. After seeing Roland kneeling on one knee and proposing to Kate, the guys who didn't know what kind of deal Roland had with the Big Six all had the wrong idea. They thought Roland won the award because he proposed, not because he won the award. In their opinion, Roland, who was holding countless thick thighs, didn't need to rush to win the award. He should continue to mix in the business field, and when he was old enough, he would form a full gold lineup to fight back. You are only 10 years and 100 months old now. It is too easy to be criticized if you win the award at this age. However, if it was for a proposal, then they could understand it. Which girl doesn't want her man to understand romance? And proposing at the Oscars, a live broadcast watched by tens of millions of people at the same time. This special code is something that even novels dare not write. Unlike the hundreds of guests who guessed the situation wrong, The senior executives of the media giants who were watching the live broadcast at home and Steven Spielberg, who was responsible for matchmaking, were confused at the moment. They knew the inside story and never thought that when faced with the most vague clause of the deal, to make a big news, Roland actually invested his entire life into it. Damn. We have been doing business for so many years, and we have never seen such a real partner. Michael Eisner, who asked Roland to express his feelings appropriately at the Oscars, stared at the TV in amazement. At a certain moment, he even doubted whether he was still immersed in sleep. Child, although I have never communicated with you, I have read your information and collected your information. Many people say that you are dull. If it weren't for you having parents, they would even suspect that you are Steven's son because you are just like him, playing video games all day long. Before, when I heard such comments, I would just laugh, but now, how could you be Steven's son? How could that introverted guy give birth to a lunatic like you? Propose at the Oscars? Can you do such a thing? Box office records in film history. Best actor and actress at the Oscars. Propose at the Oscars. And that hope cut from the White House batch blue diamond? And that heart-shaped pink diamond ring? Wait, CNN seems to have reported before that an American tycoon spent $50 million to buy a bunch of gems, and among them, there was a 2.3 carat pink diamond and a White House batch blue diamond. Oh. Fuck. In order to propose, you spent $50 million just on visible jewelry? After thinking of this number, the Disney tyrant was stunned. While he was stunned, he also admired Roland's behavior. He liked this kind of guy who cooperated with him to do things. While expressing shock at Roland's extremely coquettish operation, the Disney emperor directly called ABC. Tell me, what is the ratings? 55 million when Kate won the award. 59 million when James won the award. 64 million when Roland won the award. When he proposed, it reached 71 million. And the data is still rising. It is expected to reach 75 million when the best film comes out. You calculated it wrong. Can Roland's proposal drive more than 20 million viewers? It's 11 o'clock in the evening now. What? That's right. Imdb and Yahoo have been squeezed out. Now there is only MSN that can call the server and hold on. Roland personally strangled his own industry. Let Microsoft get a new life. Yes, when ABC dutifully transmitted the picture of Kate's award to every corner of America, countless voices in thousands of families exclaimed to the TV. Kate actually won an award. She actually won the best actress. What about our Roland? There have only been 6 times in the history of the Oscars that the best actress and best actor were awarded to people in the same play at the same time. Those judges definitely did it on purpose. Then the internet started to curse. Even though Roland and Kate have already officially announced it, if there is a problem, 99% of the fans will still stand on Roland's side. After all, they have watched him for 8 years, accompanied him to break a series of records, and sent his movies to the top 3 box office in film history. Compared with Roland, Kate, a British, is an outsider. If Kate is against someone else, then they will definitely stand firmly on Kate's side. But if Roland and Kate have a conflict, they will definitely protect Roland's interests. After all, from the perspective of fans who use their butts to decide their heads, Kate's official announcement is a sign of climbing high. Even if the two have a good relationship, Roland cannot suffer losses because of Kate. So, for a while, the internet was full of posts advising breakups, criticizing judges, punching fellow nominees, and stepping on the Academy Awards. While these people were making a fuss, those who had not watched the live broadcast also turned on their TVs one after another. When they found out that James also won the Best Director award, and that among the 15 nominations, it seemed that only Roland missed the grand prize, the scolding became even stronger. In this crazy attack, Imdb was the first to die. After Imdb's netizens switched to Yahoo, Yahoo also went down one after another. When these two websites exploded one after another, most of the guys who wanted to continue scolding people flocked to MSN. This website, which has been unable to beat Yahoo for many years, inexplicably became the portal with the highest real-time visits on the internet. It instantly became the most beautiful baby at the moment. Of course, Microsoft was also confused, because they had never seen a competitor die on the traffic news of their own boss. Your boss can attract traffic, but you can't eat up the traffic your boss attracts. This is simply given away for nothing. With the influx of these people, the MSN community was suddenly filled with chaos. Of course, while disrupting the atmosphere, they actually made a certain contribution to the ratings. Some people who originally thought that Roland would not win the award, so as not to be sad, did not watch the live broadcast. After seeing those offensive words, they turned on the TV in a daze. They wanted to know which unlucky kid would win the best actor. That could not be one. Then, Roland's name spread to thousands of households and swept across America. ? When those guys who were watching the live broadcast and typing frantically found out that Roland actually won the Oscar for Best Actor, the guys who were still there fucking you were all frozen. Roland won the award. Roland actually won the award? ? The Academy actually gave the award to Roland? We scolded the wrong person? We shouldn't scold the Academy? ? We should target those awards that didn't give him the award before. Is the Academy different from other awards, or is it fair and just? After such self-doubt appeared, the number of new posts and replies on MSN dropped sharply during that period. Before these guys could recover, Roland gave an acceptance speech that was not an acceptance speech. When Roland put on a necklace that was highly similar to the one in the movie on Kate, she was so excited that she cried out like a ghost and a wolf and rushed out bravely. When Kate, who was crying and unable to speak, stretched out her hand and let Roland put the ring on her finger, and then threw herself into Roland's arms without caring about her image, holding Roland's head and giving the most enthusiastic response. Microsoft, which was just laughing at Amazon and Yahoo, couldn't laugh anymore because MSN was also down. Not only that, those guys who were tearing Kate down before also completely forgot what they had done. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't help it. I can't breathe. Okay. That necklace is so pretty, isn't it? Where did you buy the pink diamond heart-shaped ring? Roland is so thoughtful. Roland's acceptance speech for the Oscar for Best Actor was Kate, will you marry me? Roland proposed to someone. The guy I've liked for 8 years is getting married? ? Ah. My youth is over. It's so touching. It's so touching. I don't know why I cried, but I just cried. How romantic. A proposal broadcast live across America. I envy Kate so much, and compared to Roland, my boyfriend is as stupid as a pig. When I was watching Titanic, I wanted to ask them to get married right there. Now, I really saw Roland propose to Kate. Why do I feel so sad? Is it because I haven't found someone who loves me yet? No. It's definitely not my problem. It must be that God only cares about them. I must go watch Titanic again tomorrow. The DVD seems to be released tomorrow. I'll buy one too. My Heart Will Go On will also be released tomorrow. Oh my god. I want to buy it too. God, please watch them. While you are watching them, can I just look at him? I just want a boyfriend who loves me. He must be handsome, a little more famous, a little rich, preferably someone as romantic as Roland. Note, in the history of the Oscars, there have been only 7 times when the Best Actor and Best Actress awards were given to guys nominated for the same movie. Jack Nicholson won twice, once for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and once for As Good as It Gets. Then the Fonda family I wrote about before. Jane Fonda won once for Coming Home, and her father Henry Fonda won once for On Golden Pond with Katharine Hepburn. It's written 6 times in the article, because As Good as It Gets was won in that year. Chapter 256. You don't spend any money, so why do you say you love me? Super romantic. Roland Allen proposed to Kate Winslet at the Oscars. 18 years and 82 days old. The youngest Oscar winner in history. Titanic becomes the film with the most Oscar nominations and the most awards, with 13 wins out of 15 nominations. Big winner. Titanic wins 4 awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor and Best Actress. Oscar ratings announced, 73 million, the highest in history. Uncovering the secret of the White House batch Blue Diamond, telling you how much money Roland Allen gave away last night. The next morning, Roland Allen and Kate Winslet appeared on the front pages of major media. The photo of him kneeling on one knee on the stage and proposing with a ring became the first choice for the cover of all newspapers and magazines. Even though Titanic won a great victory and officially became the most nominated and most awarded film in Oscar history, the Oscars' instant ratings of 73 million exceeded the second place by 20 million. According to the census of the total population of 276 million, more than 26.4% of Americans watched the Oscars live last night. It was the program with the highest ratings except for extreme conflicts such as the Rodney King riots and the Simpson murder case. However, they still could not prevent Roland Allen from making headlines. In other words, Roland Allen was the one with the biggest status last night. Although it sounds a bit magical that his personal status is bigger than Oscar, it is actually normal if you think about it carefully. Oscar is just an award. Even if it has the adjectives of the oldest, most authoritative and professional in America, Oscar is just an award. People don't like Oscar. The reason they pay attention to it is only because there are people they like in the nomination list. People want to see the guy they support win the award. If these foundations are missing, no matter how high the award is, it will only become a niche and finally become stupid. Because of this, it is obvious that Roland Allen made the front page headlines. There is no way. Having a lot of fans is awesome. Others need Oscar to attract traffic, but Roland Allen can attract traffic to Oscar. Of course, if Roland Allen simply won the Oscar for Best Actor, pushed the youngest record back more than 10 years, and it is very likely to be maintained forever, then the one who made the front page headlines with him would be Oscar. Because in the past month, under the bombardment of the media, people only had one judgment in their minds: whether Roland Allen could win the award. When the grand prize was announced and everything was settled, the Oscar, the honor, and the person who won the honor would be integrated into one and would be mutually dependent and mutually endorsed. The Oscar affirmed Roland Allen's performance, and at the same time, Roland Allen's huge fan base would also admit that the Oscar was right. From any angle, this is a win-win situation. But the problem is that when Roland Allen proposed to marry him in a live broadcast across the United States, the Oscar became his background board. To put it bluntly, although the Oscars, a commendation conference, has been made into a national event, in the eyes of the outside world, the little golden man is just a means to improve the style of the guy you like or admire. The greatest success of the Oscars is that they have pushed their standards to the public, so that when the public recommends their favorite guys to others, they have a benchmark to measure, and when the fans of each family quarrel, they can show off their excellent results. If you have to dig deeper, this honor is just a catalyst for the public to sublimate their pride to the extreme. This is a high degree of satisfaction on the spiritual level, and it does not actually promote the real life of the public. Not only that, the Oscars do not sell anything other than adding honor to film practitioners. In this way, when it exists independently, it may be sacred. But compared with the extremely romantic love, the catalyst of the Oscars seems extremely small. Even though it has been 3 months since the release of Titanic, it is still the weekly box office champion. The record of being the box office champion for 15 consecutive weeks is not achieved by fans buying tickets crazily. The global total box office has reached 1.7 billion, and the love between Jack and Rose has been engraved in the hearts of the audience. And in this case, Roland Allen and Kate Winslet both won the Oscar. The two people who could make the audience cry in the theater actually walked out of the movie? Roland Allen actually proposed to Kate Winslet in public at the Oscars? When he is dead. After watching Titanic, the most discussed thing is Jack's death and Rose's loneliness. People imagine if Jack survived, whether the two can live a happy life. The guy who expects love believes that the guy who can give his life for the other person will definitely love each other for a lifetime, while the guy who emphasizes reality says that they will definitely break up because of the scouring and blow of reality. Both sides stick to their own opinions, and no one can convince the other, and now, there is no need to argue. Because Jack has proposed to Rose, and he proposed at the Oscars. Titanic sells the love that the public desires. Proposing is to bring the beauty that stays in the story into reality. Proposing at the Oscars ceremony, that kind of impact across dimensions, can arouse people's beautiful fantasies. when the role and the actor completely overlap, when the love that ended abruptly in the movie can continue in reality. What is the youngest actor in Oscar history? What is the most nominated and most awarded movie in Oscar history? These titles are not important at all, because the real result people see is love. Oscar, this thing that many people yearn for and strive to impact, is just a background board that adds luster to love. In this way, after the Oscars, this term that has dominated the outside world's attention in previous years can only be stunned this time, helplessly watching the public study the guy who is related to it, but has nothing to do with it. Because people are discussing how much Roland loves Kate. Because people are discussing how romantic it is to give away jewelry worth $50 million at the Oscars. Because people are discussing when the peripherals of Titanic, which symbolizes beautiful love, can be restocked. That's right, the day after the Oscars, or in other words, after the proposal was live broadcasted across the United States, the box office, which had been growing at a rate of 2 to 3 million per day, soared again. In the past 3 months, there were only 3 movies on the market that could compete with The Wedding Singer, The Desperate Assassin, and The Man in the Iron Mask. When the popularity of Titanic was about to pass, these 3 movies were actually ready to impact the top of the box office, but unexpectedly, a proposal directly knocked Titanic back to the box office. On the 24th, it closed at 4 million. On the 25th, it rose to 6 million. On the 26th, it soared to 8 million. A movie that has been released for 15 weeks. In the 16th week, the box office of 3 working days exceeded the first weekend of countless movies. This made New Line, which released The Wedding Singer, Warner, which released The Desperate Assassin, and MGM, which released The Iron Mask, extremely speechless. They knew that Roland Allen's fans were very strong, but they didn't know that these guys were so strong. After such a long time of release, Roland Allen's fans should have all seen it, but even so, those guys still walked into the theater. To put it nicely, it's support. To put it bluntly, it's just giving money away. Such a situation made the peers numb. It also made those data companies adjust the global total box office of the entire movie from 1.8 billion to 2 billion. Before, when the box office of Titanic fell off a cliff, they thought that this movie might not be able to break 2 billion, but now, no one doubts that this movie can't break the record. Because if it really doesn't work, Roland can still hold an engagement ceremony to stimulate the box office. If it's still a little short, then use a grand wedding to continue to push it up. In other words, the guy who lives in Los Angeles and gets up at 4 in the morning to practice basketball has not yet become famous. Otherwise, the title of 6 billion will be attached to Roland Allen. If in most cases, the real blessing of the Oscars for movies is still reflected through box office, then for Titanic, the data of 18 million in 3 days is really just the worst result, because its peripherals have been sold out. On the 24th, the DVD of Titanic was officially launched. In just one day, the first batch of 660,000 DVDs prepared by Fox were sold out. Titanic is the first movie in history that dared to release DVDs while the movie was still in theaters, and the terrifying speed of selling out on the first day made people in the circle sigh for the madness of fans for the second time. Although when watching the Oscar live broadcast, Fox had already expected that their advance preparation was still insufficient, but before getting off work in the afternoon, the orders that flooded the office still exceeded their expectations. Not only that, the single My Heart Will Go On was also launched on the 24th. Without any water injection operation, it was platinum on the first day. Universal, which was responsible for releasing the song, could wake up laughing in their dreams after seeing such a result. Why? Because if they were to release the song normally, they would have to spend money on publicity. But under Roland's trick, they didn't do anything, and the money was already in their hands. Even if they needed to give Roland Allen a large share according to the contract they had signed before, and they also spent a lot of manpower and material resources to help Roland win the Oscar, compared with the soaring single sales, all this was really nothing. Of course, the release of such hot songs as Titanic and My Heart Will Go On must be followed by pirated copies. But the problem is that just when Fox and Universal were doing their best and were ready to crack down on piracy, they suddenly found that the pirated copies that swept the market on weekdays could not sell as well as the genuine copies this time. This situation made the six extremely confused. And when they understood the reason, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. The reason why pirated copies could not sell as well as the genuine copies was very simple. Because the guys who usually like to spend money to buy DVDs and singles did not buy pirated copies this time. Why do people buy the DVD of Titanic? The single My Heart Will Go On? Isn't it because they want the love that dreams of becoming reality to happen to them? What those people buy is not a DVD at all, but the love sold by Roland Allen and Kate Winslet, which is the beautiful fantasy they desire and hope to exist. In this case, who would choose to pirate it? As for buying pirated DVDs to watch movies, just use your fingers to think about it, and you know that it is impossible. Because the movie has not been taken off the screen. Going to the cinema to watch movies is not only good, but also cheap. If you must say that buying pirated DVDs to watch movies at home is to be able to watch it several times at home and avoid the cost of going to the cinema multiple times, then this is really arguing. Titanic was released for 16 weeks, and those who wanted to watch the movie had already gone to the cinema to watch it. Those who haven't seen it basically don't want to watch it. When these people buy pirated copies, the most they think about is to watch it once. But the price of buying a pirated copy to watch it once is far more than the cost of going to the cinema to watch it once. As for renting pirated discs, for pirates, this business is not profitable at all. As a result, the most ridiculous thing happened to the Big Six. The biggest impact of the proposal at the Oscars was not that the box office increased by another 20 million, nor that the DVD sold nearly 1 million copies, nor that the single rushed to the major charts overnight, but that the legitimate version sold nearly 3 times the price of the pirated version. It seems that the best way to combat piracy is to make customers stop buying pirated copies. As for how to make customers stop buying pirated copies, that depends on the actors and directors. You brag to us all day long about how many fans you have. Does it work? Based on the quality shown by these fans now, none of the other actors deserve to get a share. Can fans who are unwilling to buy even the legitimate movie gift package be considered fans? If you don't spend any money, how can you say you love me? Although these are the complaints of the top executives of the Big Six, after seeing the crazy feedback from the fans, it must be said that the behavior of these fans has indeed affected the pricing of other artists. In Hollywood, where 80% of a project's profits come from the surroundings, it is obviously not enough to just bring in box office sales. In the past, the Big Six might not have included the ability to sell surroundings in the artist pricing formula, because the surroundings that sold well were actually all kinds of apes. But now, with Roland Allen's classic demonstration, the lives of others will be more difficult. However, whether those guys are difficult or not, in fact, has nothing to do with Roland Allen. Anyway, there are only 2 movies left with signed contracts before he retires. After filming Spider-Man 2 and 3 and completing the publicity and distribution according to the prior agreement, the identity of the actor as a tool in the eyes of capital has come to an end. Although he sympathizes with other tools, but it's just sympathy. Of course, before officially saying goodbye to his identity as an actor, Roland Allen still has to pay off his debts. The first thing to bear the brunt is what Time Warner needs, the cover photo and interview of Time magazine. Note, in reality, there are indeed guys who are bigger than the Oscars, and this definition is that they can ignore the rules and force a large increase in ratings. The first one is Spielberg. The ratings of the Oscars in 1983 were 53 million, and it was a disastrous failure. As a result, the ratings plummeted by 10 million the next year. The second one is Cameron. The ratings in 1998 were 55 million, and the next year there was No The Ship, and the ratings plummeted by 10 million. In history, the ratings exceeded 50 million only twice, and they are the only ones. In reality, the movies in January, February, March, and April of 1998 were basically dead. No matter which week The Ship was released, they could not beat it. The power of love is really too great. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Real Life, Fake Everything. Roland, you're holding the Oscar trophy in the wrong hand. You should hold it with your left hand, while Kate holds it with her right hand. The two of you are just the opposite. Kate, your movements are different from Roland's. Don't hug his waist. Put your arms around his neck with both hands. Roland, you don't need to bury your head. Just lower it slightly by 15 to 30 degrees. Kate, could you please stand on tiptoe? You are 5 feet 6 and Roland is exactly 6 feet. He is more than an inch lower, and you can stand on tiptoe more than 2 inches. You don't even need a cushion. The height difference between you two is perfect. Yes, 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 this movement is correct. Then, Roland, although you are the one who was kissed forcibly, don't show surprise, but the expected joy. After all, you were the one who succeeded in the proposal. I want to see happiness in you. Kate, you are the one who was proposed to. Joy, excitement, excitement. Anything is fine. Vent your emotions. Okay, okay, okay. Very good. Okay. Let's call it a day. Thank you both for your hard work. Hard work. When the photographer made an okay gesture, put down the camera and shook hands with the two people, the studio of Time suddenly rang with applause like a celebration. All the staff greeted the two people with smiles on their faces. The editor who was waiting for the interview took the opportunity to lead them out of the extremely hot studio. Just by listening to the noise, those who didn't know would think that they had experienced a whole day of hard work, but in fact, 2 hours of makeup and 5 minutes of photo shooting. Many people think that shooting the cover of a high-profile magazine is a very troublesome thing. According to the process given by Vogue, the selected cover model must first meet with the photographer who takes pictures for them and briefly understand the other party's work style. Then the staff will tell them how honored it is to cooperate with the other party, and then go to makeup and try on clothes. And finally in the studio, under the scorching sun, they will pose coquettishly. No matter how famous you are, as long as you enter the studio, you have to coil up like a dragon and lie down like a tiger. But, sorry, this method does not work at Time at all. According to past practice, the cover pictures of Time magazine do not need to be specially taken, because many covers are either drawn, or directly cut from daily accumulated materials, or use the killer weapon of PS. Otherwise, how could Comrade Django tolerate the other party hanging devil horns on him, and then melted like ice cream? At the beginning, Time magazine did want to continue its own style. They wanted to use the photo of the proposal on the spot as the cover, but the media usage rate of that photo was too high. The homogeneous use would only make them look insincere. So, they chose the photo of the two kissing on the stage after the ring was put on. But after analyzing the material, they found that this photo could not be used either. When Kate returned to the stage, she did not bring her little golden man on stage, and Roland directly threw the little golden man on the stage beside her. If this photo was used as the cover, wouldn't it be that childhood sweethearts could not compete with the series of Falling from the Sky? In the eyes of young people, the Oscars, which have been in operation for many years, are not even worthy of carrying shoes for love. If the photo was taken at the angle of the Oscars and the trophy and the near distance was blurred, it would be a malicious diss. If it was an independent media, this kind of photo would be used, but the parent company of Time magazine is Time Warner. Oscar is a link in the parent company's industrial chain. Even if it is not held, it cannot be attacked, right? So, they basically don't shoot covers, so they can only take a fixed shot for the two of them. Under the design of the think tank, the final cover photo was actually aimed at pleasing fans. Kate changed into the blue dress in the movie, holding the little golden man in her right hand, hooking Roland's neck, raising her head to kiss. Roland wore the formal dress provided by the fat aunt in the movie, holding the little golden man in his left hand, putting it on Kate's waist, and lowering his head to respond. This is just a studio shot. After post-processing, the final effect presented is that the two people held the little golden man and kissed on the bow of the Titanic. Since the concept conveyed at the award ceremony is that the movie has entered reality, these guys from Time magazine don't mind pushing it back and making a cover that reflects the reality of the movie. Anyway, the public has now accepted the concept that Jack is Roland and Ruth is Kate, so it will never go wrong to follow suit and make a fuss about this concept. As long as they can make money, no, as long as they can boost magazine sales, they can do anything. Of course, this kind of partiality and preferential treatment is also related to the butt. The cover interview with Roland and Kate is a task ordered by the head office. Time magazine can be angry at everything, but they can't be angry at their own boss. So, after getting the photos, that had been conceived in a very gentle manner, the atmosphere of the following interview was also quite harmonious. It must be harmonious. Although all the questions were drafted by Time magazine, before the interview, they had to hand the questions over to Roland for review. After confirming that there were no topics beyond the scope, the interview began. Since I got the answers before the exam, not only that, after I found that I didn't know the questions, I also had the right to ask the teacher to change the questions. Then, isn't this interview more symbolic than practical? What's more, this is not a live TV broadcast. Even if the editor was clever and asked some sharp questions, Roland didn't have to yell at me like Comrade Django did. You can ask me questions that are beyond the scope of the interview, but I can also revoke your interview qualification. So, apart from telling some stories that the public likes to read, the rest are all about exposing personal private lives. For example, after I got along with him, I realized that he was really different from what the public thought. I believe many people have seen a piece of news before, that is, the reason why he chose to play a cameo role in Forrest Gump was because he was learning acting with Tom Hanks, and then many people thought that he was a hard-working and studious guy. I thought so at the time. I even thought, wow, Roland is really working too hard. But in fact, you have all been deceived. He does spend a certain amount of time on studying, but most of the time outside of work is spent playing games. Yes, playing computer games. He is the kind of guy who can play on the computer for a whole day without eating or drinking. His favorite games are Diablo and Warcraft produced by Blizzard. Every time I can't find him, I just go to the study, because he must be playing games there. By the way, he is still thinking about StarCraft, which will be released on March 31st. He has told me more than once that he wants to buy me a computer, so that I can play with him. For example, you asked her what she likes to do. You are trying to hurt me. If I answer truthfully, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Her favorite things to do are actually the same as all female stars: beauty, maintenance, fitness. Didn't many viewers say that she is fat? Although she said it didn't matter, she changed her fitness plan that day. Another thing she likes to do is not let me play computer. I thought at first that she wanted me to do something else with her, but when I got up, she directly turned on the Apple computer and then used Internet Explorer to enter Yahoo to watch the news. Well, saying that she watches the news is a compliment to her. The content she pays attention to is only us. She will be happy when she sees praise messages, and she will be angry when she sees derogatory information. If there is no relevant news, she will go to IMB and chat with fans in our section. She likes to praise the other person's vision in posts praising herself, and she also likes to argue with others in posts cursing herself. What? You ask about her ID. Her ID is, "Hey, why are you hitting me? You're still hitting me? Stop it." I won't say anything. For example, did Future and Heart really cost 50 million? I don't know the price, because David helped me to arrange it. I have never touched money in all these years. I'm not interested in money, and now I'm only interested in her. Who processed the ring and necklace? Don't Ashley and Mary have a double star group? I used to endorse their fashion. After learning that I needed to reprocess the necklace and ring, David established a jewelry studio called Roland Allen and Kate Winslet under the name of Double Star Group. Future and Heart were designed and processed by that studio according to my ideas. Why did you set up this studio? Of course it's because I feel more at ease doing it myself. Will you enter the jewelry market? I don't know about that, because I don't know much about this industry. What would happen if the public wanted it? The purpose of this studio is to create some jewelry according to my personal ideas, and then let her wear it, because I think jewelry is a very personal thing. The same ring may look good on you, but not necessarily on her. Customization can meet her needs, so I don't think the public would want it, right? Because I myself feel that the highlight of my personal aesthetics is choosing her. Otherwise, Future would not be created for Star of the Sea. And if the public really likes my idea, then that's David's decision. I don't understand business. That's right, the so-called disclosure of private life is to tell some stories that the public likes to read. What stories do the public like to read? Isn't that just celebrity gossip? Before this, Roland had only accepted 2 interviews. In addition to the main reason of being really lazy, it is also related to not having many stories to tell. What stories can a teenager tell? He is not Greta Thunberg, but now, there are many stories to tell. Just a little processing of your daily experience can create a flesh and blood body that the public wants to see. Is Roland really as perfect as we see? No. He is an internet addict like many people. How good is the relationship between Roland and Kate? So good that Roland got beaten up when he complained during the interview. How rich is Roland? Why did he give away more than 50 million jewelry? Because he is not face blind. Roland never makes up stories, but only shows his real life to the public. In addition to concealing that Blizzard Entertainment is his own sole proprietorship, he also holds shares in Apple, Amazon, and Yahoo. Although he doesn't understand business, it is true that he proposed to establish the brand studio. This is just a little more true news. As for why he left half of the story, it's because Jack Ma's reputation fell too quickly. Before retirement, Jack Ma's personal image was very high-end, but after retirement, he first made a fortune of $996, and then he was labeled as a people's rich man. Before retirement, he made people's dreams, and after retirement, he became the father of the younger generation. With such a bloody example in front of him, Roland will not brag about it. As for concealing wealth, that is what all rich people do. The most obvious person around Roland is Steven Spielberg. In 1990, his wealth exceeded $1 billion, but 10 years later, it was still $1 billion. Did the $250 million share of Jurassic Park go to waste? Every year, there are more than $100 million in copyright share and Universal Studios ticket commissions. Did these also go to waste? This is all cash. As a result, the major rich lists are just like nothing seen. Although showing off wealth is too common in the entertainment industry, after all, many people do not have high education, and the most popular American actress can even say the shocking words "even hurricanes are due to Chuanjango." But Roland, even in the eyes of outsiders, he is not educated, but this is just the American dream for the public. In this land of America, as long as you work hard and strive, you can get a better life. Even if you are not good at studying, you can also use your talents in other fields. Just like those media controlled by Jews, while emphasizing racial issues and fooling all parties to fight for racial issues, they brainwash the colored people in the same camp as themselves and let them drill into the entertainment and sports circles. I need you when fighting, and I have arranged a route for you when sharing benefits. You only need to entertain the public to get a head start, so why bother to compete with us for the means of production we fight for? Isn't it good to be a production tool? In this way, you can live a relaxed and happy life. Because of this, under Roland's familiar response and Kate's well-informed response, the two people who are addicted to online games, like online confrontation, don't know how to manage money, and only know how to spend money, appeared in front of the public. The public does not need perfect people, and they will not give the public a perfect image. As long as the love sold does not go out, the public wants to see the shortcomings. Then Roland will show them his own shortcomings that are not fatal. And the story that the public sees is naturally real life. Everything is false. Note, Vogue is called the fashion bible, and The Devil Wears Prada tells the story here. The four covers of the United States, Britain, France, and Italy are the most high-profile covers in the magazine circle. The photographers here can crush what A-list is walking. Of course, time is a different type. Not everyone can be on it. Hiding one's wealth is actually the norm. I used to think that Forbes and Forbes were relatively accurate, but ever since I looked up Steve Jobs' wealth, I found that the data given by these two magazines were far from the simple calculation of shares * stock price disclosed by Disney. Those data are really just for viewing. When I personally browsed through them, the most typical one I found was Spielberg's wealth. In 1990, Forbes said he had $1 billion. Even after Universal's $250 million profit from Jurassic Park was announced, Forbes still said he had $1 billion. When he left Universal to establish DreamWorks and sold all copyright ownership to Universal, he could get more than $50 million in ticket revenue a year, plus other royalties, which meant he could basically get $100 million in cash. But Forbes still said he had $1 billion. Even though he didn't make any movies a year, he basically earned $100 million. Even if he could spend it all, Forbes didn't even change his numbers. Then, Buffett also disclosed the water in these wealth lists. He said that his investor Stuart Hollis could be on the Forbes 400, just based on the Berkshire Hathaway shares he currently holds, but he is not on it. He can hide the fact that many of them are not on it. Chapter 258, Love is Deep, Scold is Harsh. On the 23rd, the Oscars ceremony took place. On the 26th, the two of them finished shooting for the cover and doing an interview. On the 30th, the new issue of Time magazine was officially released to the public. Although it had been a week since the hot news, the magazine was still selling like hotcakes. There was no other way. Who made Time magazine the only media outlet to get an exclusive interview? The previous reports from all sides were just retellings of the events. Even though the editors of the major media outlets did their best to comment on them, and many of the comments were supported by reality, they could only be classified as unofficial history and after dinner talk. Now that the official history told by the parties themselves has appeared, if you don't buy it and take a look, are you still a fan? What's more, you've watched the movie so many times, bought the DVDs and collected them, and played the songs on repeat. Since you've come here and spent the money, you don't care that a magazine costs just over $12 now. In addition, among the millions of subscribers of Time magazine, a large part of them overlap with the fans of the film. Therefore, as soon as the magazine was released, the unknown secrets of Roland spread quickly like wildfire. Although the impact of the text on paper is not as strong as the picture, the editor of Time magazine embedded the interview content into the magazine in the form of a question and answer. After retaining the core selling point of the two people fighting and scolding on the spot, even if it is not a talk show interview, the public will still have a warm picture in their minds of Roland sitting there complaining about Kate to the reporter, but just after he said two truthful words, he was killed by the angry opponent on the spot. Hey. This is actually the advantage of text media. The media spreads simple information, and the rest depends on the reader's imagination. As long as the readers have a good impression of the person involved, all the imagination is actually directed towards the direction that is beneficial to the person involved. Of course, while the public is getting to know Roland, the advertisements implanted in it are also constantly invading their world. Yahoo! Equals NewsMB equals the holy land of movie fans. Roland likes Blizzard games, and the necklace and ring Kate wears are from the independent studio under their names. One piece of information after another was retrieved by the public. When those female fans asked their boyfriends curiously what Blizzard games were, the brand was actually trying to go out of the circle. And when more people discussed online and offline how beautiful the designs of Heart and Future were, and whether the studio of the two would produce jewelry products, the sense of anticipation also appeared. The first to taste the sweetness, oh no, the third to be cheated by their own boss, was Blizzard Entertainment. Oh my god. Roland, can you give us a heads up next time you advertise to the outside world? Mike Mohammed's complaint came from the phone. Even if the two were not together, Roland could still imagine the helpless look of the other party at the moment. What's wrong? Roland, who was controlling the 6 puppies in front of the computer, to rush to the other party's house, asked pretending to be ignorant. What else can we do? The emotionless words choked the Blizzard CEO on the other end of the phone, and he suddenly complained in a high voice, "Your advertisement has completely disrupted our sales plan. 1 million sets of game discs were sold out in 2 weeks. Isn't this a good thing?" Roland, who slaughtered the opponent's peasants with 6 puppies, laughed happily. Another record. Good thing. Of course it's a good thing. Mike Mohammed said angrily, "We thought it would take more than 2 months to sell 1 million copies, so the second batch of burning was put in May, but now everyone is urging us to replenish the stock, and we can't replenish it at all. Roland's love for playing Blizzard games and the movies he shot being adapted into games are actually two different concepts. The latter is purely bought for the name, while the former is bought to play together. After learning that the game Roland wanted to play the most was StarCraft, which was released on the 31st, this game, which could be called a masterpiece just for its quality, was wildly sought after by players before it was released. In addition, by entering the 13-digit StarCraft CD key, players could log into Blizzard Battle.net for online battles, so more people bought it. The production capacity could not keep up. Of course, production capacity is not the biggest problem. As long as you spend money, it can be solved in minutes. The biggest problem Blizzard is facing is actually, there is a very arrogant player on Battle.net now. It's only been 2 weeks since the game was released, and he has already scored more than 1,600 points. More than 200 points higher than the second place. He almost always defeats his opponent within 10 minutes. And after checking his data packet, we still can't find any cheating methods. But that speed is obviously achieved through cheating. The point is, the player's name is I Love Kate Winslet. Isn't this obviously against you? This kind of bad method is damaging the life of the game. We are now considering whether to force him to ban. When we were making Diablo, many players were changing data, and now there are even more cheaters. But StarCraft is a real-time strategy game after all. If there are too many cheaters in this game, it will greatly affect the gaming experience of other players, so Blizzard's means of detecting cheats are also updated daily. In just 2 weeks, they banned nearly 1,000 accounts. But what bothered them the most was that the guy who was ranked first in the score list and obviously used cheating methods could not be detected at all. If they forced a ban, it would be the developer's fault, but if they let the other party go on like this, there would definitely be players who questioned the fairness of the game and the inaction of the game company. In addition, the player actually used the name of their boss's wife to stir up trouble. The three giants of Blizzard were even more speechless. That's why Mike Mohammed called to complain. Although they felt that it was very cool to have a boss who could bring goods, at the same time, the troubles caused were also very annoying. But when Roland heard this, he used the 6-dog tactic to destroy the enemy's home, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Do you think the guy who played a 10-minute game was cheating? Yes. Do you think the player I Love Kate Winslet was provoking me? Hasn't this guy already been riding on your head? That's me. What? Mike Mohammed, who was still complaining, was shocked. That's you? Yes, it's me. Roland closed the post-match panel and said, "Why are you doubting my strength? Before, you all peeked at my screen and stole my tactics, so I lost to you in the game. Okay. Now that no one is peeking at the screen, who can beat me?" Yes, after temporarily paying off his debts, Roland finally felt that he could relax. No need to cheat Kate anymore. No need to mess around. Every day when he got up, he would sit in front of the computer, a cup of tea, a cigarette, an article a day, a game a day. StarCraft was Roland's second favorite real-time strategy game in his previous life, and since it was launched in this life, he had to support it. So, when all the players were trying to figure out the game and fighting online with normal tactics, he used 6 dogs to kill people crazily. The game experience of killing gods and buddhas was really awesome. This made him the most popular person in the StarCraft section of Yahoo community. The fact that people suspected he had cheated and studied his specific tactics gave him an unusual sense of accomplishment. This is different from making a movie. If the movie is successful, it means people like it, and at most there will be more people shouting, "Roland, come play multiplayer games with us, Roland. We can play Russian roulette, Roland. I want to give birth to a baby for you, Robbo. Mom loves you." Fans. And the victory in the game, more often than not, can make the opponent's teeth itch. When some players are pressed on the smooth floor by themselves, and then transformed into Zorn people, open the chat bar, and frantically type on the keyboard, and finally the greetings can only be attributed to asterisks, and displayed on the public screen. The behavior of being unable to beat you, and being helpless and furious can make Roland feel extremely comfortable. Although the behavior of bullying is indeed despicable, but it feels good. The point is, this is not the bullying of Krypton Gold games. The technical crushing after the money is stripped away. That kind of pleasure, hearty, So, your purpose of crazy points is to pursue the pleasure of that kind of crushing victory? Mike Mohammed's face darkened. He thought his boss was mentally ill. But your sense of accomplishment won't last long. Because when other players have thoroughly studied your tactics, you won't be able to beat those guys with fast hands. Don't worry about that. I'll study new tactics when the time comes. Roland, leaning on his chair, smiled repeatedly, holding his chin with one hand and controlling the mouse with the other, saying, "It's a real-time strategy game. It's all about IQ. Even if a player has studied the Six Dogs tactics, Roland doesn't care. Because in addition to the Six Dogs, he also has a series of tactics such as fighting the stars, creating something out of nothing, monkey stealing peaches, and fishing in troubled waters. If his hand speed can't keep up with others, he can still use Athena's amazement, Zeus's wrath, and Twilight of the gods to defeat those kids. Even if someone has thoroughly studied all the tactics he knows, and his hand speed is better than his, then don't they still have the two ultimate mysteries of stealing the sky, and changing the day, and stealing the dragon, and turning the phoenix to fight? After all, the guiding ideology of interstellar tactics is that any tactic can be converted. In his previous life, he was a strong talker. When he played StarCraft on Haofang and VS, he was always neither high nor low. When he was cool on the short-lived leader, he was often pressed into the mud and rubbed. But now, he is the world's #1. Even if this title may not last long, he at least had it. The name. Mike Mohammed stopped worrying about it. Since it was the boss's account, how could he ban it? The name. When it came to this, Roland, who was still extremely excited, smiled and sighed. The name was given by her. She said that, after I gave it this name, those women who thought I had good skills would not chat with me. Women are unreasonable, and satisfied women are even more unreasonable. The award was won, the marriage proposal was made, and the ring was also there. Things about swearing sovereignty are even more unscrupulous. Of course, Roland personally thinks this name is good. Although it is a bit second year, it is very close to life. The life that everyone wants to see. Oh. Mike Mohammed understood, and then quickly added, "Bye." "What? Are you hanging up now?" Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Roland was a little confused. Although Roland regarded Mohammed as a friend, and Mohammed also thought that Roland was just a player, as Roland's status continued to rise, his identity as a boss was actually reflected. You can listen to the gossip of friends, but the gossip of the boss and the boss's wife? Forget it. I won't join in the fun. However, even if you don't join in the fun, you still have to take advantage of the heat. After learning that the world's #1 guy is his own crazy boss, Battle.net quietly updated. The real name function was added, and players can choose to register their information, and choose whether to make it public. Even if they don't register, they can continue to play. Just when everyone was surprised by this function, and wondered whether the game company was obtaining their privacy, the first guy in the entire Battle.net who registered with real name was discovered by them. I love Kate Winslet, Roland Allen *OFFICIAL certification. Not only that, after explaining it to him emotionally and logically, the local battle videos of Roland Allen were also uploaded to the internet. What is it like to be backstabbed by your own employees? Although the sales of StarCraft have shown a big step-by-step growth after his identity was exposed, the videos were made public, and the tactics for gaining points were transparently handed over. Roland's gaming experience has been declining sharply. It's not that he can't crush his opponents with new tactics, but that every guy who plays against him will type hello at the beginning. The excitement like taking Zoo1 May directly asked Roland to autism. "Excuse me, are you Roland Allen? Are you the real Roland Allen? Are you sure you are Roland Allen? Fuck you. You dog actor, don't run. Why did you shoot Titanic?" My girlfriend cried like crazy in the theater. Do you know how much she spent on Titanic? $300. $300. I paid for it. And after she knew that you and Kate had a jewelry studio, she asked me to buy a ring when it was released to propose to her. We were going to get married this year. But she didn't want to get married because she was waiting for the ring. Please be a good person, please. Sell the ring as soon as possible. Also, don't make it too expensive. Under $2,000. Don't make it like those luxury goods. I can't afford them. If this kind of player's attitude is still relatively good, then the other kind is the grumpy old man. Why can other actors shoot movies every day, but you have time to become the world's #1 in StarCraft? Why can other actors have sequels continuously, but your Spider-Man series has to be separated by 4 or 5 years? I'm warning you. Go shoot. If you can't see Spider-Man 2 next year, I'll break your dog legs. Hey, after knowing Roland's identity, those players stopped scolding him and changed to personal threats. This friendly urging for goods and urging for updates made Roland confused. According to Roland's assumption, after his identity was exposed, judging from his popularity, he must be a great god in the eyes of players. A group of people should cry and beg him to teach them skills. Even if they can't reach the level of Honda technician, they should have shouted FGNB, right? Why is the actual style so weird? Moreover, he found that many people spent $19 to buy the game, raise their scores, and then urged him to sell goods and make sequels. At first glance, this is really deep love, but after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly felt that he had become Zyomog's illusion. When playing DNF, the most common words in the world channel were Zyomog *****, but Zyomog was scolded because he cheated money, but when it came to him, why did he get scolded for not selling goods and not making sequels? What kind of world is this? They paid for my game and then urged me to sell it quickly and make a sequel? How come these guys' demands were as weird as those who asked for Gone with the Wind to be removed from the shelves because of racial discrimination? Roland couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't think about it anymore. After playing at home for almost a month, the long-pending Lord of the Rings, X-Men and Harry Potter also entered different stages of preparation. As for the Spider-Man 2 and 3 that players requested, Mary Jane's selection had been waiting for him for a long time in the final round. Chapter 259, The Stable Lord of the Rings, The Crazy Mutant. When Warcraft Films obtained the filming rights of The Lord of the Rings from Miramax, the project was officially established. In the past 2 years, Peter Jackson took the startup funds given by Roland and made extensive preparations in the 6 aspects of weapon and armor production, architectural miniature models, fantasy creature construction, motion capture, model special effects, and character image, and achieved fruitful results. When they went to New Zealand to look at the land at the beginning of the year, the two sides met. When they saw that the flowers, plants, and trees in the movie were actually living things that the future Fat Man spent 2 years planting and cultivating, and they were the type that could be moved and used, a feeling of emotion came to their hearts. Compared with dreamers like Peter Jackson, James Cameron, and Steven Spielberg, Roland felt that he was really a big idiot. His output depended on selling his face, and his development depended on hugging his legs. If he could be led by the big guys to pretend to be arrogant and fly, he would never do anything original. If the first 3 were diligent dream builders, then he was a handsome and charming dream stealer. Bah. This metaphor is really bad. He is obviously much more handsome than Leo. But no matter how practical a dreamer is, if he lacks money, he can only be an angel with broken wings. For this reason, after seeing the explosive news made by Roland, the future Fat Man called to congratulate Kate, and at the same time, he was eager to hint Kate that his project would not be delayed because of the wedding of the two. According to the normal process, Peter Jackson should communicate directly with the Toolman CEO in the Warcraft film and television, but going through the back door is a natural skill that everyone has. I can ask your boss lady to blow pillow wind so that she won't waste time on the minions. So, when Roland, who had a very bad gaming experience, took the initiative to throw away the computer and shouted, "This garbage game wastes my money and ruins my youth," Peter Jackson, who responded, also submitted his new project budget to Roland. According to your idea, if 3 films are shot in a row, the total cost will basically be between 270 and 300 million. The project is divided into 5 phases. The first phase only requires 50 million. If possible, I hope the funds can be in place before August. This is the list of actors I have drawn up, and this is the schedule I have made. While Peter Jackson was talking, one project plan after another was piled in front of Roland. After a brief glance, the full of care came to him. The crew is expected to eat nearly 1,500 eggs a day. The monthly coffee cost is expected to reach $130,000 to $150,000. It is expected that nearly 15,000 people will be recruited from the New Zealand Army to act as extras, and a fight scene will cost 1.5 million per scene. My god. Do you have to calculate so carefully? After so many years of filming, he has seen the budgets of various projects, but no matter whether it is James Cameron's crew or Steven Spielberg's team, they only calculate the daily consumption by multiplying the number of crew members by the meal standard, and they will not divide the food, drink, defecation, and urination of each item in detail. Your budget is really beautiful. Roland held it in for a long time before he could come up with such an adjective. Hearing his evaluation, Peter Jackson, who was still uneasy, smiled shyly. 300 million may not be a big deal for you, but for us, we may not make that much money in a lifetime of filming movies because the production costs are too high, so we must calculate carefully. This is responsible for you and also for us. Roland nodded continuously after hearing the emotional words. Although many memories are blurred, he still remembers that it took a total of 13 years from the preparation of The Lord of the Rings to the release of all the trilogy. How many 13 years can a person have in his lifetime? But Peter Jackson dedicated his time to this series. Even from the beginning of the preparation, he didn't know whether the film could be made, but he did it anyway. According to his plan, when the advance funds are in place, they will contact the target actors. If everything goes well, while the actors are learning the skills and language required for the roles, the sets will be officially built. It is expected that the film will be officially filmed in the second half of next year, around September or October. The entire back-to-back shooting schedule is expected to last for 16 months, which means that the investment will be in mid-1998, and the earliest news of the filming completion will be in mid-2001. If the publicity and release are added, basically all projects will be completed in early 2005. With such a long time and such an expensive project, Roland really wouldn't dare to invest if there was no cheating. But since he knew that Peter Jackson would stand at the top with The Lord of the Rings, he didn't have much pressure. Leave the project budget with me. I'll have someone talk to Disney. If nothing unexpected happens, within 2 months, Disney and the producer I assign will come to you with the money. I don't know who Disney will send, but I think it should be someone I know. You don't have to worry about other producers interfering with your work. As long as the project budget is not exceeded, you have the final say on the scene. That's right, Roland is still ready to be a hands-off boss. Is the game not fun? Or is his wife not sweet? From 1998 to 2005, it spanned 7 years. Let Roland watch 3 movies in 7 years. Don't be kidding. Even if he had the energy, he wouldn't do these things personally. Roland's delegation of power made Peter Jackson smile. At a certain moment, he felt that Roland was simply a kind person. A project worth 300 million yuan, just ignored like that. This kind of trust is rare in the world. If you have to make a metaphor, then Roland is a strange flower growing on the black soil of Hollywood. But before he could excitedly agree and express his gratitude, the guy who was not very interested in The Lord of the Rings opened his bloody mouth directly. By the way, I see that your Weta Digital is developing well. If you increase the investment in research and development, I believe that it will soon surpass the digital field and catch up with industrial light and magic. What do you think? Do you need angel investors? What? Peter Jackson's smile, which had not yet risen, froze on his face. I asked you to invest, but you asked me to sell my hometown. This. Looking at the suddenly changed face, Roland nodded silently in his heart. It seems that Weta Digital is the fat man's baby. This fat man probably won't sell it no matter what. That's right, compared with The Lord of the Rings, Roland is really interested in Weta Digital. There is no need to brag about technology, just know that Roland can achieve monopoly in the visual effects industry by combining the companies of people he knows. When special effects blockbusters become a box office guarantee, who can bypass industrial light and magic, Weta Digital, and Pixar? As long as he controls these 3 companies at the same time, Roland will have the final say on the release dates of each movie in the future. There is no need to play tricks on the finished product effect, just a little production cycle. For example, under normal circumstances, a movie can be released in the summer of 2001, but I want it in the summer of 2001. So I told the producer that we have a lot of orders on hand, and your project must be completed in the summer of 2001 at the earliest. Hey, isn't there one less opponent? Don't think this is impossible, because Industrial Light and Magic does this every year. Our own movies will never be postponed due to technical reasons, and they will not be pressed to wait for the release date, but other companies, that's hard to say. It's a pity that Peter Jackson doesn't want to accept external funds now. If the company needs investors, I will come to you. Okay, you are welcome at any time. Roland smiled and nodded. A forced melon is not sweet, and Roland doesn't want to force the other party with tough means. After all, he is not a guy like Harvey Weinstein who forces people to prostitute. His favorite thing to do was just to sell out others, and they would count the money for him with a smile. What's more, he would soon have a bunch of special effects orders. If Weta Digital wanted business, we'd talk about it then. After seeing off Peter Jackson, who had a false alarm, Roland welcomed 3 more people. One of them was a couple. The man was Richard Donner, and the woman was Lauren Donner. The one who came with them was Kevin Feige, who was born in 1973 and is only 25 years old. He had just graduated from the University of Southern California and had not yet had a bald spot. After the Oscar ceremony was settled, Universal began to recruit producers to start X-Men. The reason why they chose the Donner couple was purely because they were the few people on the market who had experience in making superhero movies. That's right, Richard Donner was the director who succeeded Steven Spielberg and George Lucas and successfully filmed Superman 1 and 2. Not only that, he also created the Lethal Weapon and Whale Watch series. He also has a deep connection with the Jewish gang, or rather Roland. He was the director of The Goonies produced in 1985, and the screenwriters were Steven Spielberg and Chris Columbus, who was studying with the old man at the time, and is now the director of Home Alone. Because of this, after learning that the X-Men project was led by Roland, the couple brought their students to visit in person, and when they saw Roland, the 3 of them showed great enthusiasm. Especially Kevin Feige. As soon as he met Roland, he grabbed the clothes on his chest with both hands and pulled hard. That look is comparable to Superman's transformation. If Roland hadn't decisively revealed the Spider-Man sweatshirt inside, Roland would even suspect that this rich second generation was a gay and wanted to let him take a look at his big treasure that he had kept for many years. Roland. Finally meeting you. I love your Spider-Man. I bought all the peripherals. I heard that the sequel is about to start filming. Can I go to the crew to take a look? I can sign a confidentiality agreement. If there is a leak and it causes losses to the crew, I can double the compensation. Oh, by the way, can you sign for me? I'm your superfan. Looking at the guy who was sticking to him with his chest, abdomen, and hips, Roland, who didn't know what to do with the marker, twitched his mouth. Before, he was still thinking about how to pull Kevin Feige, the guy who created the Marvel Cinematic Universe, into his camp. After all, Marvel has already put half a foot in his pocket, but now, this guy looks like he would come to work, even if he was paid for it. TSK 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 TSK. Although his behavior may be a little rough, but he likes this kind of passionate and motivated guy. After signing his name on Kevin Feige's clothes on his chest, the 4 of them sat down. Perhaps they thought Roland was very easy to talk to, but it was more like they had already found out Roland's temper and preferences through various means before they came. So as soon as they sat down, the 3 of them went straight to the point and took out the script of X-Men for Roland to read. At first, Roland thought that the script created by this original Linoop should not be much different from the movie in his previous life, but he didn't expect that after just turning 2 pages, the plot of the script would confuse him. Wait a minute. What the hell is this plot? Why is there the logo of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first movie? Isn't it the script of X-Men that you wrote? Roland frowned and turned back to the cover with a strange look on his face. When he saw the X-Men written in black and white, a strange emotion climbed into his heart. Before he could continue asking, the young man sitting opposite Roland couldn't wait to explain. Yes, this is the script of X-Men. I adapted the story content based on the development of comics. Although Universal told us that the series goal of X-Men is tentatively set to be 3 films, I still feel that it will be very difficult to choose the story to portray a superhero team in 3 films, so I have slightly expanded the story of the entire team. The first film presented to you now tells the story that humans feel that the existence of mutants is a threat to themselves, so they want to take measures to control them. At the same time, Magneto wants to destroy the world through Rakshasa, and Professor X thinks that mutants can coexist peacefully with humans, so the two sides started fighting, and finally Magneto, of course. The protagonists of the story seem to be Magneto and Professor X, but I actually prefer to call them 2 different camps. The real protagonist is Wolverine throughout the entire series. In the first film, Wolverine joined the X-Men by mistake due to amnesia, and helped Professor X defeat Magneto. The beginning of the second film is that Wolverine left the Academy to regain his memory, and after the Beast assassinated the Commander-in-Chief, humans launched another anti-mutant movement. In this film, Magneto and Professor X will work together to defeat General Stryker, who wants to make mutants into weapons. After the end of the second film, Phoenix will die, and Wolverine's life experience will be revealed. We can create a separate movie for him to tell his story. Since he was born in 1832, how he awakened his abilities, how he accidentally killed his biological father, how he fled with his brother Sabretooth, from 1845 to 1980, from World War I to the Vietnam War, and finally being recruited by General Stryker, his body filled with adamantium, and becoming Wolverine. Among them, Wolverine learned his spy skills from Taras Romanoff, and while learning, he also taught Natasha Romanoff how to fight. Not only that, when filming World War II, I also hope that Steve Rogers, James Barnes, Nick Fury, Howard Stark, these characters can all appear. Even if it's just a flash, there must be a shot. Finally, it ends with Wolverine defeating Deadpool. After that, we can also shoot it as a movie about Magneto and Professor X, telling the origin story of how they discovered their abilities and became the best partners, but parted ways because of different ideas. When the origins of the protagonists such as Magneto, Professor X, and Wolverine are all completed, the timeline can be pushed back along X-Men 2, and my personal idea is to pause the mutants and shoot Deadpool after being defeated by Wolverine. Through Deadpool, we can introduce Spider-Man in New York. And when the scene is moved back to New York, Iron Man can also appear. When Iron Man appears, Thor, Hulk, Captain America, Ant-Man and Wasp, the founders of the 6 Avengers in the comic 616 universe, can also appear one after another, and we can shoot another movie about the birth of the Avengers. In this way, there are 2 forces on the Earth. On one side are naturally born mutants. On the other side are superpowered people with acquired mutations. When the X-Men and the Avengers are all assembled, various major events can be launched. We can change the Sentinel Project into a plan to destroy mutants because of the birth of Iron Man, making the X-Men and the Avengers hostile to each other. Or we can release Apocalypse, who was born in 3000 BC, and let them cooperate while fighting against the forces of the Earth. We can also insert some cosmic forces. The Guardians of the Galaxy can also be created. In short, just like playing a game, let these people fight one level after another, and if the actor's contract expires, and it is difficult to renew the contract because of his high price, we will write them out or kill them. For example, Wolverine in the X-Men series can be sacrificed after defeating Apocalypse, and a separate movie can be released. Movie fans will definitely pay for the sentimentality, and those who die suddenly, such as the Phoenix Girl, can also make a fake death insert her death, and let her be resurrected when needed, and some old superheroes will gradually exit the stage as the enemy becomes increasingly powerful. My current plan is 20 years, at least 30 movies. The X-Men was a team-based film first, then individual films, while the Avengers was an individual film first, then an assembly. I know that most of Marvel's copyrights are in your hands, and I also know that Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn have a very good relationship with you, so I just changed a little bit in the X-Men trilogy. I hope you like it. Oh my god. After listening to Kevin Feige's passionate plan, and watching him gesture with a flattering look to show the universe on his fingertips, Roland had only one thought in his mind: Can I touch your trophy? Is this the legendary Are You the Crazy fans who love you? I was still thinking about how to make X-Men so that it would not repeat the mistakes of the previous life and try to make this series a big profit by failing every 2 movies. But you, a bald guy, have already thought about the direction of the next 20 years. Introducing Captain America, Winter Soldier, Black Widow and Boiled Egg through Wolverine. Putting the Sentinel project on Iron Man. Intensifying the conflict between X-Men and Avengers and letting them fight. And the best way to reduce hatred is to have another enemy powerful enough to destroy the world so that they can work together. Is this a movie? This is simply a large-scale TV series. It's really a 1,000-layer cake. Although Roland, who has the memory of his previous life, already knew that in his previous life, Kevin Feige, the big bald guy, submitted his mutant plan to Fox. After being rejected, he submitted his Avengers plan to Marvel, but he never thought that this guy would directly combine the 2 plans after knowing that he controlled most of the copyrights. At least 30 movies in 20 years. If I hadn't cheated, I wouldn't dare to believe you. After all, according to 100 million per movie, this is 3 billion. Which film company dares to make such a crazy plan? But he likes it. Looking at Kevin Feige, who has never shown disappointment and tension since the story, Roland knows that this is the confidence given to him by his background. As long as he doesn't cause any fatal incidents, he can continue to mix in the circle. This kind of confidence is also the reason why people like them can succeed. For them, there is nothing terrible about failing once. Anyway, they have the capital, so they can try again. Even if they generate electricity with love, what can they do? Anyway, if they don't work, their living standards will not decline. I'm very interested in your idea. Roland stared at him for a long while, until the Mediterranean was about to misunderstand him. Then he said, do you have a detailed plan? Scripts, story outlines are fine. Everyone. Hearing this, Kevin Feige's face suddenly burst into an excited smile. I have a detailed plan, but because of time, I have only written up to the 5th one. If you need, I will go back and write it immediately. Can you finish writing 30 by the end of this year? Roland was very satisfied with this answer. If time is not a problem, I should be shooting Spider-Man 2 and 3 in New York at that time. If you can come up with a continuous script by then, I think. After the movie is finished, you can go back with a Spider-Man suit. Although this kind of promised transaction is simply a blood loss for others, for Kevin Feige, who spent millions on Marvel figures without going to work, this is a pleasant surprise. Of course. Don't worry, I will definitely hand over the detailed plan to you before Christmas. The confident answer made Roland very happy. What did I say before? His favorite thing to do is just to sell out others, and others will count money for him with a smile. Kevin Feige is such a good guy with dedication. Not bad. Really not bad. Note, many of the flowers, plants, and trees in The Lord of the Rings were planted by Peter Jackson and his wife in 2 years. He was able to get 300 million because the budget was so beautiful. It is true that special effects companies are used to block the film schedule. Except for Sony, the other companies basically do not support special effects companies. It is always more cost effective to buy finished products than to do it yourself, and Weta Digital is still irreplaceable. In addition to technology, the most important thing is that they can work 16 hours a day, basically 110 hours a week. This kind of work intensity is impossible in California. Compared with him, other companies have no competitiveness at all. As for the labor law, Weta Digital feeds the entire Wellington government and brings a lot of foreign exchange income to New Zealand. To put it bluntly, the matter has not even started, and it is over. Kevin Feige is really a madman. I wrote before that he submitted the Mutant Universe plan to Fox, and then Fox rejected it. But at the same time, he did not give up. In the first X-Men, there was a scene where Spider-Man confronted the X-Men. The stuntman wore Spider-Man's clothes and confronted Cyclops, Phoenix, and Storm head-on. It was the kind that had already been filmed. In the end, he was driven away by Cyclops. After this scene was filmed, it was not officially released, but was included in the first version of the DVD. However, due to copyright reasons, it was all deleted in the subsequent versions. But the deletion is not the point. The point is that this guy wanted to do both X-Men and Avengers at the same time from the beginning. Chapter 260, too few episodes, sell it off. Of course, although Roland did show his goodwill in front of Kevin Feige, it does not mean that he will approve the other party's plan. At first glance, 30 movies in 20 years is no different from 23 movies in 11 years. After all, in his previous life, from Iron Man to Far From Home, Marvel released 2 to 3 movies every year. Now there are 9 more years, and Kevin Feige has only made 7 movies. This is simply a streamlined behavior. However, you want to rely on 7 movies to complete X-Men, and combine the 2 major camps of X-Men and Avengers? This is a bit of a pipe dream. That's right, after hearing the plan of 30 movies in 20 years, Roland's instinctive reaction was not to give too much, but to ask for too little. In order to defeat a purple potato spirit, this Mediterranean bald man can open solo movies for 9 superheroes as a prelude. Then on the X-Men side, after removing 2 collections, there are only 3 solo movies? Are you kidding me? As a guy who has witnessed the glory of MCU and the failure of DCEU, Roland knows best that when building a movie universe, one must be full of fantasy, but never look ahead and behind, and act too hastily. To put it simply, you have to paint a big pie for yourself, but you can't take too big a step, otherwise it's easy to pull the egg. Why did the X-Men series fail? That's because there is no fantasy. In Roland's previous life, Fox summarized this problem. Because the main line of X-Men is always around Magneto and Professor X. The first time you watch it, it's fresh. The second time you watch it, it's okay. But by the third and fourth time, the audience is tired. 12 movies were made, half of which are about the love, hatred, and grudges between Magneto and Professor X. What's the point? If it's gay, wouldn't those few open and honest people be good? Fighting is always the same few people. The pattern is too small, just like children playing house. From the perspective of Shu On-won, that is, the map does not change after the enemy is defeated. There is no sense of upgrading, giving people a feeling of always being in the novice village. Wolverine and Deadpool can have solo movies, that's because of their popularity. Excluding them, there is no third super popular hero in the whole team, so it's normal that they failed. Why did DCEU fail? Isn't it because Warner is too cautious and too hasty? In the film plan announced by Warner in 2003, Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins was the beginning of DCEU, and Superman Returns was the second one that followed. Warner wanted to drive the formation of DCEU through the 2 trump cards of DC Comics, but unfortunately, Batman Begins succeeded, and Superman Returns failed. According to common sense, a 50% chance of success or failure is actually not a big problem, and the failure of Superman Returns did not dampen Warner's enthusiasm to continue to make DCEU. But the problem is that The Dark Knight gave Warner a head-on blow. As the first superhero movie with a box office of over $1 billion and rave reviews around the world, this success made Warner treat Christopher Nolan as a treasure and regarded those players who were willing to buy peripherals crazily after watching the movie as cash cows. As a result, the DCEU plan that was still discussed a year ago was completely forgotten by them. At that time, Warner only wanted to keep The Dark Knight Rises. They decided to move this series out of DCEU, and then plagiarize Iron Man released in the same year, and learn from Marvel to launch a popular, but uncapped Green Lantern. However, it was this decision that put DCEU on the road to failure. What DC is deeper than Marvel? What DC movie plots are boring? What audience quality is too poor, and don't like connotation movies? These are all bullshit. The root cause of DCEU's failure is that they eat what's in the bowl, look at what's in the pot, and think about what's in the basin. On the one hand, they want to build the DCEU, but on the other hand, they are unwilling to accept any failure. After seeing that the hit movies can bring them more benefits, they can actively give up their pre-made plans and work hard to protect the movies that can bring them immediate benefits, so as to keep those flops away from the audience's sight, and even not allow those movies that are not too failed to have any connection with the cash cow in their hands. In this case, it can be directly by Unc 3 consecutive. Can't be cured. Wait for death. Goodbye. You should know that in the first phase of MCU, except for the Iron Man series, all other movies are flops. But even so, Kevin Feige still filmed it. Is it because he knows that, if he follows the layout, he will eventually reap success? No, that's because this bold man's philosophy is the same as Steve Jobs. The public often doesn't know what they want. Only when you put something in front of the public, will the public give feedback. Then, cut off those that the public doesn't like. That's it. It doesn't matter if one movie fails, and it's acceptable if 2 movies don't make money. The income of 3 movies just breaks even with the production cost. This is the best news. We spend 1, 2, or 3 years to cultivate the audience's viewing concept and slowly tell them a story. Create a hero. Describe a world. To put it bluntly, if you want to build a movie universe, you have to learn from Han Leonang. When our vegetable garden is empty, we have to sow a handful of seeds, apply some fertilizer, and water it. After the leeks grow, we can harvest them. We are too lazy to cultivate the market, and we only think about making money. How can we succeed? Unfortunately, capital is profit seeking. The guys who have the right to make capital decisions for DCEU are all professional managers. They also have to eat. They also have to survive. If they can't make money for shareholders, they have to get out. Under such high pressure, it is understandable that all the stupid moves are made, but I don't need this kind of short-term benefits. After sending Kevin Feige and his group away, Roland returned to the study and finished flipping through the script. Looking at the story that was slightly different from his previous life, he said to himself with emotion, compared to gambling on luck and making quick money, cultivating the audience's viewing habits is what Marvel should do most. For an Infinity War, this bald guy spent 23 movies and 10 years to lay the groundwork. Compared with this carefully polished plot, 20 years and 30 movies are really too few. How could there be only 3 protagonists in X-Men? The story of Magneto and Professor X can be written in great detail, and Wolverine can have a solo movie because of his explosive popularity, but this is not a reason for Phoenix to die early. The guy with the power of the Phoenix was KO'd so easily, it's really too sloppy. I would rather you suppress my combat effectiveness and describe it in detail in a solo series, and I don't want to pass it over hastily. If the Rush-made products like X-Men can be successful, it proves that there is a market for this thing, but the producer's repeated operations have made the entire IP go on the road to failure and never look back. After all, it's best to come up with creativity at the beginning of a series of movies. Later, as long as the finished product is not bad, it can win by relying on feelings alone. What we need to do now is to show the audience our sincerity, and of course, by Marvel. Yes, the reason why Roland asked Kevin Feige to go back and write a plan first, instead of investing directly, like he did with Peter Jackson, was that he really wanted to understand the complete layout, and more importantly, he was preparing to buy Marvel before the movie was released. In Hollywood, where movie box office revenue only accounts for 20% of the total IP revenue, movies are actually like a large-scale advertisement spread all over the world, and the real money is all derived products. Knowing all this, Roland will definitely not watch Marvel eat up this part of the profit. I make movies and you make money? Not true. And when it comes to buying Marvel, then of course it is to exchange it with the Yahoo shares in his hand. He holds 16.5% of Yahoo, and if he wants to sell it, he must comply with the 144 rule of the US Securities Act of 1933. Shareholders of listed companies who hold more than 5% of the shares may not sell more than 1% of the issued shares of the same type or the average trading volume within 4 weeks every 3 months. According to the turnover rate of US listed companies over the years, a maximum of 2% can be sold in 3 months. So, even if Roland wants to sell all the shares, even if Carl Icahn is willing to take over all of them, it will take 18 months to complete the entire transaction. If you wait until the market value reaches its peak before considering selling, all the stocks will be stuck in your hands. It's April 24th now. Even if I submit the report now, I will have to wait until January 2000 to sell all the shares. Although on the surface it seems that about 12% of the shares will not be able to reach the peak stock price, or in other words, compared with the peak stock price, at least 7 to 9% of the shares will be sold at a price that is 70% to 50% off. But I ran away. The money that runs into your hands is the real money. As for whether Cole will kick Jerry Yang, Masayoshi Son and others out of Yahoo and sell Yahoo to Microsoft, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I can get a large amount of cash flow while taking over Marvel and avoid the internet bubble in March. Now is the best time for me to sell. Everyone can see that the internet represents the future. Compared with the rising stock price, my behavior of selling now is a fool's behavior. The sooner he buys my shares, the more book profit Carl Icahn will make. And after I run away and the internet bubble bursts, people will only sigh that the fool was so lucky. Because my motivation for selling stocks now is to join hands with Universal to create X-Men, and judging from the current market value of Yahoo, even if I sell all my stocks, I will only make a few $100 million while taking over Marvel. Although those shrewd Jewish guys who have wiped my ass won't think I'm a fool, they won't find anything unusual in me, because even if they eat the bubble, compared with the past gains, they are still making a lot of money. It was because of the lofty idea of making others make money and letting himself lose money. So when Roland took his plan and found David, the guy who had just returned from Irvine, after checking the land, staggered and almost fell. Are you crazy? Are you going to sell all your Yahoo shares? David's eyes were wide open, and his expression of surprise made people wonder if he would pull out a hammer and smash Roland's head open to see if it was filled with shit, urine, or fart. Any questions? Roland asked knowingly. This is a big problem. David knocked on the table and shouted, Yahoo is doing very well right now. If it continues to grow at the current rate, it will surpass Berkshire Hathaway in about 2000 years. You now hold 1% of Berkshire Hathaway, which can bring you $1 billion fortune, but you own 16.5% of Yahoo. Even if the market value of Berkshire Hathaway remains the same, you will be worth $16.5 billion in 2 years. Roland knew this. He also knew that Yahoo had indeed surpassed Berkshire Hathaway in its previous life, but if the shares are not cashed in, they will always be paper wealth, right? Even if my wealth expands due to the surge in Yahoo, what's the use? Taking them to the bank as collateral is not as good as Berkshire Hathaway. No matter how good the internet is, it will never affect the status of Berkshire Hathaway in the hearts of Wall Street. Because they won't believe Jerry Yang, they will only believe Warren Buffett. Believe in Carl Icahn. It's not me who wants to sell Yahoo now, but Microsoft has placed an order with Carl Icahn to buy Yahoo. That's right, Roland knew that David would firmly oppose his selling Yahoo shares, because even a pig can now see how popular Yahoo is, but this insistence is simply untenable in front of Carl Icahn and Microsoft. In Roland's previous life, in that unspeakable eastern country, Warren Buffett's fame was hundreds of times that of Carl Icahn, but in America, this is exactly the opposite, because Carl Icahn's ferocity is deeply welcomed by a bunch of speculators. Whenever Carl Icahn sets his eyes on a company, the company's stocks will be bought up by investors. Because they know that this company is valuable. Because they know that Carl Icahn will kick out the founding team and sell the company for a good price. And entering the market at this time is a truly guaranteed win-win deal. Because there are only two final results. The first is that the target company buys back its shares for cancellation, forcibly raises its own company's stock price, cuts flesh and bleeds, and begs Carl Icahn to sell his shares and exit the market. The second is that the target company is acquired by other companies. In the acquisition transaction, the market value will also be high. No matter which result, it can bring real benefits to speculators. As for confrontation, don't be kidding. No one wants to be audited by KPMG today, audited by Deloitte tomorrow, and have Ernst & Young review the board meeting resolution the day after tomorrow, and deal with PricewaterhouseCoopers the day after tomorrow. No one wants to hold 3 extraordinary shareholders meetings in half a year. If you don't give me money, I will torment you. If you don't sell your company to me, I won't let you operate normally. Unfavorable news combined with on-site operations can destroy your company's market value in minutes. Angry? Angry? Don't just watch. If you have the guts, come and hit me. As long as you dare to do it, I dare to stand here and let you hit me to your heart's content. Because of this, no listed company wants to hear the news that Carl Icahn announced that he holds nearly 4% of the shares of 30 company. Similarly, when Roland brought up Microsoft, which disregards antitrust laws, and the Wolf King who tramples on the US Securities and Exchange Commission, David's persistence also vanished in an instant. "Are you sure?" the guy sitting behind the desk asked seriously. "Of course." Roland smiled and nodded. "Carl told me in person, and William also personally confirmed the existence of this matter. The reason why they told me before they took action was not because they were afraid of me, but because we are now in the same camp, and I have been very disciplined in doing things for so many years. They are barbarians, but not just barbarians, right? Okay, I will talk to Carl." After getting a positive answer, David did not ask any more questions. Because he knew that what listed companies fear most is guys like Carl Icahn who walk on the edge of the rules at all times. It is more cost effective to be friends with such people than to be enemies. Even though this kind of person will never help a friend against an enemy for free, and will take orders to deal with a friend for the sake of profit. But, more often than not, he will not use disgusting tricks on his friends. "I can disown you as a friend for money, but I recognize you as a friend, so I will tell you, before I rob you of your money, it would be best if we can do business in harmony. If not, I have done my duty as a friend and reminded you. When the time comes, it will be life or death, and I will fight you if you don't accept it. Although it is a bandit logic, it is much better than throwing a punch first and then asking all the questions while throwing." Note, X-Men was established in 1998 and started filming in September 1999, but it was not until December that they started looking for a visual effects company to do the special effects. The reason for this situation was that X-Men originally wanted to be released in the Christmas season of the millennium because the summer season was reserved for Spielberg's Minority Report, but the old man changed his mind before filming and went to shoot artificial intelligence, so Fox had no choice but to move X-Men from the Christmas season to the summer season to fill the gap. So the production time was actually only 4 months, so it was called a real rush product. The sale time should be calculated correctly. For major shareholders with more than 5%, the maximum is 2% within 3 months, which is 16.5-5/2*3 equals 17.25, which is 18 months, because after 12% is sold in 18 months, the remaining 4.5% can be sold at one time, and there is no need to comply with the 144 rule. The popularity of Wolf King in the United States has always been higher than that of Buffett. The companies he has targeted will see a surge in stock prices. Even every time Wolf King announces the company shares he holds, some small shareholders will take the initiative to contact him and vote with him to kick people out. Many people hold shares just to make money, but Wolf King has buyers and can sell the company at a good price, so most of the time, company holders will choose to give him money to beg him to leave. Among them are a bunch of victims who have been robbed, such as Time Warner and Viacom, and this is why his company's return rate is 11 points higher than Buffett's. Another thing is that when crude oil futures were negative this year, nearly 2 million barrels were all bought at the bottom by him. Chapter 261 Differences in Cooperation. New York, Upper West Side. In a mansion, built in 1925, facing Central Park, 2 old men, almost 120 years old in total, sat facing each other, with a pile of documents scattered on the table in front of them. The bald man, who was over 50 years old, drew circles on the documents in front of him with a red pen, while the white-haired, unshaven guy put his elbows on the table, clasped his hands together, and lowered his chin. Under his gaze, the bald man sitting opposite him quickly finished reading the thin documents. According to Yahoo's current growth trend, if we want to acquire his 16.5% stake within 18 months, the total transaction amount will be between $5 billion and $7 billion. According to his needs, we need to trade Marvel, and based on today's closing stock price, Marvel's current market value is $2.4 billion. That is to say, even if we give up Marvel, we still have to give him $2.6 to $4.6 billion in cash. But we currently only control 68% of Marvel's shares. If we want to delist and privatize it, we will have to spend at least $800 million to $1 billion in cash to clear the market. In other words, if we want to reach a deal with Roland, we will need to pay 3.4 to 5.6 billion in cash in the next 18 months. Although after the sharing, it is not actually a big pressure for us to come up with this acquisition fund. The problem is that before the deal is reached, we will take great risks. After learning that the mastermind behind Yahoo was Microsoft and the trader responsible for clearing the market and promoting the acquisition was Carl Icahn, David did not slack off. According to Roland's idea, he asked the team to formulate a transaction plan within a week. After receiving the transaction invitation, Carl Icahn, who was always prepared, made an appointment with Roland Allen, wanting to cooperate with this merger genius to jointly promote the acquisition transaction. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the other party held a large number of Marvel shares. Although Roland Allen had long heard that Microsoft had set its sights on Yahoo and wanted to get a piece of this big pie, when he really saw the specific amount of the transaction, he was also keenly aware of the risks that came with it. Generally speaking, there are only two means of acquisition transactions between listed companies. The first is direct acquisition. The acquirer directly makes ownership claims to the target company, and the two parties reach the acquisition purpose through negotiation under the conditions of the agreement. This is divided into partial acquisition and full acquisition. The former means that the acquired company allows the acquirer to obtain a certain proportion of the total shares of a listed company by increasing the issuance of new shares, while the latter is the transfer of ownership. Generally speaking, companies with good operating conditions are not willing to be fully acquired. In this case, if a company with good business performance receives an acquisition invitation, then they will definitely be alert. If they find that the company that intends to acquire them wants to use all necessary means to conduct a hostile takeover, then their most common means is to use a scorched earth policy for self-defense, sell a large number of company assets, destroy their own company characteristics, and frustrate the acquisition intentions of hostile acquirers. In the end, they will even offer the crown jewels and tell those companies that want to acquire them that if they do not stop the hostile takeover, they will sell the company's core assets to the opponent who wants to acquire their company. To put it bluntly, this is actually a threat. This is equivalent to playing 1v1v1 red alert. You hit my house, covered my base, and want to send an engineer to steal it. However, when the engineer arrives, you find that I ran to the opponent's house with my own base and turned into someone else. It seems that this threat is very stupid, but in fact, what you want to keep is my intact body, and you don't want the opponent to get my body. Therefore, under this threat, giving up the acquisition becomes a natural thing. It is precisely because direct acquisitions have so many problems that when a company really wants another company, they often start with a hostile takeover, using a bear hug, actively making an open offer, and the acquirer promises to buy the target company's shares at a high price. Since the board of directors must announce the offer to all shareholders out of obligation, some profit-seeking shareholders will put pressure on the board of directors to accept the offer and complete the acquisition after seeing the offer. Of course, this method is already very mild. The other method is what Microsoft, Carl Icahn, and Roland are doing now, a sniper-style public purchase. The acquirer does not communicate with the target company in advance, and for the sake of safety, the acquirer hides itself and entrusts a third party to directly acquire the target company's shareholders in the market. The third party belongs to a group, and the shares held by each person will be stuck within the starting point of the announcement. When the shares held by the entire group of third parties exceed 10%, the acquisition will officially begin, because if the target company does not sell itself to the acquirer, the third party who receives the money will frantically toss the target company, including but not limited to the crazy convening of extraordinary shareholders meetings, hiring third-party auditors to constantly check the company's accounts, joining other shareholders who are willing to sell the company, to reorganize the board of directors, directly suing opponents in the name of damaging the interests of shareholders, and dragging them into a long lawsuit. In addition, the people behind the Wolf King have bank support, so cutting off the target company's capital chain is also one of the means. All actions have one purpose: to arouse the hatred of the majority of shareholders against opponents and kick them out of the company. If the opponent's shares account for the majority and there is no hope of acquisition, then the target company will be completely destroyed. In a word, when the acquirer hires Carl Icahn, there are only 3 situations for this acquisition. Either the target company is acquired, or the target company is dead, or the target company offers a sky-high price that can make Carl Icahn stop himself to satisfy the appetite of the shareholders behind Carl Icahn. After all, Carl Icahn's ultimate goal is to make money. If he spent $1 billion before the acquisition officially started, then even if the target company lost $200 to $300 million, this old man would be willing to let the other party go. There is no other way. He can earn $200 to $300 million without doing anything. This kind of business that is sure to make money is too easy. And the acquirer, actually, he will not care about Carl Icahn's withdrawal. In most cases, there are only 2 situations when the acquirer sets his sights on the target company. One is that the core business of the other party conflicts with his own, and the other is that the core business of the other party is the field he wants to try to enter. If it is the former, the acquirer can seize the opportunity to develop vigorously when the target company loses a large amount of cash flow. If it is the latter, the acquirer will temporarily let this stubborn kid go and instead acquire other similar companies to invade the market. To put it bluntly, all acquisitions are for better development. The success or failure of the acquisition is only one of the results. The fundamental goal is to keep his company growing. But the problem is that Microsoft is too big now. It is so big that it is being investigated by the Ministry of Justice for antitrust, and it is so big that acquiring a similar company may lead to a situation of being split up. In the past, when doing sniper-style public purchases, these blood-licking jackals never worried about the safety of their employers, but now, I have the right to doubt whether the Department of Justice will approve this transaction. At this point, the bald man who was still looking at the documents looked up and looked at the guy opposite. The Department of Justice is now investigating Microsoft's monopoly behavior. It is only the last step away from officially filing a case. If Microsoft is sued, I firmly believe that 16.5% of the shares will be smashed in our hands. And even if Microsoft can successfully get out of the antitrust investigation, even if all the opponents in Yahoo are eliminated by us, this transaction may be hit by the Department of Justice. And if it is not approved, we will have done it in vain. Not only that, it will take a certain amount of time to clear the shares in our hands. By then, our losses will be at least tens of billions. If there is no emergency, Ronald Perelman will gladly accept Carl Icahn's invitation to join. Because Microsoft has money, working for them is a sure win business. But when it comes to monopoly investigations, he will be extremely careful. Because if the employer dies because of the acquisition, then they won't get the money. Hey, they are such a simple group of people. As long as they talk about money, they can only talk about money. But after learning about Ronald Perelman's problem, Carl Icahn shook his head and denied the other party's idea. Yahoo's core business is online advertising and online services. If Microsoft acquires Yahoo, then their previously lagging online advertising field will be able to grow on a large scale, which is very consistent with Microsoft's strategic goals. What they want to do now is to rapidly expand their production scale and market share in the internet field, and this direction has nothing to do with their main business operating system. The Department of Justice is impossible to block Microsoft in this acquisition case. But the problem is that the problem Microsoft is facing now is illegal bundling. Ronald Perelman still insisted on his point of view. They can now bundle Internet Explorer with Windows, and the Department of Justice has reason to suspect that after acquiring Yahoo, they will bundle the 3 projects of Yahoo, Internet Explorer, and Windows together. At that time, as long as people buy Windows disks, they can enjoy the locked internet for free. Explorer and Yahoo. Then I would like to ask, is there any possibility for others to develop? Although those people in the Ministry of Justice are brainless pigs, but there are countless interest networks behind them. Do you think AOL would want this to happen? Do those similar companies want to die in silence? They won't. Once the case of Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo enters the approval stage, they will definitely try their best to snipe wildly. Ronald Perelman threw the pen on the table, leaned back, and looked at the other party very firmly. He didn't want to do this business because he felt that the risks were greater than the benefits. Such a situation made Carl Icahn nod slightly, without ridicule, let alone provocation. For guys like them who have dismantled hundreds of companies and handled nearly trillions of dollars in their lifetime, a firm stand is the cornerstone of success. If others made an invitation and cooperated directly without analysis or judgment, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Do you think this business will definitely lose money? Carl Icahn asked. Yeah. Ronald Perelman nodded and said affirmatively. Microsoft is different from other companies we have worked with before. It has shown its fangs to the world. Since even the uninformed people know that Microsoft is a demon, how could the Department of Justice watch Microsoft continue to grow and become stronger? If Microsoft did not bundle Windows and Internet Explorer, I would definitely support this deal. But it is precisely because they let the outside world know that they can do anything to become stronger. Then when we help them make acquisitions, we are not fighting against a company, but against a group of antitrust advocates. Okay, what you said makes sense. Carl Icahn agreed with Ronald Perelman's opinion. In fact, I think so too. What? Ronald Perelman, who wanted to get out of this deal by naming his position, was shocked. No. If you think the same as me, then aren't you wasting your time? Since you think that the Department of Justice will never approve this acquisition, then isn't it crazy to take on this business? However, just when Ronald Perelman looked at Carl Icahn with surprise, thinking that this guy who was only a few years older than him was simply mentally ill, Carl Icahn smiled at him, found a pen and paper, and lowered his head to write. Not only that, while writing, he also said, first of all, we all think that the problem Microsoft is facing now is not the market monopoly of operating systems, but the use of this natural monopoly to forcibly achieve market monopoly in browser software, right? Yes. Ronald Perelman squinted his eyes and looked at the words on the paper. After finding that the content written by the other party was the same as what he said, he nodded and admitted that the other party was right. Then secondly, we also think that in the case of acquiring Yahoo, Microsoft will most likely make the operating system, browser software and portal website a three-way bundle, leaving similar companies with no way out, right? That's right. Ronald Perelman continued to nod. After getting approval, Carl Icahn drew 3 circles on the paper and wrote a word in the center of each circle. Okay, after confirming these 2 points, we can change our thinking. Suppose Microsoft acquires Yahoo in order to reach a settlement with the Department of Justice so that personal computer manufacturers can freely choose operating systems and users can freely choose web browsers and portals. Since the contradiction is in bundling sales, not natural monopoly, Microsoft can make a promise that after acquiring Yahoo, it will give up bundling and open its arms to welcome the challenges of the brave. In this way, won't all the problems be solved? Fuck. Ronald Perelman frowned, and the ravines on his face were like a deep valley. His shocked eyes shot out and fell on Carl Icahn, as if he wanted to hit him through. The fundamental purpose of Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo is to prevent antitrust investigations and prevent things from getting worse? Wow. How dare you say such words? When the operating system with the largest market share meets the portal website with the largest market share, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a monopoly. Under this circumstance, you said that we can give up bundling and welcome your challenge? What a joke. Even without bundling, people still use Windows. Even without bundling, people still use Yahoo because users have become accustomed to it. Is this what Microsoft said to you? Ronald Perelman raised his voice, wanting to make the final confirmation. If William told you this, then I can only tell you that this deal will never be successful. This kind of statement is not an explanation to the Ministry of Justice. It's a provocation. Microsoft is not DuPont. Microsoft is not Boeing. Microsoft is not Lockheed Martin. It has not yet been deeply tied to the Federation. It has not worked closely with the military. It has not yet reached the point of being too big to fail. After emphasizing the words in his heart, Ronald Perelman took a few breaths, then lowered his head to pack up and prepare to leave. As he piled all the documents into his bag, Carl Icahn, who had heard his words, continued to smile and said, what if I say Microsoft is willing to open up part of the Windows source code and allow competitors to write applications on Windows? What? Ronald Perelman stopped. He slowly raised his head, frowned and asked, "What did you say? Microsoft is willing to disclose part of the Windows source code? Allow competitors to write applications? Are they crazy? Crazy? No." Carl Icahn shrugged and said, "In fact, when William wrote The Road Ahead, he already wanted to transform Microsoft. In The Road Ahead, he predicted that in 10 or 20 years, e-education, e-commerce, e-government, video conferencing, and mobile navigation will be common means to accelerate social development. He thinks that mobile phones will develop like miniaturization. Small screens, the ability to use digital currency for commercial transactions, and the ability to read or use information are the characteristics of future mobile phones. If you have to describe it, it is more like a pocket computer in your hand." Not only that, he thinks the Internet of Things is the future. Did you know that he designed a complete Internet of Things system for his newly built house in 1995 for intelligent control? Speak to the machines. They can help you open the windows and curtains, help you adjust the sofa, help you turn on and off the lights, help you run the computer, help you control the water temperature. When everyone thinks that the internet is the future, or in other words, while he himself said that the internet is the future, he also wanted to take another step forward and realize the layout of the future in advance, and he has already chosen the direction. So, Microsoft is now developing its own home console, and in this case, the antitrust investigation of the Ministry of Justice is actually a solvable thing for them. Their monopoly behavior is actually bundling sales, and the best way to solve this problem is to give up bundling. While giving up bundling, they are also willing to open up the Windows system to allow competitors to develop applications, because they have discovered that the future of the internet is not something that one company can take. As long as the programming restrictions of the operating system are opened up and more developers are allowed, the market position of Windows will be less likely to be replaced, and in this case, they can use this excuse to exchange for Yahoo. I opened up my own core and promised not to use bundling. In this case, the Ministry of Justice can't find any reason to prevent them from acquiring Yahoo, not to mention that William has someone behind him. So, we can definitely make this Yahoo case. Because of these, that's why I took the order. When Carl Icahn spread his hand slightly and nodded to Ronald Perelman, the bald man who had heard all this was a little confused. He understood that if Microsoft really allowed competitors to write application software on its own system and gave up bundling, then the Department of Justice would definitely reach a settlement with Microsoft and readily approve Microsoft's acquisition of Yahoo. But the problem is, it's not worth it to use the present to gamble on the foggy future. Internet of Everything, smart home, you are the richest man in the world, so you can afford it. But if you want to promote something that costs millions to the public, it's a foolish dream, no matter how you look at it. If you think everything you said is the future, then why don't you make a mobile phone like a pocket computer? Why not do e-education, e-government, video conferencing, mobile navigation, e-commerce? Hey, wait, e-commerce? When Ronald Perelman, who was extremely puzzled, thought of this term, a guy suddenly appeared in his mind. After seeing the familiar face for almost 7 years, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Carl. The bald guy lowered his voice. Huh? Carl Icahn raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is Roland doing e-commerce? That Amazon?" "Yes. Isn't this the business you introduced to him?" "I introduced it to him, and he invested directly?" "Yes. Because he thinks what William said makes sense." Carl Icahn did not hide it and said directly, "Didn't Paul take him away with a sum of money? That was the development funds they helped to get. William wanted to invest in Blizzard Capital, but Overwatch Ventures under the name of Blizzard Capital holds Apple shares, and Steve doesn't want Microsoft to hold too many Apple shares, so William gave up." According to them, William and Roland had a very pleasant chat, and when Microsoft entered the home console market, the game company in Roland's hands would definitely make a fortune. If Roland hadn't gone public, I would have bought it long ago. Is his stock good? In fact, William has always understood that Microsoft will never become a content company, but if they want home consoles to be accepted by the public and build the future they envision step by step, the first thing they have to do is to cooperate with some of the people's favorite content companies. So when Paul invested in DreamWorks, the Hollywood giants were wary because they were worried that Microsoft would invade. In terms of film and television entertainment, they have the undefeated Steven, and in terms of game entertainment, aren't they pulling Roland to their side now? As long as there is content, the home console will definitely be promoted, and once the home console can be rolled out, whether Windows is open, and whether bundling exists is actually not a problem. Well, Ronald Perelman understood. Microsoft is not using the great present to gamble on the foggy future. Instead, it pretends to personally control the great present development so that opponents can relax their vigilance and use more monopoly means to explore the future layout. And at this time, the guy who got on the Microsoft chariot, the big bald head, glanced down at the cooperation agreement. The dazzling marvel made him feel that he had figured out everything. Roland traded Yahoo for Marvel because he wanted to tie himself closely to Microsoft, right? Microsoft wants Yahoo, and he wants to become Microsoft's largest content provider with Steven. Maybe. At this point, Carl Icahn's words became ambiguous. Which young person doesn't admire William? Roland is obviously one of them, and he is the kind who has the money to get involved in everything. But I still have a question. Since he is cooperating with Microsoft, why does he want to bet heavily on Apple? Besides, although David Shaw has a share behind Amazon, there is more Warren Buffett, right? Although Warren doesn't invest in Jeff, as long as he is there, Amazon's shareholders will not ask Jeff to make a profit as soon as possible. Because those shareholders believe in Warren's vision for people, and they believe in the power of long-term investment. Ronald Perelman pinched his chin. However, this question is not a problem for Carl Icahn. Isn't it simple? Steve is recognized by the market as a guy who can defeat William head-on. Following William and boarding the chariot of Microsoft, Roland's wealth will definitely skyrocket. And if he bets on Apple, if Steve makes a comeback, those shares can make him the next richest man in the world. As for Amazon, wasn't the first stock Roland bought Berkshire Hathaway? Isn't it normal for young people to bet on others? When we were in our teens and 20s, we didn't understand the market. We just knew whoever was good, so we followed them. It's just that over the years, the people Roland bet on have all become too famous. William, Warren, Steve. If any one of them succeeds, Roland's wealth will be in the billions. If all of them succeed, okay. If we bet on one, all of them are amazing. Okay. Betting on 3 is a dream. At this point, Carl Icahn suddenly felt something was wrong. After looking at the bald man opposite him with a half smile, he reacted and shook his head with a wry smile. I was wrong. He has now bet on 1. Okay, let's not talk about this. Will you give me a definite answer, whether you will do this job or not? Yes. How much do you want? Carl Icahn has made it so clear. If the bald man still doesn't do it, then he can't get over the money. 20% commission? Or 30% commission? How can it be 20%? I promised Roland last time to give him a discount. Carl Icahn waved his hand. 50% off. 10%. 16.5% of the shares. All Yahoo shares will be acquired at a 90% discount on the closing price on the trading day. And he wants a clean Marvel, so please give me Marvels. The debt was stripped off for him. I know what you did, borrowing to support your bank, so that your bank can achieve rapid expansion, right? You took out the more than $600 million debt for him, and then delisted and privatized it. Upon hearing this, Ronald Perelman's face grew long. There is no such thing. I have been engaged in restructuring and mergers and acquisitions for so many years, and I have always packaged the debt together with the buyer. Debt stripping plus a 10% commission. This business can't make much money at all. Don't pretend with me here. Even if we take a 10% commission for debt stripping, we can still make nearly $5 billion in the whole transaction. Don't tell me that you don't use leverage junk bonds and use all your own funds for transactions. Isn't it your usual method to issue junk bonds for acquisitions and transfer the acquisition costs to the majority of investors? Moreover, if Roland also takes the route of acquisition and development, then we still have many days to make money in the future. Carl Icahn was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Don't look at his young age, but he is really fierce. I have a hunch that, after tasting the taste of hostile takeovers, he will not make any normal acquisitions. Do you have such a feeling? Since the offensive and defensive alliance agreement was reached, Ronald Perelman no longer cared about the commission and debt, but asked instead, "Why do you say that?" "Because." Carl Icahn pursed his lips, frowned, and said in a very uncertain tone, "Because his company seems to have no desire to go public, and as long as it is not listed, it can only be him who hits others, and others can't hit back." Note, the sniper-style public purchase described in the article is a common method used by the Wolf King. Don't think that 18 months is too long. It takes 3 or 4 years to hostilely acquire a company. For example, Oracle's acquisition of PeopleSoft took 18 months from acquisition to completion. Dr. Wu Jun wrote in The Top of the Wave that after Microsoft failed to acquire Yahoo, Carl Icahn, who was involved in the acquisition, was furious. After Microsoft withdrew, the purpose of Yahoo's existence was to be split up by private equity funds. Of course, there is also a conspiracy theory, that is, the Wolf King has both ends. On the surface, he helped Microsoft acquire Yahoo, but in fact, he helped Google develop and prevented Microsoft from acquiring Yahoo. At the same time, he asked Yahoo to outsource its search business to Google. In this way, Microsoft's search business could not develop, Yahoo's search business was directly killed, and Google made a lot of money. If we look at it in conjunction with the Motorola acquisition case, the credibility of this conspiracy theory is still very high. The reason why Microsoft chose the development route of smart home is because Bill Gates personally tested it. He built a smart home in 1995. In the same year, the smartphone developed by Andy Rubin died suddenly, which made Gates more determined to go the smart home route. Andy Rubin is the father of Android. In 1990, he worked in the Apple mobile phone department and launched a smartphone in 1995. Because it was too advanced, it was killed by the market, but the research and development patents were all in Apple. So he would be angry about iOS, and Jobs would be angry about Android. Both of them felt that their achievements were plagiarized, the former because he developed them himself, and the latter because he held patents. Chapter 262 quietly unfolds, feeding the baby at home. Hostile takeovers are actually contrary to the long-term development of an enterprise. In the process of development, an enterprise will have its own human capital, supply and marketing network, and debt relationships. Once it suffers a hostile takeover, these relationships will be destroyed. The first to suffer are the working class who lose their jobs, have their salaries cut, or suspended due to company changes. Therefore, American labor unions have always opposed hostile takeovers. In their eyes, hostile takeovers are a means of plundering the wealth of capitalists. To put it bluntly, it is robbery. For this reason, after Carl Icahn carried out the TWA plunder case, many states in America began to amend corporate laws to restrict the Wolf King's bloodthirsty methods in the form of legislation. This is just like the Mosaic League doubling the width of the 3-second zone and setting the 3-second violation rule in order to limit George Mikan's performance. This is just like continuing to expand the 3-second zone and enacting the interference bull rule in order to limit Wilt Chamberlain's performance. This is just like changing the traveling violation from 1 step to 2 steps in order to limit LeBron James' performance, and immediately changing the vertical jump defense rule after the Hibbert face-butted James elbow incident. Hiss. Something seems wrong? Hey. Anyway, that's what it means. Most of the time, laws exist to protect the weak, and after the states revised their corporate laws, hostile takeovers have decreased a lot. Take Pennsylvania, for example. The new corporate law stipulates that the company that is the target of the takeover has the right to own the profits made by shareholders selling shares to the hostile acquirer within 18 months after the hostile takeover plan is announced. Shareholders can't even get the money, so they are not willing to make trouble. But the problem is that hostile takeovers are gradually decreasing due to legislation, but the ferocity of hostile takeovers is soaring with the restrictions of legislation. Since the law stipulates that the target of the takeover can possess the profits from the sale of shares by shareholders, then we will not allow hostile takeovers to be judged. Previously, hostile takeovers were all company to company, but now, private equity funds are in charge of everything. When it is determined to use the sniper-style public purchase method, shareholders who want to get rid of their shares can directly sell their shares to the corresponding private equity funds. If the step must be defined by law, it is shareholder reduction of holdings. Private equity funds think that the target company is developing well and can be held for a long time, so they take over. Is this behavior considered a hostile takeover? No. Is it considered a hostile takeover to sell the shares in hand to multiple private equity funds so that their holdings do not exceed the disclosure red line? No. Because this is a sale of shares. There is no acquirer at all. How can it be considered a hostile takeover? In this way, the shareholders who want to sell their shares have already run away in the name of reduction of holdings. After that, in any hostile takeover case, the target of the takeover cannot possess the profits from the sale of shares by shareholders. Because I sold off my shares first, and only after I ran away did a company launch a hostile takeover review. Those private equity funds that were motivated by money saw that the other party offered a good price, agreed to the acquisition invitation, and then started to make trouble. Regardless of whether it is from the perspective of behavior or law, these are two cases. Even if I'm sued in court, even if the judge and jury know that this is the operation link of the hostile takeover, they can only watch the former shareholders take the money and run away, because the rules allow it, and it is completely legal. If this is not legal, then no one will start a company. If selling off is not allowed, then why should I start a company? Do charity? Of course, the former shareholders are legal, so the private equity funds are actually illegal. But no private equity fund will be afraid of having their profits blocked by the acquisition target, because those guys who dare to make trouble are already buried in the cemetery. These guys who have ideas and want to do it cannot hold shares in only one listed company. If you dare to block my profits, I will dare to attack your company and make your stock price plummet. Make your business stagnate. You want to hold me back for 18 months, then I can send you and your company to see God in 18 months. People in this business are actually robbing money, and the partners behind these private equity funds know this very well. Since it is robbery, you have to make others afraid of you. If you are held back once and there is no reaction, then the trader can withdraw his skirt, because no one will be afraid of you next time you operate. Carl Icahn is the Wolf King, but he is different from the big hard man who beats his chest, roars, does push-ups, and fights and retreats. He will make those listed companies fearful and keep this debuff going. Because of this, when Carl Icahn said that he would buy Yahoo shares at a 10% discount, Roland agreed without thinking. Paying some money and letting those private equity funds take all the dirty work in their arms not only saves a lot of trouble for themselves, but also maintains their good image. Since both parties have reached a consensus, the transaction was officially launched. David Olson first submitted a report on Overwatch Ventures' reduction of Yahoo's holdings to the US Securities and Exchange Commission, and then sold the shares to the private equity fund designated by Carl Icahn in accordance with the law. Since it was a major shareholder with a shareholding of 16.5%, the transaction would naturally be reflected in the official report. Although David did not explain the transaction, and even Yahoo itself only learned about the news shortly before the transaction was reached. But, what can they do? Lushan Capital and Masayoshi Son, who can see clearly, just know that someone is eyeing Yahoo. After asking around, they chose to keep silent after learning the name of Carl Icahn, who wanted to continue to mix in this market. Yang Xiaowen and David Philo, who don't understand, can only accept the excuse that Roland Allen is preparing for a wedding and needs a large sum of cash. There is no way. For Roland now, the excuse of love is a universal brick, which can be moved wherever it is needed. Now the whole world knows that Roland spent $50 million on jewelry to propose to Kate, plus the slightly disclosed price of the luxury house, and $100 million was spent in a short time. When he was spending money like water, everyone could understand that he would sell some stocks to cash in. Even if he sold all of them, he could still use the excuse of family first to get away with it. These shares have caused my peaceful life to be disturbed frequently. In order to ensure that my and Kate's private lives are not disturbed, I decided to sell the shares and leave and do some other small business that is not troublesome. No matter whether others believe it or not, Roland believed it. This is the disadvantage of starting from scratch. If someone wants to deal with Amazon, Jeff Bezos will definitely receive warnings from Warren Buffett and David Shaw. If someone wants to rob Google, Eric Schmidt will definitely get the latest news from Wall Street. Even though many people think that the Wall Street tycoons are too greedy, more people will still embrace them when they know the situation. It's not because playing with finance can make them more money, but the more these tycoons make from themselves, the more they will reveal to you some life-saving information at the critical moment. Even if their purpose of revealing the information is to let you hire them to fight back, and the fundamental goal is to make money from you, but getting rid of a little money is much better than being killed by others for no reason. And now, with the sell-off of Overwatch Ventures and Carl Icahn's undisclosed holdings, private equity funds that smelled the blood and wanted to get a piece of the pie also surrounded it like a pack of wolves. Yahoo's stock price continues to rise, just as Carl Icahn and Ronald Perelman inadvertently put the butcher knife on Yahoo's neck. The actual owner of Blizzard Capital was at home breastfeeding his child. Fighting outside? I have nothing to do with it. Compared with those intrigues, I prefer telling stories to children. This is called a phone number. He told Ron, last summer I told your dad how to use the phone. Call me, okay? I can't stand talking to only Dudley for 2 months. In the light pink children's room, Roland sat cross-legged with a book in the middle, reading the contents with great emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Kate, who was sitting on his left, lifted her hair, squinted at the book, and continued to read. But your aunt and uncle will be proud, won't they? Hermione got off the train when they hear what you did this year. Proud? Harry said, are you serious? I didn't manage to die during this time. They will be very angry. Roland raised his voice, his words full of sarcasm and self-mockery. The next second, he fell silent again, reading the narration. Then, they walked together towards the gate leading to the Muggle world. To be continued. Oh. When Roland spit out the regrettable result, the 3 little guys sitting around him also sighed helplessly. No more again. Ashley pouted. Why so fast? Mary was a little reluctant. Elizabeth, holding her chin with both hands, tried to look at Roland with her big eyes, blinking bling bling. Roland, when will the next book be out? Auntie Rowling writes so slowly. That cute look was like a kitten. I found a fish named the author lying in front of me, so I curiously went over to sniff it. Huh. It tastes good. Then, I took a bite. Ouch. Why is this fish so salty? It deserves to be pounced. Disgusted facepoint JPG. I don't know when she will finish writing. Roland shrugged, but if she finishes, she will definitely call me. And you are much better than others, okay? Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets hasn't been released yet. You are the first batch to finish the story. But that's not enough. Ashley retorted. I want to know what Harry will encounter next. Mary also said. Will he defeat Voldemort? Elizabeth looked eager. Also, when will the movie be shot? Who will play Harry? As soon as these words came out, Roland smiled bitterly. Elizabeth had asked the same question hundreds of times, but he really couldn't answer it. Just as he sighed helplessly and wanted to use words to prevaricate, helpful words also appeared. Rowling is just a novelist. How does she know whether Harry will defeat Voldemort? Roland is just a movie maker. He doesn't know who will play Harry. Don't worry, there will be a result when the time comes. Kate smiled and stretched out her hand, rubbing Elizabeth's little head. In the interval of speaking, she also glanced at the clock, and after seeing the minute hand passing the number 6, she continued, it's 9:30. You should go to bed, but we agreed that, if you are good, we will take you to New Zealand for a vacation during the summer vacation. As soon as these words came out, the 3 little ones who wanted to ask a lot of questions snored and climbed into bed. Looking at the guys wrapped in blankets and transformed into silkworm pupae, the 2 people who got up from the ground said goodbye to them with a smile. Good night, sweet dreams, see you tomorrow. Ashley, Mary, Elizabeth. The other party doesn't want to talk to you now, in order to go out and play, and throws a dog at you. JPG. But when Roland and Kate walked out of the room, closed the door, stepped on the spot a few times, and then stood still, a crackling sound suddenly appeared. Sister, they left, Elizabeth said in a low voice. Really? This was Mary's voice. Of course they left. every night. They can't wait for us to go to bed. Ashley said, hurry up, let's go and see what they do every night. About 4 or 5 seconds later, the tightly closed door was opened from the inside. When the 3 little ones who led the charge saw the 2 smiling faces, a gurgling sound made their excited hearts fall to the bottom. At this moment, they seemed to be possessed by the 3 cute cat musketeers, staring at the 2 in a daze. After about a century, they came to their senses and wanted to escape. With a bang, the door was slammed shut, and then there was another crackling noise, and the world returned to peace. Alas, the child has grown up and is so naughty. Looking at the closed door, Roland was full of emotion. Hearing this, Kate objected, who said naughty. It's obviously cute. Okay, cute. Roland did not argue and took the initiative to agree with Kate's point of view. The perfunctory words made Kate raise her hand and knock him, then patted Roland on the shoulder, motioning him to squat down. Since you are so perfunctory, I punish you to carry me back. What? Why do you want to carry me again? There was surprise in the words, but the tone was a kind of laziness that was not surprised. Will you carry me? Although it was a question, Kate had already hung on Roland like a koala while speaking. This situation made Roland smile and squat. When he held Kate's thighs and carried her downstairs skillfully, Kate, who was lying on him, rubbed Roland's neck with her nose and laughed softly. The little guys hiding in the house eavesdropping on everything, pricked up their ears and tried to sense. Gone. This time he should really leave. Should we follow him? Forget it. In case Kate catches us again later. Note, in the 1980s, in order to prevent hostile takeovers from becoming a normal means of commercial competition, the states in the United States amended the company law and restricted this behavior. The reason why Carl Icahn was called the Wolf King, in addition to the fact that his means were indeed bad, was actually closely related to the fact that, when he was doing the TWA plunder case, it happened to coincide with the legislative amendment. A split case that affects the whole country collides with the legislative process to prevent hostile takeovers, so won't his reputation rise? The government can't deal with him, so it can only legislate to restrict him. Once this kind of talk comes out, it's not just bragging, but bragging. Yahoo has not had the support of Wall Street for many years. The only one who has spoken for Yahoo, Bill Miller, 91-05, beating the S&P 500 for 14 consecutive years, is because he holds Yahoo shares. The better a company develops without the support of Wall Street, the easier it is to be swallowed up. There is a large category of hedge funds called event-driven funds. It is said that they bet on the mergers and acquisitions and splits of companies, but they can do much more than that. Kate likes people to carry things behind her back. This was revealed by her brother. Chapter 263 Sense and Sensibility. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. David runs around for Roland, so Roland helps David take care of the children. Roland's leisure has always been based on David's busyness. After the Oscars, countless contracts came one after another. Faced with those cooperations that start at 9 figures, even if David hired a manager, he dared not let go completely, so he had to take charge of the overall situation himself. After dealing with a bunch of contracts left over from the Oscars, the R&K brand under the Double Star Group also entered the stage of formal establishment. According to David's plan, this long-term business must not be like the previous clothing business, looking for a foundry to OEM, acquiring a mature jewelry design factory, or looking for a production line from a second or third tier brand that is not doing well. This is the most stable operating method. But when David just contacted the seller in New York, Roland happened to throw the Yahoo sale case to him. After understanding that Yahoo is the present and R&K is the future, it became David's purpose to grasp both hands and be strong in both hands. So, Ganetti, who had been in New York for many years and knew a little about the jewelry business, was dragged away by her husband. David was responsible for negotiating with Carl Icahn, while Ganetti took over the research work of the jewelry design factory. Of course, this is what was done, but it was not said in words. Before leaving, David threatened Roland very suddenly, if the 3 of them report you to me after I come back, then you will have to do these negotiations by yourself in the future. Although Roland knew that David was just complaining casually, he still felt pressured, since he said it. After all, the Olson sisters are already 12 years old, and Elizabeth is also 9 years old. They have long passed the stage where they could be fooled by a lollipop. If they want to draw portraits, like they did back then, they are dreaming. So even though Roland didn't go to the negotiation table and just stayed at home to feed his baby, in fact, his daily life has always been occupied by busyness. Get up at 6 o'clock every day and run fast on the treadmill in the gym for 45 minutes. Start the wake up service at 7 o'clock to coax Kate, who is in a bad mood. Since they didn't like living with servants, they had to make their own breakfast. Roland would walk into the kitchen at around 7:30. When the eggs in the frying pan made a sizzling sound, Kate would call the 3 little ones to get up. After breakfast, they would take a simple shower and then send Elizabeth to school before 9 o'clock. As for Ashley and Mary, Kate would stay at home with them until the tutor arrived. When the 3 little ones all entered a normal learning state, Roland also returned home. At this time, Kate would take him to the mansion in Malibu to take a walk and check the progress of the decoration. When they returned, Kate would bring things for the 3 little ones according to the situation. If nothing unexpected happened, they would go home to eat with the Olson sisters at noon. In the afternoon, they would have a relatively open time, but there would be no wanton play. After all, they had to pick up Elizabeth before 4 o'clock. Because of this, at night, the earlier the 3 little ones went to bed, the more relaxed it would be for the 2 of them. After all, when you take care of children, you have to pay much more than physical strength. More often than not, you need to answer the children's wild ideas. For a guy like Roland who has no innocence, most of the time, he plays a role of a topic terminator. If Kate hadn't been coaxing him, he believed that the 3 little ones would have been so arrogant that they would have opened his head and then left with a look of disappointment. The dung beetle passing by was in front of him. Bah. He just looked at everything with a realistic perspective and couldn't keep up with the innocent pace of the children. But his lack of innocence did not mean that Kate had lost her dream. After receiving the ring, Kate pestered Roland and wanted to know the truth. When Roland told Kate all the transactions and even the reason for the birth of the R&K brand, Roland, who thought Kate would be angry, found that this guy was actually looking at him with a silly smile. Such behavior made Roland very strange, because he felt that few women would accept the fact that their men made naked transactions behind their backs. Even fewer women are willing to accept the business thinking of selling love. But when Kate looked at him and made him feel uneasy, he asked what he was thinking out of curiosity. But when Kate knew Roland's opinion, the satisfied girl rolled on the bed with laughter. Transaction? It is precisely because of the transaction that I love you more. If I have no value, then wouldn't I become Susan Buffett? If you meet your own Katharine Graham, wouldn't I be automatically out? Now, we have R&K. The more valuable this brand is, the less likely we are to separate. Although it sounds unkind, it is the greatest guarantee for me. You think I may not be able to accept it, but I really like this gift. Such an answer made Roland laugh, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. Kate's goal is to occupy him, and countless transactions can allow Kate to occupy him. Although the means are very cruel, as long as the results are the same, isn't it enough? As Kate said, few women are willing to be Susan Buffett. All women want to be like Katharine Graham, occupying the guy they like for a long time. And the only thing that can do all this is interest. Because of this, when everything was made clear, Kate naturally helped Roland to nurse the baby. Roland only talks about reality with the children. It doesn't matter. She can take over the children's innocent topics. Think Roland is a topic terminator? It doesn't matter. Just ignore that idiot. Knowing how powerful her trump card is, Kate became unscrupulous. If she didn't want to wait for Roland to retire next year and experience the sacred moment of wearing a wedding dress, she would have thrown away the raincoat used by little Roland. As for Roland, family status 1. Although Kate has been teasing him in front of the 3 little ones, and the long-term ordering has made him lose all his prestige, but seeing that the little bean sprouts on their heads are growing well, and the little bean sprouts on their heads have the tendency to transform into a queen flower, and often being amused by Roland's depressed behavior, Roland is actually happy and at ease. Of course, ordering is relative. After Kate talked to Roland about lawn mowing and maintenance, safety precautions for deep well operations, cultivation and development of strawberries, learning and trying diversified careers, and other topics that Roland was very interested in. What's wrong with being a little unscrupulous during the conversation? When Kate appeared in the black and white uniform of medieval Britain, Roland excitedly and friendly experienced life with her. A life without passion will eventually return to a stagnant pool of water, and passion and calmness are interdependent, which is the driving force for people to move forward. For this reason, after dealing with the 3 curious Labrador, the two returned to the house and studied the history of various countries. After a pleasant, but physically and mentally exhausting study, Kate, who had just finished taking a bath, lazily nestled on the sofa and let Roland, an excellent student, blow her hair. The buzzing sound also reminded her of something. What's the situation with Harry Potter? Aren't they going to make a movie? Why is there no news again? Licky and the others have asked you many times, but you never gave a direct answer. What's the matter? Is this a secret that cannot be told? After sending away Peter Jackson and Kevin Feige, 2 big names, and Roland asked David to help him sell Yahoo shares, Warner also sent people to discuss the filming of Harry Potter. Although the book has only been on the market for 3 months, in addition to the United States, only the United Kingdom has begun to distribute it, but this does not prevent the official launch of the film and television project. After all, according to the current sales scale in the United States, an investment of $100 million is completely worth it. But the problem is that, even though both parties wanted to make the film, the Harry Potter project did not reach a quick consensus with Warner like The Lord of the Rings and X-Men, and the crux of the problem. This project is a mess now. Roland opened his palms, held Kate's hair to let it spread, and used a hairdryer on the cold wind setting to blow it in sections starting from the roots. Steven wants to direct this project, but he has too much work on hand. He and Warner have a project called Artificial Intelligence that has not started yet, and he still owes Fox a Minority Report. Don't think that he has only 2 movies confirmed for the time being, but there are a lot of troubles involved. Minority Report was obtained by Brian Palmer with the help of Tom Cruise, so he can only be the protagonist. But the problem is that Tom is now filming Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut, which was originally a Warner movie. Then he will go to shoot the award-winning film Magnolia, which is a project of Warner's New Line Cinema, and then there is Paramount's Mission Impossible 2 is waiting for him. Similarly, in order to reward Tom's years of perseverance, Paramount promised to start filming Vanilla Sky, which would win him awards, immediately after the filming of Mission Impossible 2 is completed, so Steven's Minority Report cannot be filmed for the time being. He can only shoot Artificial Intelligence first. But if you shoot Artificial Intelligence first, and then Minority Report, then there will be a problem. According to the agreement between me and Warner, Harry Potter will be released in 2001. If you want it to be released in 2001 and Steven shoots it, then Minority Report will have to be postponed. But this is impossible. Fox can't wait indefinitely. Since many of Tom's projects are invested by Warner, it is impossible for Warner to let Tom shoot other movies first to make time for Steven. Similarly, Steven can't wait for Tom indefinitely, so things are at a stalemate. Roland shrugged, expressing his helplessness. That's right, with Roland's involvement, Spielberg didn't struggle with the issue of an all-British team like in his previous life. The Jewish gang wants to promote Hallie Osment, but I've already signed an all-British team adaptation contract with the author of Harry Potter. Don't make things difficult for me. If it were someone else, the Jewish gang would definitely struggle with this issue for a long time and end up being unhappy like in his previous life. But the problem is that Roland is Steven's student. He spread his hands, indicating that there was no way, and the old man was too lazy to talk. Of course, the most important thing is to take care of Roland's family harmony. Kate's roots are in the UK, and her influence is in the British entertainment industry. If Roland tears up the contract without authorization, after signing the all-British team contract, then they will really be in trouble. The old man who understands this will naturally not force him. So the current situation is that this movie can't be filmed for the time being. While Roland turned off the hairdryer, Kate also raised her hand to stroke her hair, and the soft touch made her very satisfied. Yeah, it can't be filmed. Roland threw the hairdryer aside. Seeing Kate open her arms for a hug, he bent down and spread his hands and threw her back to the bed in a princess hug. Does Steven have to shoot this movie? Of course. Steven is the best choice, no doubt about it. If he was making movies like The Lord of the Rings and Terminator, Roland would definitely use the original director, because those guys are the ones who play a decisive role. But for Harry Potter, Roland really thinks that, as long as the director's narrative ability is fine and the sense of rhythm is good, it doesn't matter who shoots it. In this case, Spielberg is obviously the best person, because he brings his own box office. Not to mention, after he shoots it, the group of people who watched it 20 years ago will now take their children to watch Harry Potter. This sense of inheritance is much more awesome than Disney's Mickey Club and Disneyland. 20 years ago, you watched my movies, and 20 years later, your family will watch my movies. I'm like a cancer, occupying the screen and not moving. But just when Roland thought that Spielberg was the best candidate, Kate, who was applying a facial mask, suddenly said, "What if Steven really can't make it? Don't you want to try? You started practicing with Captain Hook, Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, Spider-Man, Titanic. Which movie didn't have you in it? Since those film critics can't see the difference, don't you want to make it yourself? After filming Spider-Man 2 and 3, you just stopped acting. Could it be that you really want to quit?" What? Kate's question stumped Roland. After glancing at her and not seeing any clues, Roland said, "I won't quit. I don't want to be a director. It's too tiring, okay? Be an investor and leave things to others. How easy it is." A long time ago, Roland envied Mr. Zoo next door, who was about to open a new map. Put your hands in your pockets and watch the tool director slowly toss. It's not as tiring as him. Of course, as soon as Kate mentioned the director's matter, Roland felt that she meant something else. Are you too bored at home and want to find something to do? The Lord of the Rings has just started. Why don't you go there and be a producer? I'll let Catherine watch that movie. If you don't understand anything, just ask her directly. But when Roland said this, Kate, who was still applying a facial mask with her eyes closed, immediately shook her head and said, "No. I was just thinking that, if you become the director of Harry Potter, I can go back to live in the UK in the future. A movie takes 7 or 8 months to shoot, so I can go home almost every 6 months and stay for half a year each time. California is good, but..." Kate stopped talking halfway, but her loneliness made Roland understand her thoughts. "Do you miss home? Yeah. Go home if you miss home. I'm not a devil. When David comes back, give him a few addresses and ask him to buy properties for us in the UK. Although I don't want to be a director, it's no problem for me to go home with you for a while every year." Really? Kate opened her eyes immediately after saying this and found that Roland was sitting next to her and observing her reaction. She was so happy that she got up and kissed Roland on the face. Thank you. Roland was no longer surprised by the familiar actions, and naturally, he felt that this insincere thanks was not enough. "Kate, I don't think you're a good person." "What? Why should I show you something to express my gratitude, but you only need to say it verbally? This is really unfair to me, okay?" Hearing this, Kate was stunned for a moment, and when she found the smile hidden in Roland's eyes, she immediately raised the corners of her mouth and asked in a flattering tone, "Then what practical expression do you want? Last time you said you wanted to see me in a maid outfit, but I specially ordered Victorian clothes in various styles. Isn't this considered a practical expression? It counts, but it's not enough." Roland continued. "Then what do you want? Those clothes haven't even been worn once, okay?" Kate gave Roland a sanitary eye and raised her elbow to hit him. "You are too greedy. Wow, is this the first day you met me? I have always been greedy, okay?" Roland pretended to be surprised, with an exaggerated expression. Seeing Kate about to raise her hand to hit him, he stopped laughing and said, "However, what I want this time is not role-playing. I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Tomorrow, can you let me go alone?" Hearing this, Kate blinked, not understanding what Roland was talking about. After she thought for a while, she reacted and laughed loudly, twisting Roland's arm. "Okay. I found that I really can't satisfy you. If I satisfy you in one thing, your next request will increase accordingly. If I satisfy you in the next thing, your request will be even more excessive. You want to leave me behind? Go by yourself tomorrow? Sure. I dare you to go alone tomorrow, but after you go, do you dare to come back at night? HMM. Feeling the increasing pain in his arm, Roland quickly admitted his weakness. I just said it casually. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. How could I not take you to choose the heroine? I'm just worried that, after we all leave, there will be no one to take care of the three of them. Hey. Stop twisting. Stop twisting. If you keep twisting, believe it or not, our bath just now was in vain. Unfortunately, the words of admitting weakness did not work. After finding that Kate was still pouting and staring at him, Roland, who was too lazy to explain with his mouth, took action directly. Turn over, raise his hand, and push hard. He fled to the left, dodged to the right, and finally fell down. When Kate used the rabbit to kick the eagle and begged for mercy, Roland, who was merciless, just scratched her. Soon, the air was filled with the smell of joy again. Note, Susan Buffett is Buffett's first wife. Katharine Graham is the most important woman in Buffett's life. Before 1971, Buffett was just an investor with good performance, but after meeting Katharine, Buffett became a stock god. Katharine is the owner of the Washington Post and is known as the first lady of the American newspaper industry. The Washington Post that made Buffett's wealth soar was brought in by Katharine. Before the Watergate scandal was reported, Buffett bought shares of the Washington Post crazily, and the so-called 10 million soared to 200 million. The director of the Washington Post was just insider trading and Katharine's support. In 1977, Buffett simply lived in Katharine's home in New York. In 1991, Buffett and Bill Gates met with Katharine, who helped and arranged it with Gates' mother. When Carl Icahn attacked Coca-Cola, the two had a fight. The Wolf King revealed all of Buffett's insider trading over the years, but Buffett survived the investigation of the Department of Justice safely. The reason was also related to Katharine, because her father was a Wall Street tycoon, the chairman of the Federal Reserve during President Hoover's administration, and the first president of the World Bank during Truman's administration. All of this was written by Alice Schroeder, a director of Morgan Stanley, in Buffett and His Wealth Life. Buffett did not start from scratch, so stop criticizing the insider trading I wrote. There is no big boss who does not engage in insider trading. Kate really does not like staying in the United States. This was revealed by Zio Largaro. Zio Largaro's house in the UK was bought with the help of Kate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Spider-Man beats Batman. The debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. The next day, after settling the three little Labrador puppies, the two went to Sony Pictures together. From the moment they entered the door, the newly crowned actor and actress were warmly welcomed, and they greeted each other politely wherever they went. Because there were too many staff members, it was too unrealistic to respond to each one, so smiling and nodding became the best means of communication. For the parties involved, this was extremely normal, but in the eyes of bystanders, it was simply a leader's inspection. Therefore, when Roland stepped into the casting venue, a sarcastic voice came to him. "Hey, is your honeymoon finally over?" Seeing the figures holding hands, James Cameron, wearing a hat, teased very skillfully, "You two are big shots now. You can make big news wherever you go. You show up at the same time this time. Are you trying to make something happen again? Can you tell me in advance, so that I can be mentally prepared? Don't be like a month ago, when you ran away, and I was blocked by reporters. It doesn't matter if I'm blocked. The point is, that no one asked me how the movie was made and how I felt after winning the award. Everyone is asking how you met, and what happened during the filming process. I won the Best Director and Best Picture, but it turned out to be the same as your spokesperson." After the Oscars, the emotional Kate did not attend the dinner hosted by Vanity Fair. With the departure of the two, the director of the film became the object of pursuit by all parties, but unfortunately, even if the old man won 2 awards, He was not the center of the topic, and the same as will you marry me? Compared to that, the declaration of I'm the king of the world is really not good enough. Although the old man would not be angry with Roland, he was really disgusted that night, so it is human nature to squeeze him when they meet. The chattering words made the two grin and laugh. While Roland hugged the old man, his mouth was not idle. He said, "James, it was just an accident before. If it was an accident, how could I say hello to you? Do you think I believe it?" The truck driver stared at him. "Anyway, I believe it," Roland insisted shamelessly. The old man rolled his eyes at the righteous words. He didn't know how to respond. He started to use his hands directly, slapping Roland's back a few times, making a bang, as if he wanted to vent his anger. Seeing this situation, Kate, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't help it, and quickly reached out. "James, Roland just wanted to give me a surprise." Stephen helped him contact all parties, and took care of everything. Even so, Roland still didn't tell him the truth. On the surface, she wanted to shake hands with the old man in a friendly manner, but in fact, while extending her right hand, her left hand pulled Roland out of the other's arms. The truck driver shook his head with emotion when he heard the words of excuse and the action of defending. After seeing Roland, who was out of danger, winking at him proudly, the old man revealed all this with a smile. "You guys are really... Hey, be sure to call me when you get married." The truck driver patted Roland on the shoulder, and when he returned to his seat, he also asked the two to sit down. "If you don't come, then Spider-Man 2 and 3 can't be filmed this year. This is a candidate for the evil ghost, and this is the candidate for Mary Jane." While speaking, the old man also piled the list in front of Roland. "Take a look, try to finalize it today." After giving power to Peter Jackson, trusting Kevin Feige, and waiting for Steven Spielberg's final decision, the filming plan of Spider-Man 2 and 3 really can't be delayed. According to Sony's arrangement, Spider-Man 2 will meet everyone in the Christmas season of 1999, and the final chapter Spider-Man 3 will be officially released on November 16th of the year 2000. Such a plan is actually also exquisite. In the summer of 1999, there was Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. Even though the media was talking loudly and comparing Spider-Man and Star Wars every day, saying that if Peter Parker defeated Skywalker, he would truly dominate an era. But this kind of talk was for the public. If the two movies were really released at the same time, the dog's brain would be beaten to pieces. And Spider-Man 3 was put in the Christmas season of 2000, which actually meant hype. On November 16th, 1990, Roland made his official debut with Home Alone. On November 16th, 2000, Spider-Man 3 became the last movie in Roland's acting career. 10 years, 10 movies. Where it started, it will end. If it is accompanied by the rhetoric of "because of love," fans' tears will flow before the movie is even watched. When making a movie, even if the team is close and the members are first class, there is still a possibility of failure. But when it comes to hype, Roland is not bragging, but he really thinks that there is no one who can fight. It is precisely because Roland has no idea in his mind that the guys who have watched him grow up believe in his ability. Even though only a few people know about his retirement, there are still a lot of people who want to play the villain evil ghost. Don't ask why Roland opened the casting list of evil ghosts first. Kate is watching from the side. If you look at Mary Jane first, it is very likely that you can't finish the discussion in a day. Matt Damon. As soon as Roland opened the first page, he was almost choked to death by the photo that came into his eyes. It's not because this guy will be big enough in the future, but in Roland's information, his schedule is very full. Does this guy have time to film? He is now filming The Wrath of the Titans with his good friend Ben Affleck, right? Will he join the crew of the talented Mr. Ripley in August, working with Gwyneth? Then there is a DreamWorks project, Return of the Glory, or will Will Smith play a supporting role for him? Then there is Steeder, which is also in the process of being approved for filming. This guy's schedule is even fuller than mine. Where does he have time to film Spider-Man 3? All this information was written in the file. Roland's scalp tingled when he saw the filming plan that looked like a nesting doll. He is indeed a guy supported by Francis Coppola and Robin Williams. Although the quality of the project cannot be compared with his, winning by quantity is what the Jewish gang likes to do the most. As long as you don't die, then act to death. As long as you have the resources, you can get an A-list no matter what. The release date of your movie has never been a problem, okay? The truck driver curled his lips, looked at the guy who had no idea, and complained. His 4 roles combined are not as good as a demon. If we choose him, do you believe that he will immediately push the conflicting projects? Even if some projects have already signed contracts, he is willing to pay liquidated damages to terminate the contract. After all, ours is a high quality resource. That's right, compared with those capitals that dislike Roland for being too expensive and are unwilling to hire him again. Actors, directors and other tool groups, but they regard Roland as a delicious boon. Colleagues' enemies? There is no such thing. The so-called enemies are just a certain competition between the two sides. But now, in terms of status, who can compete with Roland? The top 3 global box office records are all his. Although there is only one award, it is the youngest Oscar winner. What should I do if I can't beat my opponent? Of course, I will join the other party. In this way, holding on to the thigh and making a qualitative leap in my own value has become a matter of course. Okay. Roland nodded. If it were a few years ago, he might have been excited by the licking of these guys who wanted to hug his thighs. But now, I'm the one who negotiates business with Bill Gates. The status is different, and the excitement is also different. After Matt Damon, the guy who appeared on the second page is George Clooney. Because of Roland, Arnold Schwarzenegger withdrew from the Batman 4, Mr. Freeze project, and with the bankruptcy of the entire plan, George Clooney, who was supposed to play Batman, is not too miserable now. Speaking of which, getting rid of Batman can actually be regarded as saving George Clooney. The guy on the third page is Leo's good buddy Mark Wahlberg. Since Roland played in Titanic, Leo played in his favorite Boogie Nights. As a result, Mark Wahlberg, who was supposed to play the leading role in Boogie Nights, had a career gap. For this reason, after learning that the villain evil ghost in Spider-Man 3 was still vacant, Leo recommended him to the truck driver. On the fourth page, it was Matthew McConaughey. In the recommendation column of his personal information, the name of the recommender was Robert Zemeckis. As the leading actor in Contact and the young lawyer in The Untold Story directed by Steven Spielberg, this guy also wanted to cling to the thighs of the Jewish gang. If Roland remembered correctly, in his previous life, this guy had worked with Ron Howard's daughter. Maybe it was because he had seen too many big guys, but it might be because he had arranged a retreat early and he had no passion for the acting circle. After flipping through a few pages, those future big names were just guys with backgrounds and who could cooperate in his eyes. There were almost no guys who could catch Roland's eye and who could arouse his interest. Christian Bale? Did your family put him in? When Roland saw the guy who looked pretty good, his first reaction was to turn his head and look at Kate. Although this guy officially entered Hollywood with Steven Spielberg's Empire of the Sun, his relationship with the Jewish gang had actually been severed long ago. In 1986, he starred in The Mystery of Anna, playing the heroine's younger brother, Alexei, the last crown prince of the Russian Empire, and the heroine of that movie was Steven Spielberg's wife, Amy Irving. Because of this, when the old man needed a little boy, this guy won directly. 4,000 people competed at the same time and finally stood out. It doesn't exist. Because the director's wife likes me. If Amy Irving hadn't divorced Steven Spielberg, Christian Bale might have become rich long ago. But even if the two divorced, it didn't matter, because before the divorce, this little guy hooked up with Kenneth Branagh. Although the British gang is not as strong as the Jewish gang, it is still one of the best groups in Hollywood. With those guys backing it up, there is no need to worry about the project. Knowing all this, Roland's first reaction was that Kate's family had stuffed someone in. When faced with his inquiry, Kate unexpectedly poked her head and glanced at the information, and then shook her head like a rattle. I don't know, they didn't tell me, but it doesn't matter, right? It's okay as long as everyone can see it clearly. That's right. Roland felt that Kate was right. When the relationship is close to a certain extent, the behavior of stuffing people in each other's shoes becomes even more naked. Christian Bale's name appeared in the casting list of The Devil. Which casting director dared to exclude him? The boss's family can only be kicked out by the boss, and those who work don't dare to provoke them at all. Of course, in a sense, this behavior is actually quite shameless. Want to stuff someone in, but worried about not being selected, so use this method to send people to the last round. If I'm selected, then everyone will be happy. If I'm not selected, I will not ask for help, and I will not waste favors. This kind of business, that makes a lot of money without any investment, is shameful. However, for Roland, it seems that choosing Christian Bale is a good choice. Now Christian Bale is selected to play the evil spirit. When Warner restarts Batman, he will be sent to play Bruce Wayne under the pretext of Harry Potter. In this way, it is equivalent to Spider-Man defeating Batman. Peter Parker, who are you? Roderick Kingsley, I'm Hobgoblin. Peter Parker, no, you're Batman. Roderick Kingsley. Although this stalk will take several years to realize, it is also one of the few points that can make Roland excited. While Marvel is in his arms, he must of course try his best to step on friendly competitors. After all, there can only be one king in a field. Hey, what are you grinning at? Just as Roland was imagining in his mind the scene of Marvel's own son Spider-Man defeating DC's own father Batman and successfully reaching the top, Kate's hand also waved in front of him a few times, and her silly grin was no different from her. Nothing. With a different status, the idea is also different. Roland used to be stable, but now, he dares to think about some things, right? But the truth cannot be told, otherwise he will be dragged into a mental hospital. I'm happy, because they did this. Obviously they didn't treat me as an outsider. You are very confident to leave you to me. Hearing this, Kate, who was still there looking at the handsome guy, rolled her eyes at Roland. Although she was very happy with Roland's sudden sweet talk, she still did a lot of superficial work. You are a serious crew, right? There will be no backdoor situation, right? Don't give me face. No means no. You have to be responsible for the audience and the quality of the movie. Hey. Seeing Roland and Kate flirting with each other, the truck driver suddenly felt like he was sitting at home and food was coming from the sky. This is to let you participate in the casting and ban some people with connections. It's not to let you feed the dog. I'm full just looking at you. Ignoring the two people who were extremely disgusted, the truck driver directly called the studio assistant and asked the candidates who had already arrived to enter in order. In his opinion, letting everyone audition once is more useful than the three of them sitting and discussing. Following his call, guys wearing orange-red flashy uniforms, who seemed to be cosplaying Halloween pumpkin demons, also entered one after another. After they finished performing according to the audition content, the feeling of everyone is almost the same appeared in everyone's mind. There is no way. There is no new guy who can be stuffed in. In the truck driver's script structure, the evil ghost is originally a pure bad guy. In this way, as long as the actor shows the cruelty and madness of the villain, it will be fine. Whoever plays it is actually almost the same. Then Christian Bale? Roland glanced at Cameron. Cameron didn't say anything, but glanced at Kate first. Seeing that she behaved normally, neither happy nor sad, the old man nodded and drew a check mark on the future Batman. Although Roland's behavior did not match his identity as an actor and was an overstepping of authority, the old man didn't care. He was a tyrant, but he also knew how to adapt. What's more, okay, the evil spirit has been dealt with, so the next thing is the most troublesome thing. Did you make a lot of deals when you were applying for the Oscar? Now I have to pay off my debts. Peter Fonda, who was nominated for Best Actor for The Beekeeper, gave up the competition. After knowing that the actor for Mary Jane had not been decided, he recommended his own Jessica Biel. George Lucas helped you get votes. Similarly, after learning that the candidate had not been determined, his photographer Caleb Deschanel squeezed his daughters Emily Deschanel and Zooey Deschanel in. And then there's Kate Mara. You may not know her, but it doesn't matter. You just know Sydney Pollock. And a lot of guys. Compared to the evil spirit, the selection of Mary Jane is the most headache. You owe too many favors, so who are you going to use? What? When the truck driver used gloating words to talk about the current situation of the character of Mary Jane, Roland, who wanted to open the list of heroines, suddenly trembled. He knew that a good project was full of favors, but he didn't expect that there were a lot of people waiting for him here. Damn. Didn't these guys vote for me for Spielberg's sake? Why do I have to repay this favor? I originally wanted to choose an actress I like to work with before retiring, and then say goodbye to the identity of an actor without regrets. But now, everything is a deal. Seeing Roland's confused face and stiff movements, the truck driver was in a good mood. Hey, weren't you just showing off your love? You are still showing off now. While the truck driver was gloating, Kate also discovered that her man was abnormal, looking at Roland, who was looking at Cameron with an incredulous look. Kate, who knew the nature of men and came here today just to guard against this, asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Stop looking. Is it because there are too many I like and I don't know how to choose? Or is it that the guy I like is not here? Oh my god. This is a fatal question." The truck driver, who likes to watch the fun, laughed. Note, Batman is George Clooney's dark history. Robin's existence makes the whole movie confused. When Ben Affleck accepted the role, he directly advised Ben Affleck not to play the role. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that when Christian Bale received Nolan's invitation, his first reaction was not to take over the project, let alone discuss the core content of the film. Instead, he asked Nolan for the script to confirm that Robin would not appear at the beginning. Christian Bale got rich by relying on Spielberg's ex-wife. He got rich by connections, but this rubber man is really cruel. Chapter 265. As long as I run fast, the black pot can't catch up with me. Sony, in the rest area outside the studio, more than 20 girls were waiting there. Although most of them were newcomers in the industry and were unknown, almost everyone could call out the name of the opponent next to them. The blonde girl sitting in the first seat was named Kate Hudson. Her hair was like instant noodles and fell down her shoulders, making her look like a little leafy Day-O. She was born in 1979 and is now 19 years old. However, at this awkward age that has passed the puberty period, she has a figure like a washboard. Even so, she is still the most arrogant one in the crowd because her mother is Goldie Hawn. Of course, don't look at her calm appearance, but after sitting down, she has been looking around with the corner of her eyes. There is no way. Who made her feel threatened? Mom is right. There are too many guys who want Mary Jane. The point is, it's different from the previous auditions. This time, the competitors are all insiders with backgrounds. Rather than saying this is the third round of finals, it's better to say this is the first round of preliminary selections, because those who don't matter have already been squeezed out. Shit. While she was hiding herself and peeking around, the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the end did the exact opposite of her. Although she also had a washboard figure, she showed everything openly, her eyes moving from left to right, from front to back, and she would stay for a moment if she saw someone she was interested in, and if she didn't arouse interest, she would just glance past. Her reckless actions were seen by everyone around her, but even if someone was dissatisfied, no one came forward to cause trouble. Because her name was Kate Mara, and her recommenders were Sidney Pollack and Harrison Ford. At the age of 16, she was just doing acting for fun. The reason why she was jointly recommended by the two big guys was actually related to her prominent family. The New York Giants and the Pittsburgh Steelers were both her family's businesses. Not only that, her great uncle was the US ambassador to Ireland and the co-founder of the Irish Fund charity organization, and their family still owns this ancestral property. So, for her now, this state is actually a rich lady's experience of life. No wonder before I came, Sidney and Harrison told me that making a movie is all about participation. So they thought from the beginning that I couldn't be selected. More than 20 candidates, either from the Jewish gang or the British gang. Is this called casting? It's obviously a distribution of interests. There is not a single guy with an ordinary background. There are Lone Ranger-like characters like Kate Hudson and Kate Mara in the rest area, but not many. Because they know each other, they understand that the focus of casting is not the performance itself. So more guys actually gather together in twas and threes, whispering. The Deschanel sisters were like this. They came together to play the game of teamwork from the beginning. When they found that the backgrounds of their competitors were basically deeper than theirs, they were full of disappointment. It seems that this role has nothing to do with me. The elder sister Emily was scared before the battle. From what you said, it seems that I have hope. The younger sister Zoe rolled her eyes and said, although our recommender is George Lucas, their recommenders are no worse than George. Not to mention, our relationship with George is far less close than Thiz with their recommenders. Like that Rebecca Hall, her father is a British knight and is very familiar with Kate's parents, and that Rosamund Pike, because of her parents, she has already performed in the National Youth Theatre of the United Kingdom, right? Damn it. How can Mary Jane be a British? These people are so shameless. The guys who can come here are both lazy and ambitious, but generally speaking, the latter are more. There have never been any faithful men and women in this circle. Except for a small group of people with prominent family backgrounds, everyone else has their own pursuits. Climbing up and working hard to the top is the ultimate goal of most people. In the world of fame and fortune, where production is divided into A and B levels, and the resources in each level are divided into different levels, Mary Jane in Spider-Man 2 and 3 has a fatal attraction to them. In addition to the label of the heroine of a project with an investment of over 100 million yuan, Roland's box office appeal is also something they desire. They are eager to reach the top in one step, but they also understand that this is just a luxury. More often, they hope that, when the movie is released, countless audiences can remember their faces through the massive scheduling. After all, exposure means fame, and fame can bring opportunities. Only when there are opportunities can we talk about realization. In the past, the background behind them made them invincible. But now, when everyone has a deep background, they are actually on the same starting line. This is actually a very easy thing to understand, just like opening a Hearthstone pack. In the past, they could only tear up purple items at most. They were attractive, but the attraction was not fatal. It would be best if they got it, but if they didn't get it, they could also become emotional machines. But now, what is placed in front of them is a golden legend. For this card, I can even knock you off your head. Just when they were in harmony on the surface, but were evaluating each guy's chances in their hearts, the staff also appeared in time, announced the names of the finalists, and let them enter the venue in an orderly manner to participate in the audition. The first person to be called was Goldie Hawn's daughter. As a mother who hopes her daughter will become a phoenix, Goldie Hawn has learned a lot of information about Roland from Robert De Niro. Before coming, Kate Hudson knew that Roland was a guy who was as quiet as ice to outsiders and as passionate as fire to his own people. Not only that, he also cared about the family like his teacher Spielberg, so when entering the venue, Kate Hudson kept telling herself that she must say hello to Kate after meeting her later. Even if this behavior can't earn her extra points, as long as she can let Roland know that she won't wander around, that's enough. But when she took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and walked into the audition room at a steady pace, she was stunned by the judge's seat with only one person. When she entered the Sony studio, she had talked to her acquaintances and knew that Roland and Kate would participate in the casting, but now, no one was there. What's the situation? Did they go to the bathroom? Wait, the two of them went to the bathroom together? Damn. Did they go to the bathroom together? Or Alaria? This kind of speculation made Kate Hudson's face change slightly, and at the same time, in her heart, she also pulled the relationship between Roland and Kate to the fullest. Although she witnessed the proposal at the Oscars with her own eyes, but a man accompanying a woman to the bathroom, or a woman accompanying a man to the bathroom, this behavior is actually more intimate than a proposal. Okay. Kate Hudson couldn't imagine that two people would accompany each other in such a mess. Just as she was thinking about the greeting words, the truck driver sitting behind the desk suddenly knocked on the table, pulling back her thoughts that had drifted to the toilet. Kate Hudson? Yes. You know which part you will audition for today, right? Yes, I received the audition script. Well, let's start. What? The abrupt order made Kate Hudson unable to react for a while, because according to the information she got, Roland was a guy with a strong desire for control. A bunch of roles in Spider-Man was selected by him personally, and had little to do with the truck driver, and he was the heroine of Titanic, making the truck driver's identity as a producer a decoration. Not only that, he also relied on Spielberg's favor to add the Olson sisters to the movie and modify the script to make the characters more suitable for him. This reckless reality all proved Roland's ambition, but now, without Roland being present, the truck driver started to select people. What's going on? Do you have any questions? Just as Kate Hudson was confused, Cameron, who was waiting for her performance, spoke again. After sensing the old man's doubts and dissatisfaction, Kate Hudson put away her mind and shook her head, saying, "No. Then let's start." The old man held his chin with one hand, the part where Mary Jane looks at Peter Parker. Okay. Since the old man urged her, Kate Hudson didn't hesitate and performed according to the teacher's instructions. But she didn't notice that when she turned her head, a hint of helplessness flashed across the truck driver's face. About 5 minutes later, Kate Hudson, who had performed 3 parts, left the audition room with an uneasy mood. Although she could leave and go home to wait for news, she chose to stay. In the following observations, she found that every guy who came out of the audition room had doubts on his face. When eavesdropping, she also received the same treatment. Rebecca Hall, whose father is a well-known British producer, frowned and asked, "Did you see Kate in there just now?" Rosamund Pike, who was familiar with her, shook her head and said, "No, Roland wasn't there either. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Roland come here before? He also participated in the casting of the devil." Rebecca Hall was a little confused. Maybe it's because of Kate. Roland didn't want to choose the heroine of the movie in front of his fiancée. Rosamund Pike guessed. "Hiss, what you said seems to make sense." Rebecca Hall frowned, "But if that's the case, wouldn't James Cameron be the one who decides who Mary Jane belongs to? That should be the case. I just saw him." Rosamund Pike nodded. "But isn't this a good thing for us? Everyone is looking for Roland's relationship. Now that someone has changed, all the advantages are gone. This is actually fairer." That's right. After learning that the role of Mary Jane had become the target of competition among the big hands who voted for him a month ago, Roland only flipped through the list of candidates, then took Kate, flashed and sprinted, and disappeared in a flash. "I'm just a poor, weak, helpless, and particularly greedy actor. Casting has nothing to do with me. As the guy with the best reputation in and out of the circle, I won't do any secret operations, and I won't interfere with the work of directors and producers like Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise. As an actor, just act well. I don't need to take care of the rest, and I can't take care of it." Well, he doesn't even believe what he said. The reason for running away is actually very simple, because he is different from Harvey Weinstein. As a fat man with no moral integrity and no rules, that guy is completely in the chaotic evil camp. He acts according to his own preferences and doesn't care about the feelings of others. But for Roland, this behavior of turning passers-by and friends into enemies is really a brain bag. You can tell at a glance that he lacks cultural heritage. Don't know what Luzon said, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor young. Although Spider-Man 3 is the last movie in Roland's plan, not acting does not mean retiring. Hollywood made him earn the first pot of gold for his career development, but it doesn't mean that he will just walk away after making a lot of money. Admittedly, he did turn a content company like Warcraft Films into a copyright company, but a copyright company must also have content support. And the root of producing content is all kinds of Hollywood practitioners. In this world, channels are important, but content is more important. There has never been a content company that would go against all practitioners, or rather, the last RKO that went against most practitioners has been abandoned by the times. Because of this, if Roland wants to continue to mix in the circle, the best way is to be like Spielberg, accepting everyone who comes, giving roles to everyone. If there are no roles, we will create them. But the problem is that there is no way to create a role like Mary Jane. Today, the Deschanel sisters were selected for George Lucas's sake. Others who were not selected may feel regretful, but they will look forward to it because they will feel that Mary Jane's return is the future benefit they can look forward to. In this case, when Sidney Pollack and Harrison Ford recommend someone next time, they will give a bad one. People will not say anything, but they will definitely have opinions. What about the next time Robert De Niro wants a role? This old man starred in Spider-Man at a friendly price. If he gave someone who was not worthy of Mary Jane, wouldn't he explode again? Although Roland knew that with the increasing commercialization of movies, when series of movies were rampant and the movie universe was the magic weapon for making money, the influence of these old men would gradually weaken due to the strength of the studios. This is the truth, but it is absolutely not the case. His rapid progress and smooth sailing in recent years are all due to the top resources of those old men. These guys helped him in the past, and they will have to pay it back in the future. Just like Sofia Coppola was going to shoot the Virgin Suicides, Roland didn't even ask about the prospects. She just invested directly because her father is Francis Coppola. They helped me back then and are still helping me now, and I'm just giving corresponding returns. Hollywood is a class-based circle. Those who are popular are brought up by those who were once popular. Roland has no intention of breaking this status quo. He will even help maintain it all, because maintaining class and inheritance is the most beneficial for him, who has already penetrated the inner circle and promoted to the top. Although he can indeed rely on his resources and ignore these guys. But why is this necessary? Those people took the lead in releasing goodwill to him, but he did not accept it and slapped them instead. Isn't this mentally ill? Because of this, it is best to let the highest ranking person in the crew handle these things. Those who have helped me, my friends, the guys you recommend, can enter the final round. But there is only one role, and the director and producer have the final say on who to choose. James, take the blame. Truck driver, yes. Thank you on behalf of my whole family. James looked so scary when we came out. In the car leaving Sony Studios, Kate covered her mouth and laughed. I was wondering if he would take out a knife and kill you. How is that possible? Roland said while driving. James is the tyrant on the set. He specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. With him around, the casting work will definitely go smoothly. Moreover, without me as the X Factor, he should be very happy. After all, the biggest cancer that interfered with his work has finally disappeared. Cancer? Goose you finally admitted that he has no role in the crew? Kate laughed even louder after seeing her man tell the truth about the current situation and madly blame Cameron in order to get rid of the trouble. I think Spider-Man 2 and the third of maybe your last cooperation. Because cooperating with others only costs money. Cooperating with you, that's life-threatening. No. Roland was not too worried because he had a big killer in his hand. Didn't James want to explore the Mariana Trench? I invested in that project. No matter how much money. Money ability may not be the strongest superpower, but it must be the most useful superpower. The happiness of rich people is unimaginable. Cameron doesn't want to take over the mess. It doesn't matter. You paid for your deep sea submersible. Then you really lost a lot this time. The generous words stopped Kate's smile. She blew her nose and took out a tissue to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Do you regret it? Because of the 2 trophies, I owed a lot of favors and paid a lot of benefits. Are you trying to trick me again? Roland glanced at Kate. After finding that she was applying lipstick in front of the pocket mirror in the co-pilot seat, he knew that this was just a casual question. To be honest, before what happened today, Roland felt that his business of buying awards was doing well. Firstly, he didn't intend to pay for all those projects himself. Secondly, a mature brand story can make his wealth grow continuously. But after what happened today, he really felt that it was too troublesome to owe a lot of favors. However, this is life. Except for blood relatives, no one will help you for no reason. If these guys don't ask for anything in return, then Roland will also worry whether these guys are seeking more. Of course, although he dislikes that it is difficult to settle the debt of favor, Roland will not say it bluntly. This is related to the question of where he sleeps at night. No regrets. Roland answered very firmly. Although Mary Jane is a key figure in Spider-Man 2 and 3, the selling point of those 2 movies is still Peter Parker. As long as the heroine is not ugly, it's fine. You know me. I only like movies, not the profession of actors. As for who the heroine is, I don't care at all. Really? Then what do you care about? With a crisp snap, Kate buckled her pocket mirror. When she cast her eyes on Roland, who was pulling the handbrake and waiting for the green light, also turned his head to look at her. Of course I care about you. Kate raised her hand and hit him because of his slick appearance. Although she knew that Roland was speaking according to her heart, what could she do? Just listen to it happily. It's still early. Shall we go home now? Kate revealed the topic that already had an answer. David and Ganetti will be back at around 2 o'clock this afternoon. They said they would pick up Lizzie by themselves. Is that so? Then we don't have to rush back at night. Roland immediately understood what Kate meant. We haven't been out for a long time since the Oscars. How about treating you to dinner tonight? Thank you for letting me play games for a month when I was bored. You want to get rid of me with a meal? I'm helping you take care of the children. Then treat you to a movie? After all, those 3 are not my children. Wow. Is there someone like you? Lizzie calls you brother. Then they call you sister. Do I need to treat them then? Roland. Huh. You're so shameless. Hey, don't be so absolute. You'll definitely find out in the future that not only am I shameless, I'm not a human being. After all, besides money, my biggest advantage is that I'm handsome. Note, Kate Mara is so in House of Cards. She is just playing around. When signing contracts with all crews, she will add a clause that, if her 2 teams meet in the Super Bowl, she can unconditionally withdraw from the group to watch the game and return to film. The point is that she has to serve a big 6 like this. Rebecca Hall is Vicky in Midnight in Barcelona, the brown-haired girl who was cheated on by Black Widow, and Maya Hansen in Iron Man 3. She is also a playboy. Rosamund Pike is Rosamund Pike, the youngest Bond girl in history. She is also a playboy. Chapter 266 Black Angel and Black God. In Roland's previous life, some people said that he was a reserved person. He was serious in front of strangers. His words and deeds were perfect. His style of dealing with things was rational, and he thought about problems more comprehensively. But in front of acquaintances, he was like a madman, a child, and a fool. In fact, it was the same in this life. When he met a stranger for the first time, reason drove his behavior, and after many exchanges, his words became quite casual. Perhaps it was because he knew Kate inside and out, but it was more like a relaxation after being bound for a lifetime, so he had fewer scruples in terms of communication. At first, Kate was a little surprised, but after getting along for a long time, she found that this dual personality was actually quite interesting. Roland pretended to be serious in front of strangers, and then she could make him lose his composure in a second with just a few clever words. When helplessness, embarrassment, and depression were mixed together, Kate felt that she had caught the most real Roland. It was still Roland who belonged to her alone. Because of this, when faced with Roland's boasting without any beeps, she just gave him a sanitary eye and let him go to the side to show off. After Roland really suggested going to the movies, she did not refuse, and took the initiative to choose a love movie, City of Angels. City of Angels is the work of Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan. It tells the story of an angel who serves as the black and white impermanence. When guiding the souls of the dead to heaven, he fell in love with a female doctor in the hospital at first sight. In order to be with his beloved, the angel gave up eternal life and came to the world, and the female doctor fell in love with the angel, and the two happily got married. But unfortunately, when they thought they could stay with each other forever, fate played a trick on them. The female doctor suffered a car accident one morning and lost her life. The angel who fell into the mortal world for her fell into endless pain. To put it bluntly, this is also a routine movie. Most of the time, in love movies, the emotions between the hero and heroine cannot last long. This is no longer dramatic, but inevitable. They always have to earn enough tears from people. Only by stirring up the sadness to a climax can the film producers make money. But unfortunately, the producer's approach is fine, and the actors' performances are also very good, but the distributor chose the wrong schedule. Because in 1998, no love movie could beat the long-running Titanic. In Roland's previous life, this movie made a small profit, but now, it was released on April 10th, and nearly 3 weeks have passed, and the North American box office has not exceeded 50 million. Compared with the cost of 55 million, this is simply a waste. The reason why the audience did not choose this movie is also very simple, because they think that the relationship between Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan is fake, and since it is fake, there is no point in watching it. To be honest, when Roland saw such feedback, he was completely confused. Movies are originally an art of deception. Isn't fake a matter of course? But when he learned that what the audience saw was really a marriage proposal at the Oscars, he shut up. Because he suddenly felt that he seemed to have played a type of movie to death, blocking all the ways for future generations. Whether a love movie is real depends on whether the hero and heroine can get together after leaving the screen. Isn't this asking too much? At the same time, Roland was also very happy. The audience believed in him so much, so when the R&K diamond ring was officially released to the public, it would definitely be sold out by the people who were looking forward to love. Of course, when they had dinner in the evening, the two did not talk about this. Because in addition to love, there is another highlight in the whole movie that is hard to ignore. That is, the Black Angel. At the end of the film, when the fallen angel played by Nicolas Cage lost his loved one, a black angel appeared in front of him, helping him to enlighten and let him talk. This deliberate approach is hard to ignore. Steven and his team seem to have been helping African Americans to cheer for the past few years. Cage gave Roland 1/3 of the French lamb chops on the plate, and then cut it into small pieces and put it into his mouth. First, there was The Color Purple with an all-African cast, then Philadelphia with Denzel Washington, and then Men in Black with Will Smith. Now African Americans are being praised as angels. What's the next step? Is it God? Do they think the conflict is not intense enough? Because he had to wear the Spider-Man suit, Roland had to control his body before filming. 1/3 of the lamb chops was the amount he could eat. In order to make the meat taste last longer, he cut the lamb chops into shreds. You forgot a movie, last year's The Untamed. Speaking of praising African Americans, Roland was no longer surprised. Haven't they been doing these things for so many years? Using African Americans to stir up racial incidents and then seek greater benefits for themselves. They let African Americans take the path of distribution according to the noise, but African Americans can't get the fruits of victory at all. The success of African elites is largely due to them. For example, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, and Elvin Johnson do have strong abilities, but without packaging, they cannot ascend to the altar. When these black lights appear, they use the power of the media to gradually separate these black lights from their base. When the black lights lose their mass base, their downfall becomes an obvious thing. With the fall of a black light, a new black light will be born. Africans always think that the compromise of white people after the distribution according to the noise is the right way to success, but they are not united at all, just a gun. Every time there is a dispute or disagreement, the larger crowd just takes advantage of the chaos to grab something. On the surface, it seems to have won, but this is just a spiritual victory. These guys are being played around by the Jews. Although Roland made his fortune with the resources of the Jewish gang, he is not the kind of guy who eats people's soft mouths and takes people's short hands. He is grateful for Steven Spielberg's help, but he will not whitewash the bad things these guys do behind his back. Many people only know that Spike Lee is a representative of African Americans in the literary and sports circles and a pioneer of equal rights, but more people don't know that the Jews are the troublemakers who create conflicts every day, and Steven Spielberg is one of them. The 1985 film The Color Purple looks like a feminist novel, but it also contains all kinds of content such as race and class. The point is that, in order to depict the racial conflicts between whites and blacks, the arrogance of whites is directly magnified in the film. Sophia, played by Oprah, brought her 2 children and met the mayor's wife on the road. The mayor's wife was very interested in the children and invited Sophia to work as a maid in her home. Sophia didn't want to live such a life, so she refused. But after getting this answer, the arrogant mayor beat her, and then Sophia fought back and ended up in jail. If things ended here, it would be the oppression of whites against blacks. But Steven Spielberg did not choose to stop. In his portrayal, the mayor's wife in the movie is a moron. Even though Sophia beat her husband and was thrown into jail, she was finally bailed out and continued to be recruited into the house as a maid. On the surface, this kind of fraternity is a cry for equal rights, but in fact, the arrogance of white people and the brainlessness of African Americans were reflected in the first round of fighting. The tolerance of the mayor's wife and the final recognition of African Americans are actually discrimination engraved in their bones. I tolerate you, and I like you, so you want to come to my house as a maid. Isn't this bullshit? The point is that, after being a maid, when the mayor's wife gave Sophia a holiday on Christmas Day, Sophia was grateful to her. This kind of gratitude of you beating me and rewarding me with food is a headache for people to see. Of course, if someone must say that The Color Purple is depicting reality and Steven Spielberg just respects that period of history and wants to help the injured black people get out of it, then The Untamed is a work that has been dissed by the whole United States. The conflict was created too deliberately, and the identity of the Jewish savior was portrayed too obviously. To put it bluntly, it's a good thing that he is Steven Spielberg and the media giant is controlled by the Jews. Otherwise, his crooked behavior would have ruined his reputation long ago. Then he might affect us in the future? Although Kate has not married Roland yet, she actually regards herself as a member of the Allen family. After experiencing the favor seeking during the day and watching a movie with a strange meaning in the afternoon, she, who grew up in the entertainment industry, has already smelled the possibilities of the future. Before, you had your age as a cover, and those guys wouldn't talk to you about racial struggles. But now, after you quickly go through the big events of love, adulthood, and marriage, those guys might also be like the guys chasing the role of Mary Jane today, hoping that you can satisfy their wishes and become an equal rights fighter, because only by roasting African Americans on the fire can they meet the core interests of the Jews. Roland looked at her unexpectedly. Seeing her looking at him with an inquiring look, he smiled and said, "That's why I decisively gave up my identity as an actor, stopped being a director and producer, and turned the film company into a copyright company. I don't want to devote myself to being an equal rights fighter, but at the same time I don't dislike what those guys do." That's right. Although Roland remembered these things, he just remembered them. He would complain about them when he had nothing to do, but he would never talk about them. After all, the movie The Shawshank Redemption he promoted was also a blood-stained steamed bun for African Americans. To put it bluntly, racial discrimination is a trash basket. Everything can be put into it when it can bring greater benefits to oneself. Everyone is a loving equal rights pioneer. When it can cause a blow to the opponent, it is the best nuclear weapon. As for African Americans feeling that they have taken advantage, that's not the case. African Americans who have gained benefits and become elites will eventually lose their base. Jews can achieve unity in the general direction and fight over trivial matters, but African Americans can never do that. Once an African American becomes an elite, there will definitely be lower class African Americans who hate and envy him, because those elite African Americans cannot realize the fundamental principle of the rich leading the poor. Those old black lights only want to kill the new black lights. After the new black lights are hit, they will inevitably fight back. By then, it will be a dog-eat-dog fight. Just like Oprah Winfrey and Michael Jackson. In the case that everyone wants to be the only one and everyone wants to monopolize the support of African Americans will never get up. Roland didn't want to get involved in it in an open capacity, but at the same time, if he could grab huge benefits, he wouldn't mind giving it a push. In fact, David Olson's previous evaluation was very correct. Roland's way of doing things was no different from those Jews, or in other words, it was perfectly in line with America's own development ideas, because everyone was in the neutral evil camp. However, Kate's words reminded Roland. In the movie City of Angels, black people played angels, and in The Green Mile, black people played God. Although Roland was not very interested in the movie The Green Mile, he was very happy to get involved, because Steven Spielberg had helped him for so many years. As Kate said, the Jewish gang would only accept him putting Africans on the fire. Since they helped him win the Oscar, Roland was willing to express his attitude first. Although I'm not going to be at all, I still support your work. Invest in The Green Mile first to show you my sincerity, and when the time is right, I will give you Black Panther. That's enough. Because of this, after returning home that night, he thanked David and Ganetti again, and gave them the small gifts he bought when he accompanied Kate shopping that afternoon. After listening to the progress of the Yahoo and R&K projects, Roland took advantage of Kate's bath to call Tom Hanks and ask about the preparations for The Green Mile. After a brief chat, he learned that Castle Rock Pictures actually had the rights to The Green Mile, and that the project had already been approved, and that they were preparing to invest in casting. The filming was expected to start in August. Roland slapped his thigh. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? I know Castle Rock Pictures well. Didn't they sell me The Shawshank Redemption? So, after discovering that the rights to the project were in the hands of an acquaintance, Roland shamelessly called Castle Rock Pictures. When those guys found out that Roland was here to get some money again. Take a hike. A loud roar came from the receiver of the phone. Then there was a beeping sound. Hey, why are you so unfriendly? Roland pouted and said very calmly, I'm just here to help you share the financial pressure. Although he was yelled at by the other party, he was not discouraged, but called the grandfather of Castle Rock Pictures. Castle Rock Pictures was acquired by Turner Broadcasting in 1994, and Time Warner acquired Turner Broadcasting in 1996. So, if you dare to yell at me, I will dare to yell at your grandfather to beat you. What's more, these guys are still waiting for Steven Spielberg to make the final decision. When Time Warner learned that Roland was interested in the project of The Green Mile, they didn't even think about it and directly allocated 1/3 of the investment share to Roland because they didn't think the project could make money at all. As a movie with a duration of more than 3 hours, the director and screenwriter are also the directors of The Shawshank Redemption. In Warner's eyes, this kind of bad luck debuff is actually full. If Tom Hanks was not willing to take a pay cut to star in the film, Time Warner would not have approved the project at all. Now Roland is willing to enter the market and take risks, which is naturally the best. But while quickly reaching an agreement on the injection of funds, the producer of the film, David Wonders, also called in after hearing the news, wanting to know why Roland made such an abrupt decision. Roland, why did you suddenly want to vote for The Green Mile? Is it because of Tom? Tom? No. It has nothing to do with him. Although Roland and David Wonders did not know each other before and had never met each other, he was very open and honest on the phone. I went out with Kate this afternoon to watch a movie, City of Angels, starring Nicolas Cage. I think the final setting is pretty good. Before this, I read the novel of The Green Mile and learned that you are preparing for this movie, so I wanted to try to give you a suggestion. For example, John Coffey in the movie also uses the same setting. The same setting? David Wonders made a puzzled sound, but after a few seconds, he gave a positive answer. Okay, I understand. I will try my best to convince the director. After the brief conversation, Roland, who was leaning on the sofa, played with his mobile phone, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. He believed that the casting of Mary Jane during the day would definitely be heard by all parties. His desertion will surely cause dissatisfaction among some people, and some guys may even call to complain. But it doesn't matter, because he also believes that the proposal he just made will spread throughout the entire Jewish circle in a very short time. Because David Woods is also a member of the Jewish gang. He is Clint Eastwood's assistant and Francis Coppola's student. Roland didn't play by the rules and stood up the forces behind the candidates. It doesn't matter. Didn't he make up for it that night? For this group that is trying hard to stick together, the general trend is the most important. Compared with mature allies who respect the general trend, what is a Mary Jane? You are so anxious. It would be strange if Roland didn't stand you up. An investment can both express a stance and pass the buck. It's really worth it. Note, I have not verified when the Jews began to infiltrate the media industry, but one thing is known. When Walt Disney was alive, the entire Disney company was anti-Semitic. As the last company in Hollywood to establish a union, when Walt Disney learned that the union leader was Jewish, he fired him directly and thus got into a lawsuit from racists. Not only that, when he was alive, you could tell at a glance that the villains in Disney animations were Jewish, but after his death, with the infiltration of Jews, racial discrimination, women's rights, LGBT, and diversity gradually increased. Spielberg has also been doing these things, and Black Lives Matter was also created by them. In the novel of The Green Mile, the protagonist is indeed black, but when preparing, he wanted to change to a white person at first. The director only wanted to shoot 3 distinctive characters, ugly, evil, and hopeful, because he didn't want to repeat the mistakes of The Shawshank Redemption. But with the intervention of Jews, the black guy was finally finalized. This was revealed by Bruce Willis. The decision to stick with the black god metaphor was made by producer David Wonders, who is a member of the Jewish gang. Chapter 267, The Strongest Shield and the Deepest Pit. It was night in South Pasadena. In this green city with mountains to the north, beautiful scenery and spring all year round, historic craftsman style houses can be seen everywhere. The pointed red tiles are the characteristic here, and the H-shaped house structure gives people a feeling of playing Lego. When people want to peek at the toy-like building block park in the night, the breeze, wrapped in helplessness, drifted into everyone's ears. Sydney? Hi, you said daytime. I already know about that. Yes, it's very abrupt. Robert? Goldie is there seeking opportunities for her daughter again. Didn't I say this before? We DreamWorks will do her daughter's project, but not now. Oh George, why are you calling me too? When the old man threw away his glasses, clenched his left fist, and hit his forehead with one hand, he was on the phone, and a creaking sound suddenly appeared. Hearing this voice, the guy who was dealing with all parties showed his suspicion. But after squinting his eyes and finding out that the person who came was actually his wife, the unhappiness on his face dissipated a lot and was replaced by double fatigue of body and mind. Why are you here? Is it Sasha who is looking for me? Tell her I'm sorry, there is too much work today. The old man pinched the eye socket beside the bridge of his nose with his fingers, sighed, and threw the phone aside. At the same time, he picked up the pizza brought by his wife and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Although he didn't eat it as fast as a wolf, he didn't chew it slowly. After chewing it quickly, the coffee used for refreshing became a tool for him to swallow. Seeing her husband like this, Kate Capshaw, who was wearing a blue shirt, felt a little distressed. Are those people still for Mary Jane? What else? Spielberg shrugged. Roland went too far this time. Why did he choose to run away at the last minute? Just like before, couldn't he just choose someone he liked? Kate Capshaw was too familiar with this kind of deal, and it was precisely because of this familiarity that she felt that there was something wrong with the development during the day. He chose someone he liked, and no one could find fault with it. The guy who was chosen was certainly happy, but the one who was not chosen would not complain, because since they were all doing a deal, there would definitely be an next chance. Those who can use their connections are not fools. Everyone knows that when there are mutual backgrounds and the background strengths are balanced, whether or not they are chosen is not the real point. The point is that the person with the interest relationship was not chosen. If Roland personally finalized the heroine, it means that he is a participant in various transactions, abides by the rules of the game in the circle, and maintains it tacitly. You know, this kind of favor transaction that cannot be presented in black and white depends on everyone's self-consciousness. But now, if Roland doesn't choose, it means that the table is overturned. The decision maker is not the vested interest, because there are too many people with connections, so they play a balance. What about next time? Who will dare to do favors with him next time? It was precisely because people in the circle wanted to know Roland's attitude that Spielberg was bombarded with phone calls from acquaintances after the audition. Facing those guys who were eager to know the answer, the old man was also helpless, because he won't have a next time. What? Kate Capshaw obviously didn't expect her husband to suddenly throw out such a word. The next second, her reaction was beyond the old man's expectations. Does he have a terminal illness? No wonder he can't wait to marry Kate. Does he want to leave a child at the end of his life? Ahem. The old man who was drinking coffee was almost choked to death by his wife's imagination. After wiping his mouth with a tissue, he glared at the other person and said unhappily, I mean, he's going to quit. If nothing unexpected happens, Spider-Man 3 will be his last movie in his life. Even if he personally finalized the female lead today, it's just a temporary confusion. After he announces his retirement, these things will still appear. So far, only the old man, David, Kate, Sony and himself know that Roland is going to quit. But in order to prove to his wife that Roland is fine, the old man can only tell her about the deal from a few months ago. After learning that Roland has turned his life into a sustainable development project, Kate Capshaw, who was complaining for her husband before, was stunned on the spot. After a long while, she frowned and said, you mean, you started all this? Yes. The old man responded without covering up. However, this sentence made his wife explode. Are you crazy? Kate Capshaw's breath was choked, and her concerned eyes suddenly turned into surprise, and even a little bit of puzzlement, since you suggested that he quit the circle. Why did you drag those people to vote for him? You obviously know that those guys are jackals who will never give up once they smell blood. You shouldn't give them hope. His deal with the Big Six has already secured him an Oscar, and Roland's original goal was just to get one for Kate. There is no need for you to instigate him to win the award, and there is no need to get yourself involved. Feeling his wife's anger, the old man did not respond excessively, but looked at her silently. You don't think it's necessary? Is it really necessary? Kate Capshaw simply couldn't understand her husband's idea. Roland never thought about winning an Oscar from the beginning. So why did you take on the pressure to help him run it? He is your son? Or are you his father? Why are you so nice to him? Is it because he is your student? But you have so many students. Can you manage them all? Or is it because he also likes to play games? But there are so many people who play games. Why don't you take care of others? You don't have to put him on a pedestal. And his irresponsible behavior of throwing pressure on you makes me feel sick. The old man pursed his lips at his wife's words. He admitted that what the other party said made sense, but not entirely right. If he looked at it from the perspective of a teacher, a player, and a confidant, then he really didn't need to suggest that Roland run a double award, let alone risk his old face to canvas for him. But the problem was helping Roland win the award is actually very important to me. The old man stood up and took the initiative to pour a glass of water for his wife. Then he came behind her, put his hands on her shoulders, and gently massaged her. Kate, do you know? It was he who suggested that I take the 25% stake in the global distribution company of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft films. At that time, I did not tell him about the plan to set up DreamWorks. He seemed to see what I was thinking. The most important thing is that the beginning of the whole transaction was that he knew that I didn't like Nintendo. After I was convinced by him, used his resources, and got shares with him, the establishment of DreamWorks suddenly became extremely smooth. Jeffrey Katzenberg, who had been thinking about it before, directly agreed to my plan. Although David Geffen had intended to sell the company a long time ago, after seeing that I got the shares, he immediately called me and told me that he could inject capital immediately. Paul Allen, who had wanted to establish a global distribution system, was shocked when he learned that Roland and I, after jointly holding half of the shares, he spent his money faster than anyone else. He originally required us to sign a better per case agreement, but after he had the shares, he withdrew this harsh clause in the subsequent negotiations. If his suggestion is the cornerstone of the birth of DreamWorks, then this statement is definitely too exaggerated. But if it is said that his suggestion has eliminated a lot of trouble for me, this is indeed an indisputable fact. Because we are not fighting alone now. In the eyes of the other 5 companies, our goal of creating DreamWorks is to swallow up Sony Pictures Entertainment, and we now want to swallow up Sony Pictures Entertainment. But we are actually a little short of it. If it weren't for the bad relationship between Bernard and Carl, things wouldn't have become so troublesome. When Spielberg encouraged Roland to rush for the Oscar, he only told Roland that Sony was in trouble and that, if there was a chance, he could try to solve this trouble, but he didn't tell Roland how to swallow this behemoth. And now, facing his wife's inquiry, the old man only said a little bit, but this point actually pointed out everything. The tricks to swallow other listed companies are nothing more than that. Although the price of inviting Carl Icahn will be high, the success rate will also be greatly increased. Unfortunately, as a member of the Palm Beach Country Club, they cannot contact Carl Icahn because Bernard Madoff does not like Carl Icahn. The behavior of private contact will make them lose an opportunity to make money. Madoff and Icahn are actually a very normal thing. As the chairman of the board of directors of Nasdaq, Icahns' mess is undoubtedly an eyedropper for him, and if the other party intervenes in the mess he has done, he will definitely die on the spot. Just like what Soros said, economic history is a series based on illusions and lies. If you want to get rich, the way is to recognize the illusion, invest in it, and then quit the game before the illusion is recognized by the public. Madoff deceived a lot of self-righteous investors, but he couldn't deceive the barbarians who didn't invest, but relied on robbery. So under his packaging, the high-end members of the foundation with high moral character could not play with the barefoot guys with guns. In this case, Roland, a non-member, is the best contact. In addition, he already has shares in Sony, Amblin, and Warcraft Films' global distribution companies, so he is an insider. Therefore, helping his apprentice win an Oscar, and letting this guy who has no interest in filming, do something that is in everyone's interest is the best choice. And the favors he has done for this purpose, will be repaid slowly in the future. Anyway, his reputation is there, and if things can be solved with time, then don't be impatient. But the problem is that Roland actually flipped the table. This is a headache. Although the old man understands that this is indeed something that someone like Roland can do, as a guy who hates trouble, every decision Roland makes is actually to make money more comfortably. But the timing is wrong. It's only been a few months since he won the award, and he's already causing trouble. This really makes people feel that Roland is getting carried away. The old man who was massaging his wife to calm her down sighed, but before he could continue, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. The pleasant ringtone made him look bitter, and when he was too lazy to check the name and picked it up, the voice from the other end of the phone surprised him very much. "Clint? Don't tell me Bryce also went to audition. Is he running away like this? This is really..." However, the old man's empathetic complaint ended before it even began. Kate Capshaw, who was sitting opposite him, only found that her husband's face was first shrouded in grey, then froze, and after a moment, it turned into surprise and joy, and the words that followed were full of emotion and satisfaction. "Really? Warner asked Roland to invest $20 million for a $60 million project? He told your assistant that he was inspired by watching City of Angels? Oh, this damn kid. Couldn't he invest before things got serious? I've been answering calls here for the whole afternoon." When he hung up the phone, Kate Capshaw was a little confused by his overt happiness. "What's wrong? What did Clint tell you that made you so happy?" "Nothing. Roland invested in a project." The old man waved his hand, and he was as happy as my eldest brother who had successfully changed his family. He smiled with his eyes gone. Kate Capshaw couldn't understand this attitude, but just when she wanted to continue asking what project Roland invested in that could make her husband forget that he had stood everyone up, the old man opened the address book and made a call. "Catherine? How's the filming of The Sixth Sense you and your husband are doing? Will we start filming right away after we've chosen the cast? Will it be finished by the end of this year?" "Okay, after we finish The Sixth Sense, we'll start artificial intelligence right away." "Yes. Let Tom go shoot his own movie first. Minority Report will be put on hold." "Why?" "Because I want to take on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone." "Yes, I want to take it. Don't be so surprised." "Okay. Time is not a problem. Artificial intelligence can be finished in 3 months, and Sorcerer's Stone can be officially filmed in the year 2000. Plus the time for preparation and casting. We can finish filming in the spring of 2001, and then it will be seamlessly connected to Minority Report, so the movie can be finished in 100 days. I finished work, and the next one is How to Get Away with Murder, which is in the Escape trilogy. As long as we shoot it quickly, it won't affect the Chamber of Secrets at all." "What? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Because Roland wants me to shoot this series." When Roland received a call from Kathleen Kennedy the next day and learned that the old man had decided to take over Harry Potter, the passive skill of cursing maximum was triggered instantly. Fuck. Standing in line is a really useful skill. Roland thought that he could just show his intention and let those guys who thought he didn't want to repay the favor suffer a loss and stop bothering him in front of him. This was the best result, but he didn't expect this would directly touch the hearts of those Jews. It seems that the shield of Africans is really important to them. If Africans are making trouble, the mainstream group will hate Africans, but if the vegetable garden of Africans is gone, the Jews who like to make trouble will become rats crossing the street again like before. Never repeating the mistakes of the past is the fundamental goal of all of them. In this case, personal interests are obviously not greater than collective interests, and in their eyes, I should be a traitor with a straight ass. Roland guessed correctly. In the eyes of most Jews, A little leak who has been taught by Spielberg since childhood, is obviously the vanguard of pro-Jewish people, the 7 deadly sins that blackened both Catholicism and Protestantism. This kind of awareness is rare in the world. The Shawshank Redemption seems to be helping the president, but in fact, it is more about protecting the leek garden that Jews value. Issues such as racial conflicts can be made, and even made big, but the degree must be controlled. If Mount does not attract hatred, what use is it? But if the Mount was beaten up after a taunt, it would be a loss. Only by controlling the degree can you better seek benefits for yourself. Of course, although he only guessed the ending, but not the extent, it would not prevent Roland from making a phone call to thank him. He never felt good about himself, and thought that Spielberg should help him. More often, not making it difficult for him to do things in the tribe was actually the best reward for Roland. After dialing the phone, the first sound that came was laughter and noise. Listening carefully, I found that the old man was having breakfast with his son and daughter. After greeting those familiar guys one by one, the voices gradually faded away. When they were almost inaudible, the old man's impolite words came from the receiver. "Roland, you did those things yesterday. How dare you call me?" Upon hearing this, Roland laughed, but cried, "Stephen, I'm innocent. There are so many girls, and their families are powerful. If I can't control myself, Kate will kill me." The old man rolled his eyes and didn't believe Roland's words at all, but still asked toughly, "So you just ran away? You had to run away. If I had stayed there, I would have had to go to your house to sleep last night." Ahem. Ah. The old man was almost choked to death by Roland's rogueness. "Why didn't I realize you were so shameless before?" "That's because I didn't owe so many favors before." Although the two of them tacitly did not mention the Green Mile, the conversation revolved around these things. After briefly understanding Roland's thoughts and confirming his intentions, the old man did not ask any more questions, but instead mentioned Harry Potter. "I've accepted the project. I know. I called you today just for this. Any problems?" "Of course there are problems. Because the project will be filmed entirely in the UK, so if you accept it, you won't be able to go home for half a year, and won't be able to see your children every time you film. Although I'm not DreamWorks, I can still meet your request to have dinner with your children every night, so I'm just asking, do you want to take your children to school in the UK? If so, then I'll let Kate help you find a school. Don't worry, she's familiar with this." Since the old man agreed to be the director, Roland was ready to stick with him. Just let him film all 8 films, and he could just pass on the garbage like World War and the Adventures of Tintin. If you want to force someone to lock a man, you naturally have to meet the other party's needs properly. But before he could make a big fuss and say that he could pay for the old man to buy a villa in the UK, the words on the other end of the phone made him fall into an ice cave of excitement. "Who told you that I would stay in the UK for the whole time?" "Huh? If you don't stay in the UK for the whole time, how can the crew shoot the movie?" "Who said that? If I'm not in the UK, the crew can't shoot the movie." "What? Do you still want to find a director to co-direct it?" "Yes." "No. Robert and Chris have similar styles, but they are not the same." "Who said I found them? Isn't there a guy in Hollywood whose style was copied from mine?" Roland was stunned for a long time before he uttered a phrase. "Are you talking about me? Congratulations, you got it right, but there is no reward." The old man laughed and said, "You are with Kate, so you will definitely go to England often in the future. When the time comes, I will shoot the group portrait, and you can polish the rest of the shots according to the storyboard draft. I will shoot for 3 months and you will shoot for 3 months. Isn't that the problem solved? If there are 2 more months of summer vacation in these 3 months, I can take my family to England for vacation. So, actually I will only be away from home for 1 month." Damn. Roland cursed helplessly. He didn't want to be a director because he thought it was troublesome, but he also wanted to ensure the quality of the movie, so he asked Spielberg to get on board. But he didn't expect that while he was getting the other party on board, he actually got himself into trouble. The old man shoots for 3 months, and he shoots for 3 months. It would be better to let Chris Columbus shoot it. Can I regret it now? Roland wanted to call someone. However, as soon as he said this, a beeping sound came from the other end of the phone. The other party didn't want to talk to you and threw a dog at you. Oh, what a headache. Roland sighed helplessly, but the old man was willing to take on the project, which was actually good news for him. Okay, if I get cheated, I get cheated. Anyway, they are all our own projects. Just think of it as bringing my own products. Then now, The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and X-Men are actually all done. I don't have to worry about most of the things in the project. Next, I just need to have some fun, and then wait until August, to join the crew to film. Hiss. When you calculate it this way, life is still pretty good, yeah? Note, the membership requirements of the Madoff Foundation are strict, and Madoff has regulations for members, who cannot actively recruit people. This practice seems to be, to screen suitable investors, but in fact, he is still afraid of being exposed by his peers. The reason why Madoff emphasized that members have high moral character and do not play with those who engage in hedge funds is because the foundation's rate of return far exceeds the rate of return of the world's fastest money-making business robbery. If members have more contact with Bill Ackman and others, they will find that the rate of return of these real robbers is not as high as their rate of return on stable investments. In this case, how can there be anyone in the world who wants to rob? The lie will naturally fail. The three films Artificial Intelligence, Minority Report and Catch Me If You Can were launched at the same time and are also known as the Escape Trilogy. Except for the postponement of the shooting time of Catch Me If You Can, the other previous ones have not changed. In reality, the leading actors of Catch Me If You Can, Leo and Hanks, were on vacation at the time point in the article, and there was no conflict. As for whether the shooting schedule was tight, the old man is a filming machine. Schindler's List and other things were shot in succession. This is the most amazing thing about him. He can shoot with a director's baton. Paul Allen's goal of investing in DreamWorks is to let those three create an entertainment group that can be distributed globally. Chapter 268 Roland Salted Fish Allen. As the saying goes, hugging legs is fun. Hugging legs is fun. After laying out all the things, Roland suddenly felt that he had a layer of buff called happy salted fish on him. He was just short of swinging in the backyard. For him, the first half of 1998 was a period of crazy cashing in after years of pie trading, a happy harvest period. Just lying there, you can make money, take a photo, and gain fame. Hiss. No. Why does this feel so weird? But for the general public, the world in the first half of the year was rich and colorful. They not only witnessed the complicated love history of Lars Perton, saw the lustful character of the Commander-in-Chief and the understanding and tolerance of the Commander-in-Chief's wife, but also witnessed the birth of the love of the century and the unprecedented proposal. These things alone can attract countless eyeballs, not to mention that when the two extremes of one positive and one negative appear at the same time, the vast number of people who have become the melon-eating crowd will be fed up and burp. Eating sweet dog food here and criticizing the heartless Commander-in-Chief on the other hand. This contrasting comment directly touched the hearts of some people. As the heat of the two events faded, just when everyone thought that this year's America would never be able to make similar big news again, hey, these spectators and critics suddenly turned into out of control curly-haired baboons. Restless. The first is Disney. They announced that they would join forces with Warcraft Films and spend $300 million to bring The Lord of the Rings, the originator of modern fantasy literature, to the screen. When this news came out, the middle-aged and elderly people who had previously cast a kind look at Beautiful Love went crazy. Since the 1950s, The Lord of the Rings has swept Europe and the United States and become the cultural imprint of an era. Tolkien created a time and space comparable to any other mythological system with The Lord of the Rings, a civilization similar to history, and a creation myth of the English nation. The series of books has been translated into more than 60 languages and has been a hot seller for half a century, with sales exceeding 100 million. On the day after Tolkien's death, the New York Times published a commentary article calling him the creator. Words written in black and white cannot describe people's love for him. After Disney's official announcement, their external contact hotline was immediately blown up. Those old men and women who are fascinated by Middle-earth are eager to know how their fantasy world will be presented. Will the huge investment of $300 million really be put into reality? Who will be the director of the movie? Although Disney cannot answer questions about the content of the film for the time being, they dare to guarantee the investment. Under the instruction of the top management, the success of Titanic made us realize that big production is the basis for improving the quality of the film, so we adopted a plan of 300 million investment and continuous shooting that is not affected by the market, and try to restore the Middle-earth world described by Mr. Tolkien as much as possible. This statement immediately became an official response to win people's hearts. Even if this is official jargon, those old men and women have clearly captured a message. The Lord of the Rings will be filmed in the same way as Titanic. How was Titanic filmed? Bar land, dig pools and build ships yourself. Since Disney said to learn from Titanic, those old men and women are relieved. As long as the capitalists are willing to spend money, there is no visual effect that cannot be created. And their reassurance is Disney's reassurance. The official announcement alone can attract so many inquiries, so when it is released, the influence of the first weekend box office is already stable. Just when the middle-aged and elderly people were extremely excited, because the literary works they had loved for many years could finally be put on the screen, the second batch of curly baboons were also successfully born. 2 days after Disney officially announced The Lord of the Rings, Time Warner also announced that it would join forces with Warcraft Pictures, Amblin and DreamWorks to invest 100 million yuan to create the magical world Harry Potter. Although compared with the 300 million investment in The Lord of the Rings, the 100 million yuan project seems a bit insufficient, but in the list of producers announced by Time Warner, Steven Spielberg's name is prominently on it. Even though the old man came out to promote Harry Potter to the public at the beginning of the year, he has stood up for literary works too many times in recent years. Before it was officially finalized, no one knew whether he would withdraw from the production, and after it was officially finalized, he might run away, like he gave up Indiana Jones 5. But now, with the intervention of Amblin and DreamWorks, everything has become a foregone conclusion. After 20 years, the old man once again copied his old business and created a children's myth. The guys who bought the book for the old man's name were very excited. Their expressions were like those of the old stockholders who bought stocks on Diana Yang. After seeing that the stocks they bought with all their money were being maliciously stretched by the dog author, these guys shouted frantically, "Nay. Oh no. Nice." If The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter were supported by the middle-aged and elderly groups and the children's groups and the fans respectively, then the filming plan of X-Men announced by Universal made those young people who grew up reading comics go crazy. One day after the official announcement of Harry Potter, Universal was also eager to announce to the outside world that it would join forces with Warcraft Pictures and Marvel Entertainment to spend at least 300 million to create 3 mutant movies. Although X-Men is not as famous as The Lord of the Rings and the production lineup is not as good as Harry Potter, the successful precedent of Spider-Man makes them think that X-Men is also very promising. Wolverine may not be as famous as Spider-Man, but he has a strong body. Wolverine may not be as famous as Spider-Man, but his ability to delay aging and regenerate at high speed is awesome. Wolverine may not be as famous as Spider-Man, but his wild beard attracts little girls. Of course, the most important point is that X-Men is the youth of a generation, just like Lord of the Rings. Youth is priceless. As long as it is not bad, there will be a bunch of fans who miss their youth to pay for it. If the box office goes up in the first weekend, there is no need to worry about not attracting passers-by to go to the theater to watch it. Of course, although the successive explosive news has turned the 4 generations of old, middle-aged, young, and young into curly baboons, eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the movie they have been thinking about. At the same time, everyone has also discovered a problem. Where did this Warcraft films come from? Why haven't I heard of it before? Can it carry out a plan of over 700 million investment at the same time as Disney, Time Warner, and Universal? This financial strength is a bit scary. Why do I feel like I've never heard of this company before? Was it just recently established? Impossible. A newly established company is working with the Big Six right from the start. Do you think the boss is Steven Spielberg? On IMDb, this company only has one movie, 7 Deadly Sins, under its name, but when we searched for the full name, we found a company called Sony Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Joint Distribution Company. According to the disclosed content, this is Sony's global distribution department. How can a new company's name be attached to Sony's global distribution department? What's going on? Wait, the name of this company is Warcraft Film and Television? Isn't Warcraft a game from Blizzard? This kind of name application is already against the law, right? But Blizzard doesn't seem to intend to sue it. Does this mean that Warcraft Film and Television is related to Blizzard? Or is it a subsidiary of Blizzard Entertainment? Hiss. A game company is making a movie? Is it so exaggerated? Before the three companies made the official announcement, they had discussed with Roland whether he wanted to serve as a producer. Roland Allen replied to them, "I'm already famous enough, I don't need to be more famous. So, it's a pity." Well, in fact, the three companies that can't take advantage of the popularity respect Roland's choice. Of course, Roland chose to hide his identity, not because he really thinks the exposure is too high, but because normal bragging methods are no longer effective for him. Even if the three companies announced his identity as a producer, even if the three series were successful at the same time, others would think it was natural. Just like the old man Spielberg, in the eyes of the public, the old man's movie is a big hit. That's basic operation. Don't sit down. Only when the project dies suddenly can it make the front page headlines. Since the positive exposure has little impact on Roland, then don't expose it for the time being. After all, in the era of information interconnection, stupid netizens can always do something. The names of Warcraft Film and Warcraft are so similar, and the connection with Blizzard Entertainment can naturally be guessed by the big hands, and then just hold it in. With the success of the three major series, people will definitely become more and more curious. Once the company is listed, oops, isn't the truth revealed? The hidden boss that the audience has been looking for many years is actually Roland Allen. This impact is much greater than directly announcing his identity as a producer. And if a reporter interviews him and asks him why he hides his identity, he can directly respond with, "The time I miss most is when I was paid $10,000 for a play. I was very happy at that time, and the thing I regret most in my life is taking Home Alone. Because of the skyrocketing fame, happiness left me." The effect is directly pulled to the maximum. Of course, although the big three did not announce Roland's identity, those media companies that knew the inside story kept silent about it, but this could only hide it from outsiders. After seeing the continuous official announcements, the interest groups that knew the truth exploded directly. In addition to Mary Jane, Roland actually laid out so many projects at one time. This. Hurry up and grab it. It has to be said that those who are thin-skinned can't mix in the circle. After seeing the resources of the three series, the guys who had previously complained to Spielberg for Mary Jane all chose to forget what they had done. In their eyes, resources are everything. If we are impatient and offend you, Roland, then please treat us as farts and just let it go. Having witnessed how much Roland hates trouble, after the three projects were officially announced, no one expected Roland to be able to select every role. For this reason, Roland was also happy and comfortable. Finally, I feel a little bit like a boss. If I think about things like selecting people every day, it's really low. And after these three projects came out, people of all ages became leaks. TSK. Jobs really made sense. Many times, people don't even know what they like. With the official announcement of The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter and X-Men, the whole of Hollywood finally came out of the shadow of Titanic. Coupled with the approaching summer vacation, the list of films to be released by various companies also came out. The first to bear the brunt was Armageddon by Paramount and DreamWorks. The trailer of a comet hitting the Earth forcibly attracted the attention of all parties. Then came Godzilla by Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures. The well-known monster from Japan once again appeared on the North American big screen. This kind of cultural invasion is what Sony wants to do. Finally, it was The Horse Whisperer by Robert Redford. These three movies are the vanguards of this summer season, but Roland lost interest after taking a look at the scheduling plan of the North American Theatre Alliance. He had seen Armageddon in his previous life, like City of Angels and The Green Mile. For him, the real highlight of the whole movie was the black president played by Morgan Freeman. The old man's ability to stir up trouble is something you just need to get used to. Roland has also seen Godzilla, and what impressed him most was the monster in Godzilla, which was clearly the big lizard that ran out of Jurassic Park 2 next door. As for the horse whisperer, he will never watch this movie again. After leaving all the main and side businesses to the right people, it was May. Thinking of meeting the wise elders, Roland, who was relaxed, turned into a real fan, and went straight to the shooting range, to Omaha, Nebraska. When the Bombardier Global Express borrowed from Spielberg carried Roland in the air, the chessboard landscape came into view. Because it is a large distribution center for wheat and livestock, and there are also heavy industries such as meat processing, agricultural machinery manufacturing, railway equipment, and oil processing. When looking down at the city from the air, the clear sense of division easily gives people the illusion of a split camp. Agriculture on the left and industry on the right. The central urban area is wrapped in black and green. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing wrong, but if you look closely, it is just like a person wearing a black hat with green grass growing on it. Why is there such a weird city layout? Is it a hint that the guy living here will be cheated in the end? Roland secretly complained. Just when he wanted to stare at the city and let his imagination run wild, the gliding plane strangled his good wishes in the cradle. Such an unfortunate encounter made Roland a little regretful, but he didn't think much about it. Anyway, he still had a chance to diss the city layout when he left. Just as he was wearing sunglasses, getting out of the cabin, holding the handrail, stepping down the spiral staircase, and taking out his mobile phone, wanting to find someone to lead the way, a Chevrolet suddenly drove from a distance and stopped in front of him. "Did you arrange it?" Roland looked at the assistant beside him in confusion, but he got a shake of his head in response. Just when he wanted to figure out the situation, the co-pilot of the Chevrolet suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man came in front of him. Seeing the other person's appearance, Roland was relieved. "Isn't this the bodyguard of Bill Gates? William asked you to come?" Roland smiled and shook hands with the other person. "Yes, the boss asked me to pick you up." The big white guy nodded. "The boss said that, as soon as you land, you will definitely ask him for directions." "What? How does he know that I'm unprepared?" Roland was shocked. Seeing Roland's look of being seen through, the big white guy also took off his sunglasses and very uncomfortably repeated the words of the boss's instructions. The boss said, "You are a guy who relies on borrowed means of transportation. It is impossible to arrange your itinerary in advance." Note, Comet Strike the Earth should be the first movie in Hollywood history in which a black person is officially the president. Before that, there was a movie Rufus Jones for President in 1933, but that was a satire movie. The Man in 1972 was also commissioned in a time of crisis. Although The Fifth Element in 1997 was not a serious Hollywood movie, it had a great influence in the United States, and the black person in it was the president of the Federation. It was not until Comet Strike the Earth made by DreamWorks and Paramount that a black president led the people to save the world. The old man is very good at fanning the flames, and it really means a lot to Jews to support a black person. After Titanic, Hollywood entered a vicious circle of big productions and big returns. Before that, billion-dollar investments were considered very impressive projects, but after that, billion-dollar projects were very common. Not only that, in many cases, the production costs obviously could not be that high, but the budget had to be increased, because it was related to the film company's ability to reap profits in the fund market. If those film investment funds did not brag about how many billions of dollars they invested in the projects, investors would not buy them at all. So you may think that many movies are losing money and the accounts are also losing money, but the companies are always doing very well. The most typical example is Paramount. Chapter 269. I met you because I wanted to make money with you. Well, Roland smiled and nodded, agreeing with Bill Gates' evaluation. It seems that in William's eyes, I'm a very stingy person. Okay, since you are here, you can arrange my schedule. Anyone who has looked through Roland's personal information will find that he is really thrifty. Over the years, his clothes, pants, and shoes are all branded goods produced by his own family. The vehicles he uses for transportation are all business cars under David's name. The passenger planes flying here and there are either Boeings borrowed from George Lucas or Bombardiers borrowed from Steven Spielberg, or they are directly occupied by the 6 major aircraft in the name of work. Anyway, they just don't buy them themselves. You know, even a guy like John Travolta can afford a passenger plane, and Oprah Winfrey, who has been repeatedly frustrated in order to take advantage of the medical reform, and has to launch a public opinion offensive to attack the products of competitors with the absurd statement that vaccines cause autism in children. Even when her net worth exceeded 100 million, she has a bombardier worth more than 40 million. Roland has several times more cash than these guys, but even so he still likes to get a ride everywhere. This behavior is simply incredible in the eyes of the rich. If he hadn't spent 100 million yuan for love a few years ago, they would probably think that Roland would be stingy. Of course, Roland knew this a long time ago, and the reason he did this was not because the plane was expensive, nor was it to save money for the development of the company, but purely to maintain the relationship between all parties. Asking this company to borrow an unimportant but expensive thing today, and going to another company to get the other party's favorite toy tomorrow. He looks like a grandad, but in fact, what Roland wants is the complaints of those guys. Just one phone call before you even raise your butt. Others know what you want to do. Although this kind of memory is neutral and slightly derogatory, it is much better than asking for help when something happens. Just like a relationship that is not related at all is better than no relationship. Usually, use such trivial matters to communicate more, and when something big happens, others will not slap their heads and think you are a stranger. And now, before Roland called for a taxi, the world's richest man had already rolled his car over his face. After getting on the Chevrolet Trailblazer, Roland had a brief chat with the driver. After learning that the guy's boss was the Prophet of Omaha, he confidently handed everything over to him. When he was unfamiliar with the place, he would of course listen to the life experience of the elders. Just when Roland thought that this group of guys would take him directly to the hotel where he was staying, the car rushed along the Riverport Industrial Park to the Central Business District in the west and drove along Liverworth Street. After seeing the sign of South Elmwood Park, he decisively turned right. Soon after driving onto Dodge Street, North Elmwood Park with lush trees came into everyone's sight. After about 3 or 5 minutes, a pair of invisible big hands finally unveiled the emerald green veil. The villas hidden in it appeared in front of Roland. "Where is this?" Before Roland could look around curiously, the car carrying him had already stopped. After jumping out of the car, Roland looked around in confusion. Everything around him made him wonder if he had entered a resort. What came to him was a half-circle roof covered with brown tiles. 2 chimneys, one on the left and one on the right, were like the 2 ears of the house. Looking down, the 3 windows, from large to small, gave people a sense of climbing stairs, but more like a funny face of wide eyes staring at small eyes. Continuing down, the yellow main wall under the eaves was mixed with color-matching bricks, just like the roadside houses in the industrial era. When they were just built, the colors were consistent and extremely bright, but as they grew older, the traces of time also climbed on them. Such a house, coupled with neatly trimmed lawns and trees, looks like a resort villa for the wealthy class to recall the past. Once living here, you can tell your children and grandchildren about the hardships of starting a business. If you take an old friend to recuperate together, it means you miss the glorious years of the past. If the other person is of the opposite sex, then you will definitely develop a twilight romance. Oh, no. It's the best opportunity to reminisce about the fleeting youth. Put me here? Are you sure? I don't want to eat any bittersweet rice. Just when he wanted to verify the current situation with the driver of the Prophet and the bodyguard of the richest man, the owner of the house, who was looking out because of the noise outside, attracted Roland's attention like a magnet. After seeing the blonde woman, Roland swallowed the doubts on his lips and instead smiled friendly, nodded and greeted her. "Mrs. Monks, hello." The polite and kind words made the woman in the black dress brighten her eyes. She took the initiative to step out of the door, stretched out her right hand, and shook hands with Roland. "Oh Roland, I didn't expect you to come so soon." "Hey, where's Kate? She didn't come with you?" "Wow, it's just like William said, you are much more handsome in real life than on the screen." "Oh, not bad." Although the woman said 3 sentences in total and asked 2 questions, Roland's first reaction in his heart was that she was the future wife of the stock god. Her vision was really good. You can tell at a glance that he is not as handsome in the movie as in real life. That's right, this old lady whom Roland calls Monks is the nanny that Warren Buffett's first wife Susan Buffett hired to take care of his life after her husband started dating Katharine Graham, the first lady of American newspapers. Or should we say, a lover who replaced her? Kate has some work to do, so I came alone. Although they were just lovers for the time being, Roland, who knew that the other party had tied up Ballot, would not neglect it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Of course, this is also related to her dislike of this kind of serious business gathering. She thinks it's really boring for a group of men like us to get together and talk about numbers." Really? Hearing this, Monks raised his eyebrows and said regretfully, "Then she might be wrong. What Warren hates most is to talk about numbers there. Every year at the annual meeting, he prepares a lot of entertainment programs. It's the same now. He is warming up for tomorrow's appearance." Even though it was the first time they met, the words between the two sides were not unfamiliar. After a brief communication, Monks led the way and took Roland into the house. After walking around the house, that was not luxuriously decorated, but retro and warm, he went upstairs. When this nanny and lover who had been with Ballard for decades pushed open the door of the entertainment room, the seriousness that came over him surprised Roland a little. This is obviously an entertainment room. How come it's like a conference room? Looking closely, there are 4 people in the room, sitting around the table. The low pressure in the air comes from them. Buffett and Gates, who are wearing glasses, sit face to face. Roland doesn't know the 2 people next to them. Of course, Roland didn't guess their identities, because after a quick glance, his eyes were attracted by the poker cards in front of these people. Not only that, he also saw the paper and pen placed next to each person. Playing cards is so serious. It's really a gathering of seniors. Just when Roland was thinking that the shareholders meeting in the next few days might be boring, the 4 people who heard the door opening almost raised their heads at the same time and glanced at the doorway he was. "Is Roland here? Take a seat. We'll be done with this round soon." After finding out that the person who came was Roland Allen, the 2 strangers smiled and nodded, then frowned and threw themselves into the battle. Buffett added an extra move to the 2 of them, raised his hand, and pointed at the sofa chair beside him with a pen, indicating that Roland was free to come. Only Gates, who had dealt with him before, said a few words of greeting, but after that, he also regained his mind, pursed his lips, and looked at the cards in front of Buffett, not knowing what he was calculating. Well, this is really a friendly first meeting. Before coming to Omaha, Roland had imagined countless scenes of meeting Buffett in his mind, including meeting at the venue, being introduced by Gates, having an intersection in advance, and even communicating and interacting. But no matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect that the first meeting would unfold like this. 4 people playing cards and ignoring others? Those who know that you are gambling, and those who don't know think you are making a $1 billion acquisition. Of course, after seeing the 4 people frowning, Roland also suspected that this was deliberately done by Buffett for him to see. The reason was simple, that is, the old man and the Wolf King did not have a good relationship, but he was flirting with the Wolf King. But on second thought, he felt that he was a little whimsical. If he was really showing off, then why not just call him over? In this way, Roland did not take the cold response to heart. But just as he followed Gates's meaning, moved a chair, and moved closer to him, wanting to peek at the situation and analyze which old man would win, he only glanced twice and put away this thought. WDNMD. These people are actually playing bridge here. No wonder they ignore people. Bridge is a 2-on-2 game for 4 people. It originated in the UK. After removing the big and small jokers from a deck of playing cards, each person is dealt 13 cards. After sorting them out according to the suit, they can start bidding. The purpose of bidding is to determine which suit will be the general card when the cards are played, that is, to directly kill the cards of other suits, and then determine which side will be the dealer, and determine the score that the dealer needs to win before they can start playing. Sounds simple, but Roland doesn't know how to play. Bridge is different from other cards. Even if you understand the rules, you can't play immediately. Getting started and mastering are 2 different things. Roland took the course Bridge Art and Life in college in his previous life, and then he He didn't play cards in his previous life because he hated the feeling of being seen through by others. Under his gaze, the 4-person card game progressed very slowly. After sitting for about 10 minutes, they started to calculate imp, the name of the bridge scoring method. When the results came out, the 2 old men who lost took off their glasses and rubbed their eyes with their hands. David, did you and Charlie play cards every day when you were in New York? Buffett picked up the Coke on the table, ripped off the pull ring with a bang, and after taking a few sips, he looked at Gates helplessly and complained, or should I say, William, you were at home staring at your Internet Explorer all year last year. You didn't have time to practice at all? Can we lose with such cards? It's better for me to be the banker and you show the cards. Gates shrugged and spread his hands after hearing the words like a resentful woman, and said with a smile, oh, Warren, you can't blame me. Isn't it normal that I lost when I was playing against 2 of them? How is this normal? Let me do it. I can beat 2 of them by myself. Buffett looked at Gates with a glare, as if he really cared about the win or loss of the other party. Gates, who was dissed by the other party, just smiled bitterly and shook his head, while the winning couple showed the style of a winner. The guy in the white shirt comforted him. Playing cards, there are wins and losses. The old man with only a few strands of hair left on his head, his scalp was as smooth as a light bulb, and his lenses were as thick as the bottom of a wine bottle, also agreed. Yes, David is right. There are wins and losses. This game doesn't say that only you can win and we can't win. Although it was comforting, these guys' faces were full of pride. It seemed that Buffett was sitting here and watching how he lost, which was very interesting. If you have to describe the scene, it is that a successful cat is as powerful as a tiger, and a defeated parrot is worse than a chicken. Just when Roland thought that the sulking old man would start another game, he raised his head to finish the Coke and directly overturned the table. I don't want to play anymore. It's boring. William is too bad. After putting the empty Coke can on the table, the old man suddenly moved his eyes to Roland. Following his movements, Roland, who had been silent since entering, looked into his eyes with surprise. After seeing the old man's movements, the 2 old men who were excited about winning the card game also turned their heads, and Gates beside Roland was no exception. Roland Allen. Buffett stood up with a smile like a chameleon and took the lead in extending his right hand to Roland, the 13th largest shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway. We finally meet. It was David who came last year. He told me that you were filming and couldn't spare the time to leave. So when I learned that you were coming this year, I prepared questions and wanted to ask you in person whether filming is really more important than the shareholders meeting. As a result, the questions were prepared, but I didn't expect that this year it would be your turn to wait for me. In this way, the answer is not important, and we are even. The vengeful words made Roland laugh, and he stood up and shook hands back. If Gates had not told him that Buffett was narrow-minded when he met him at the beginning of the year, he would definitely be confused now. Warren, can I call you that? Of course. Buffett nodded affirmatively. Since he could shout, Roland continued, this is a misunderstanding. When I told Ronald that I wanted to meet you, I really just wanted to see you once. Yes. I also think that when the company's performance is so good, how could there be a shareholder saying bad things about me in front of Carl? While speaking, Buffett pretended to be confused, pointing at the old man with a shiny head and said, Charlie can testify. When I learned that one of our shareholders expressed regret for my absence at the party of Carl and Ronald, I shouted what? I even wondered if that day was April Fool's Day. And when I found out that the shareholder was Stephen's student, I was even more puzzled. The Washington Post is obviously the same company as Stephen. In this case, why did this shareholder want to contact me through Carl? Can't you just let Stephen call Catherine? Under Buffett's tangled performance, the accident 2 years ago was interpreted vividly. Since the other 3 were all acquaintances who knew each other well, after Buffett showed Roland his depression in a straightforward manner like a crosstalk, laughter of gloating filled the room. As for Roland, under Buffett's serious gaze, he couldn't help but nodded with a smile on his face. Roland had no conflicts with Buffett. He bought Berkshire Hathaway stock at the beginning, just to hold on to this golden thigh. However, there was a little accident in the process of holding onto the thigh. After The Shawshank Redemption became a hot seller, Perelman invited Roland to visit New York and wanted to introduce some friends to Roland. At that time, due to his status as a Berkshire Hathaway shareholder, Buffett was also on Perelman's invitation list. But the problem was that Buffett was absent because of the attendance of the Wolf King. After that, Roland's words of regret to the Wolf King at the banquet reached his ears again, so Roland was unexpectedly involved in the entanglement and suspicion between the two. In Buffett's eyes, it was Berkshire Hathaway shareholders complaining in front of their old rival Carl Icahn that they had not received an invitation to the shareholders meeting. This kind of complaint, which was not a diss, was unacceptable to the old man, so he sent an invitation letter to Roland the following year. But the problem was that after he personally wrote the invitation letter, Roland did not come for some reason. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the petty old man. In 1996, you complained in front of my rival that you did not receive an invitation letter. In 1997, I sent you an invitation letter, but you did not come? Are you kidding me? If it were not for his own people, he would have sent someone to buy back Roland's shares. And this year, after learning that Gates would call Roland, the old man really wanted to diss him in person as Roland had imagined. But, who knew that everyone was delayed in playing cards? If he won, he might even say a few words out of joy. But the problem is that they lost. Dissing in this situation is just a way to vent anger. It is not reasonable. Because of this, after taking the initiative to bring up the matter and reenacting the scene back then, they, who had no conflicts, did not dwell on it anymore. Not only that, the old man also took the initiative to introduce the two people who played bridge with him to Roland. Richard Munger, the vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, my good friend. David Gottman, the partner of First Manhattan Fund and the fourth largest shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway. Hello. Roland smiled and shook hands with them, and they also responded in a friendly manner. Your behavior really confused Warren, Richard Munger said while shaking hands. Warren thought he was keeping a low profile in Omaha, but he didn't expect to get into trouble with Carl and his friends. He called me at the time and asked me to check if the company under his name was attacked. David Gottman also echoed, Warren thought your complaint was just a smoker screen released by Carl. What Cole really wanted to do was to use you to stir up the conflict between them again and then attack the companies under the name of Berkshire Hathaway. There is no way. The name of the Wolf King is too big. Although Buffett is not afraid of him, he doesn't want to provoke him. Of course, with the witness of time, everyone knows that everything at the beginning was a misunderstanding. Since it is a misunderstanding, then everyone is still friends. Without dwelling too much on such trivial matters, after getting to know each other, Buffett, who didn't want to play bridge, left the game without a replacement. After glancing at the time, they found that it was still early for dinner, so they started chatting again. The subject of the topic was Roland, who had given Buffett a false alarm. I heard that you bought Berkshire Hathaway stocks after you made your first money? David Gottman asked. Why did you choose Berkshire Hathaway? If I remember correctly, your uncle David seemed to say last year that you were only 11 or 12 years old when you bought the stocks. Did you dare to bet all your wealth on us at that time? Richard Munger asked. And I think you bought Berkshire Hathaway stocks just to meet me? Warren Buffett asked. When the three old men clasped their arms, showed playful smiles on their faces, and stared at Roland curiously, a sense of weirdness suddenly surged into his heart. If he had to describe it, the behavior of the three old men gave him the feeling of identity confirmation, whereabouts confirmation, coming across provinces, opening the door to check the water meter, squatting against the wall with both hands clasped. The smooth questioning and tacit cooperation gave people a feeling of checking the household registration. But, check the household registration. Roland has been clinging to the thigh for so many years, and has never been shy when exposing the old bottom. Not only that, he always tells the truth. Because I think Berkshire Hathaway stock still has a lot of room for growth. What? The naked answer made the three old men, who were almost 200 years old in total, stunned. This kid is too honest, right? Before they could react, Roland looked at Buffett and continued, "I want to see you, mainly because I want to have a good relationship with you, and then make more money with you." As soon as these words came out, the three old men were shocked. As guys with one foot in the coffin, they have met countless investors in their lives, but no one has ever said so honestly like Roland, "I know you, just hope you can make money for me." Even if those guys are all here for profit, they will at least find a plausible reason to cover it up. And Roland, you are obviously an actor. But why are you too lazy to even act? Knowing me, just hope to make money with me? This? Looking at the serious Roland, the three old men looked at each other. And just as they stared at each other, not knowing how to respond for a while, Bill Gates, who was sitting next to Roland, suddenly laughed, and this situation also attracted the attention of the three old men. "Roland, why are you here again?" After asking this, he turned his head and looked at the three people, smiling and said, "When I first met him, Steve was also there, and then Steve asked him why he invested in Apple. Do you know how this guy replied to Steve in front of me, Paul and Steven? He said, 'I like Pixar, so I invested in Apple. If I become a major shareholder of Apple, I can help you clean up your competitors in the company, then your mood will be beyond, and if you are happy, Pixar can produce more classic animations.'" When I heard this, I was completely stunned. Just like you now. When Bill Gates laughed and told Roland what they talked about before the dinner when they first met, the corners of the three old men's mouths twitched directly. Damn. Are young people this year so cruel? Is investment played like this? They have been playing in the circle for nearly 50 years and have never seen such a wild way of spending money. Note, Oprah's bad deeds, publicly supporting the statement that vaccines cause autism in children on the show, were regarded as negative examples and written into the English test paper of the People's Education Press. I saw it when I was in school, and my brother's test paper was still there when he was in school. I don't know why many authors admire her. Isn't it disgusting to deliberately say anti-intellectual remarks for one's own benefit? Bill Gates and Warren Buffett have been playing bridge at home before the shareholders meeting every year for 30 years. The relationship between Spielberg and the Washington Post described in the article is real. Buffett's benefactor, the First Lady of the American newspaper industry Katharine Graham, who was previously written, is not too familiar with Spielberg. Katharine is also Jewish, and her father and Spielberg's father are friends. The reason why the movie The Washington Post fell into Spielberg's hands was because the Graham family believed that Spielberg would be able to film his mother well. Not only that, in that movie, the prototype of Hank's character, Ben Bradley, was Spielberg's neighbor. When they bought a house in Long Island, New York, they bought it together. So the article would write that Buffett would be surprised when he learned that Roland complained to Carl Icahn, and Buffett's meeting with Roland was not deliberately arranged, because if he followed Spielberg's line, the network of relationships here would have been connected. So it is very necessary to continue to support black people, to improve the old man's favorability. The identity of this student is too useful. Chapter 270 The Stock God Sends Money. Is this a joke? David Gottesman was the first to break the atmosphere of surprise. You said that at the time. You should have meant to gain Steve's trust, right? Although Charlie Munger was shocked by Roland's unconventional explanation, he had been in the financial circle for many years and soon thought of a reasonable explanation. Steve doesn't trust Wall Street the most. He was kicked out by those guys at the time. If you open your mouth for profit, Steve will definitely not consider Steven's feelings and will do everything he can to drive you away. After hearing the analysis of his two old friends, Warren Buffett also nodded in agreement. He glanced at Bill Gates, who had just been confronted by him, wanting to get the right answer from him. That's right, Steve didn't believe it at the time. Bill Gates said sympathetically, we all thought he was joking, but under Steve's questioning, he told Steve the reason and convinced Steve. What's the reason? Warren Buffett became interested. Steve was actually convinced one day. David Gottesman and Charlie Munger also cast curious glances. Steve was actually convinced. This is simply a miracle. You did something that no one on Wall Street has done. If this is told to others, those guys will probably jump off the building. The naked looks from the three made Roland extremely helpless. After seeing his smirking face, Bill Gates, who seemed to be exposing his past, continued, He said that the home computer market has become stable and no one can pose a threat to Windows. If Apple wants to make a comeback, it must find new business growth points. Of course, everyone can say this, and Steve was voted out by those investors because he was stubborn in the home computer field and did not lead Apple to find new business growth points. After saying this, he had a brief conversation with Steve. Although I didn't understand what the new business he was talking about was, I witnessed it with my own eyes on the scene. Steve told him to shut up because Steve was worried that after I understood it, I would be interested in the new business they were also interested in and then forcefully intervene. So that's it. The three old men, who were almost 200 years old in total, suddenly realized, although Roland always believed that age was his greatest protective color, but this thing seemed insignificant with the blessing of the background. If an ordinary person achieved such success at Roland's age, they would definitely be surprised and full of sighs at the result. Even if those guys didn't say that everything was just luck, these old men would attribute part of their success to the fact that the goddess of luck had to take off the pants of ordinary people. As for people like Roland, they would never believe it. All success is luck. If you still say it's luck when you have money and resources, then it's really an insult to their IQ. But after seeing the three old men gradually accept Bill Gates' words, Roland was really helpless. I'm telling the truth. I went there to hug your legs from the beginning. Why don't you believe it? In order to prove that what he said was true, Roland directly brought up the deal that had just been negotiated. William, what you said is not right. I said before that the reason for investing in Yahoo was to make some money and then sell it for Marvel. And now, am I not doing these things? Although there were outsiders present, Roland was not worried about leaks at all. The relationship between Warren Buffett and Bill Gates is needless to say. Charlie Munger is Warren Buffett's golden partner. Since Warren Buffett met him at the age of 29, the two have never separated. And David Gottman. Roland did not recognize him at first, but after hearing his name, he directly acquiesced to him in his own camp. The reason is simple. Because David Gottman is from the Benjamin Graham faction. Benjamin Graham is known as the father of financial analysis. He is a second-generation Jewish immigrant in the United States. Warren Buffett is his student. His classmates include Bill Ruan, founder of Sequoia Capital, Walter Skloss, a super investor, Tom Knapp, a diversified investor who made a lot of money from 1967 to 1982 when countless Wall Street investors lost money and jumped off buildings, and David Gottman, a partner of the First Manhattan Fund. These are all guys wearing the same pants. Roland is not worried that the news of insider trading will leak out. Even if it leaks out, it doesn't matter, because the Securities and Exchange Commission will never believe it. When Roland pulled out Marvel as a shield, cheerful laughter suddenly rang out in the entertainment room. The four guys, who are 250 years old in total, laughed and trembled. They didn't believe Roland's words at all. In their opinion, the guy in front of them is just a comedian, trying to show his last stubbornness. Okay, we understand what you mean. No need to explain. Charlie Munger waved his hand, signaling Roland to stop pretending. I invested in Berkshire Hathaway because of Warren, invested in Yahoo because of Marvel, invested in Apple because of Pixar, invested in Microsoft because of William, and invested in Amazon because of Ronald. We all understand. You didn't go to these companies at all. Okay, let's stop this topic. I'm afraid if you continue, I'm going to die of laughter here today. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the old guys who were laughing and stood up one after another, trying to calm down with juice drinks, Roland, who was sitting there, felt that life was gloomy. Is this the trouble of the rich? Only lies that are biased towards logic are the truth that people believe. This is too difficult for me who is honest and trustworthy. It seems that they noticed Roland's mournful look, but it seems more like Roland was the only one sitting there without moving. So when they took the drink, a bunch of old men turned their heads and asked the actor who brought them happiness what he wanted. Coke? Fanta? Sprite? Minute Maid? Warren Buffett listed the products in his refrigerator. I only have Coca-Cola drinks, and I don't think you like Pepsi, right? Right. Sprite will do. Compared with Warren Buffett, Roland's previous life's salesman was simply weak. No matter what the occasion, Coca-Cola is always the thirst quenching tool for Warren Buffett. Although Coca-Cola spokespersons have changed one after another, those stars are really just tools. Fans are there to tear down endorsements for their idols, but this kind of buying behavior will never change the symbol of a company. Just like Apple and Steve Jobs, Microsoft, and Bill Gates, Coca-Cola, and Warren Buffett. They are the real salesmen, irreplaceable. After rejecting Roland's honest explanation, a group of guys who felt happy talked about other things. Perhaps it was because Roland's childish thinking inspired them, or it might be that the age gap made them see their own youth, so the most difficult and ridiculous moments in life naturally became the starting point of the topic for several people. Although Roland did not experience World War II, and the Black Monday that was closest to him existed in an unfamiliar cognition, this did not prevent Roland from leaning back in his chair, crossing his legs, and listening to the story. Due to the mixed backgrounds and the positions of many backers who all favored these old men, the atmosphere on the scene was still very harmonious. When one unfamiliar name after another came out of the mouths of these guys, the old guys who thought Roland might not know would stop and briefly introduce them. With the appearance of Janet Yellen, the current chairman of the President's Economic Advisory Committee, Kenneth Chenault, the future chairman of the American Express Board of Directors, and Louis Gerstner, who took over IBM in 1993, Roland, who only listened to the story without pretending, felt very high. He took time out of his busy schedule to attend the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting just for this moment. These people who gather together and control trillions of capital are the core of the shareholders meeting. Of course, it will be tiring to brag in front of the younger generation all the time, so after a brief recollection of the green years, the current philanthropy, the public policies being discussed, and the investment areas that he wants to plan in the future, all came up naturally. When talking about investment, Warren Buffett also asked Bill Gates very directly, does Microsoft really want to buy Yahoo? Yes, the internet is the future. Bill Gates nodded without covering up and answered, do you want to try it too? He doesn't understand the internet and won't invest for the time being. Before Warren Buffett answered, Charlie Munger said regretfully, if he is willing to invest, then Roland's Amazon shares will be ours. Well, it's the same as always. David Gottesman shrugged and said to his old friend, I thought you would try to analyze this industry because of the crazy surge in internet company stock prices. All internet companies are burning money now, and I can't see their profit point. Warren Buffett didn't want to get involved. All industries have to burn money at the beginning. Bill Gates shook his head and disagreed with his friend's opinion. But just when everyone thought that the stubborn old man did not want to continue to discuss this issue that had been debated for many times, Warren Buffett suddenly denied Bill Gates' statement. Yes, all industries do have to burn money at the beginning, but when many companies are burning money, we can already see its future profits. Just like R&K, which Roland proposed just a month ago, this kind of company is the type I like. What? Roland, who had been pretending to be a newbie and listening carefully to the boss's nonsense, had countless question marks on his forehead. How did we talk about me while chatting about this topic? R&K, isn't this my personal brand that I came up with on impulse? For Roland, turning himself into a brand was just a temporary idea after confirming that he could win an Oscar. And for Warren Buffett, this was actually a pleasant surprise. At first, he called Roland over because he had been talking nonsense in front of his old rival. Later, Bill Gates invited him because the old man wanted to see with his own eyes the young man who dared to stand him up. Apart from these 2 points, the two sides had no intersection. To put it bluntly, even if Roland spent a huge amount of money to become the 13th largest shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett would have nothing to talk about with him. The guys in Hollywood had spare money and wanted to increase their value, so they bought stocks. This kind of layman-like investment made them unable to pea together at all. The old man believed that talking to Roland about trend percentages, ratios, earnings per share of common stock, dividend yield, price to earnings ratio, current ratio, and acid test ratio would definitely become a classroom. Since the professional knowledge did not match, then I can only chat about gossip. But chatting about gossip with people you just met is really a waste of life. If it weren't for the fact that Roland had a deal with Microsoft and his teacher Stephen was familiar with Catherine from the Washington Post and they were all on the same page, then Warren Buffett really didn't want to invite him to his home. Just meet once at the shareholders meeting, and no one should waste each other's time. However, after the Oscars, when major paper media frequently mentioned R&K, the old man became curious about the strange brand name. After careful research, the old man was surprised to find that Roland was actually a business genius. The annual transaction volume of jewelry in the world has reached 90 billion yuan, but our jewelry market has always had more imports than exports, with a large trade deficit. Take 1992 as an example. Jewelry imports were $665 million and exports were 133 million, while the entire market's annual sales were 1.4 billion. That is to say, nearly 50% of sales are occupied by foreign jewelry companies. In 1993, our jewelry took the first step since the economic recovery. According to statistics from the Rhode Island Jewelry Trade Commission, the number of jewelers increased by 9% that year, pushing the total number to 8,800. Among them, 78% are retailers, 11% are manufacturers, and 10% are wholesalers. The customers they serve are between 20 and 45 years old and have an annual income of more than $20,000. In fact, there are jewelry exhibitions every week in our country, and more than 90% of people can name one or two jewelry brands. More than 70% of people will spend at least $2,000 on jewelry. However, jewelers in our country, or jewelers all over the world, have a problem. That is, the rough diamond is a seller's market. Diamond buyers need to convince big sellers such as De Beers to add themselves to the company's selected customer list and then attend the diamond auctions 10 times a year on time. At the auction, buyers must purchase rough diamonds at the price and quantity stipulated by De Beers. If they breach the contract, the buyers will be out of the industry. Such harsh conditions make countless jewelers die every year. Not only that, all the companies that sell jewelry have never actually shown the meaning they give to jewelry in front of customers. People only know that diamonds have corresponding emotional value, but they have never seen it. This also makes the jewelry industry always in chaos, and no one can achieve monopoly. However, this situation of multi-party chaos is about to end. When year after R&K appeared, I believe that those jewelers who could not give the jewelry in their hands real meaning would die. If I have to give an accurate estimate, I believe that with sufficient funds, when R&K's jewelry is listed, it will be able to eat up 80% of the American jewelry market within 5 years. According to the 1.4 billion in 1992, the annual sales will not be less than 1.1 billion. Of course, this is not the point. After R&K expands overseas, as long as the funds are sufficient, I believe that those jewelry brands that also have no story will only go bankrupt. Within 10 years, R&K's global annual sales will reach at least 45 billion, and the brand value, I personally think it can exceed Microsoft. I can't give an accurate estimate of the value of this brand, but I believe that, as long as you and Kate continue to keep it up, I think R&K has the opportunity to become the most valuable brand in the world. That's right, this is the real reason why Warren Buffett is willing to laugh with Roland. Because after sorting out the birth ideas of R&K, all jewelry brands are garbage in his eyes. Harry Winston, a world-renowned super jewelry brand for more than 100 years. Marilyn Monroe, who made this brand popular, has passed away. Cartier, known as the jeweler of the emperor of jewelers, with the passing of Napoleon III, will anyone still buy into your tricks? Buxelity, the continuation of the noble bloodline? Young people can't handle the rich historical atmosphere. After studying the world's top jewelry brands, Warren Buffett suddenly discovered that these century-old brands are all selling past history, and then paired with a beautiful marriage that is almost mythical. All brands are emphasizing that Marilyn Monroe once wore our products. Napoleon III liked our masterpieces. Popes Pius XI and XII of Rome were very fond of our jewelry. Our jewelry has witnessed countless love. But, all brands can't bring out the touch beyond words. To put it bluntly, since each company can't move customers anyway, who can't brag, no one can expose anyone. so whoever makes customers happy will make money. The current jewelry market is so chaotic. But with the emergence of R&K, Warren Buffett felt that the boasters would definitely be crushed by the real ones. According to the unchanging Hollywood revenue allocation ratio, the $2 billion box office of Titanic can at least drive a $10 billion peripheral market, which means that, after deducting the sales of DVDs, singles and other peripherals of the film, there are at least $5 billion hidden incomes that will be pocketed by the producers. But considering that the real selling point of Titanic is not the movie at all the peripherals cannot be included in R&K's expected revenue. Because those who have seen the movie are all potential customers of R&K, and those who have not seen the movie will have to choose this brand after R&K eats up the potential customer base and grows wildly. This is actually a very simple truth. After R&K's products were launched, their sales would definitely not be low because of Titanic. Assuming that they took up 10% of the market in the first year, the jewelers who should have taken this 10% would be on the verge of bankruptcy because of the raw diamond trading model. Because their products could not be sold, but De Beers forced them to buy raw diamonds, and with their death, R&K could continue to take up the market they vacated. In the end, unless De Beers changed its trading model, the 10 jewelry auctions every year would be the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of jewelers who had no stories to sell. In fact, after I saw you repeatedly mentioning R&K in Time magazine, I knew you would definitely enter the jewelry industry. So when William told me that he would let the bodyguards pick you up directly, I agreed with his approach. Now, do you have any intention of cooperating? I know your Uncle David is helping you with all this, but his way of operation is too slow. You now need an angel investor who can help you open up the jewelry market, and I think our Berkshire Hathaway is very suitable for this kind of thing. 1 billion, 20% of the shares. What do you think? Of course, although I offered 1 billion, but I won't ask you to buy back shares. I don't have much requirements for this brand. I only have requirements for you as a person. I hope you can marry Kate within 2 years and live a peaceful life. As long as you can agree to this, we can talk. If you think 1 billion is not enough, or I want too many shares, you can find professionals to come to Omaha to slowly discuss the details with me. When Warren Buffett smiled and said the words he had already calculated in front of David Gottman, Charlie Munger, and Bill Gates, Roland, who had listened for a while, was extremely excited. Fuck. This guy's really professional. This is the biggest game this time, right? Warren Buffett gave me money? What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent. Roland did know that when his name became a brand, this transformation from a person to a symbol could bring him huge economic benefits. But the problem was that he didn't know how much money he could make from this decision. Because he didn't know much about the jewelry industry, and he didn't even understand how it worked. That's why he threw it all to David Olson, leaving him to frown. But now, after facing Warren Buffett, the gap between the two sides suddenly came out. The old man could tell him about the trading methods of raw diamonds, the selling value of other brands, the expected market share after the product was launched, and how to use the trading methods of raw diamonds to seize market share, thereby dragging down competitors and achieving self-expansion again. Although the old man's words were very simple and did not quote mathematical models, it was this simple word that made Roland see the gap between himself and the big boss again. Some things really can't be made up by background. Of course, Roland was not discouraged because he never thought he was so awesome. If he was really awesome, he would have been rich in his previous life. As for Warren Buffett's requirement to get married and not get divorced, Roland could understand this. It's just like the first generation of rich people usually don't get divorced. When Yang Lan interviewed Bill Gates, the old man said, "The smartest decision in life is not to create Microsoft, nor to do charity, but to find the right person to marry." Similarly, the old man Warren Buffett also expressed the same view. The most important decision in life is not investment, but who to marry. For these capitalists, marriage is the most important investment in life, no doubt about it. If the woman has no added value except beauty, then this kind of beauty is a commodity that is constantly depreciating. It starts to depreciate at the age of 30 and falls to the bottom at the age of 40. If the holder does not stop the loss in time, isn't it a brain disease? But if the loss is stopped in time, the cost of stopping the loss can cause other investments to suffer huge losses. If the other party has sustainable development resources, and over time, these resources can create greater returns, then this is the most ideal investment in the eyes of capital. Because of this, the wives that these two old guys are looking for actually have the same commonality. That is, turning a blind eye to the third party. This added value may not seem to have much significance, but not making trouble when they are busy with their careers is actually the greatest support, because they cannot tolerate their beautiful wives stabbing them in the back when they are making money. Of course, not everyone can turn themselves into a symbol like Roland. It is precisely because this symbol is too scarce, and it can even be said that the R&K brand cannot be copied at all. So the old man wanted to get involved in this business after seeing the opportunity. This is a business with expected returns, and it is also a business that makes a lot of money. Of course, although Warren Buffett is now giving Roland money, and Roland also understands that, after receiving this guy's money, he can not only realize his ambition to cling to the other party's thigh, but also let R&K develop rapidly. But, although R&K is my brand, it is currently under the name of the Olson sisters Double Star Group. Not only that, this company is actually half and half between Kate and me, so, whether to accept the investment, I have to go back and discuss it with them. Roland felt that there was nothing wrong with his answer, and Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, and David Gottesman also felt the same way, but just when they were about to reach a verbal agreement, Bill Gates was jealous. "Oh, Roland, shouldn't you refuse Warren?" "What? Why should I refuse him?" Roland was shocked, and the other three old men were also confused. Everyone looked at Bill Gates with strange eyes. They felt that this guy had something to say. Roland was obviously brought in by him, so if that was the case, Roland and him should be in the same camp. Why did this guy sabotage Roland when we were discussing cooperation? After seeing the puzzled looks of the four people, Bill Gates directly brought up the past. "Last year, when I wanted to invest in Blizzard, didn't you directly reject me with Apple? Even when you didn't have sufficient liquidity, you didn't choose to let me in. Now that you have money, why do you drag Warren to play with you? Fuck, is it this?" Roland rolled his eyes. He suddenly felt that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett were just the same. They both hold grudges. But just when Roland thought that Warren Buffett would change his attitude towards him because of his friend's words, when Bill Gates talked about the unfair treatment he suffered last year, the three old men once again glared at each other. Everyone had a strange smile on their face. After looking at the two for a while, Charlie Munger asked, "William, are you sure you think highly of his game company?" "Of course." Bill Gates answered without hesitation. "Oh, shit. Are you misleading him?" David Gottesman laughed and scolded. Even Warren Buffett agreed with their views. "William, when has Microsoft ever been afraid of lacking content? Aren't you all playing with hardware manufacturers? I thought you had invested in something with Roland. But after you cheated him out of Yahoo, you let him burn money in areas you don't involve. You're too mean." Wait. Seeing the three old men complaining about Bill Gates' evil heart without any scruples, Roland, who was originally happy because Warren Buffett gave him money, frowned. "I was cheated. What are you talking about?" After the puzzled words appeared, the three old men immediately laughed. They thought it was really interesting to talk business with a guy like Roland who was rich, but didn't know how to invest. "Roland, William told you that Microsoft was going to make a home console, right?" "Yes. So I bought a lot of game studios and prepared to develop games for Microsoft consoles. Any problems?" It looks fine, but this is not the most profitable business." Looking at Roland's confused look, Warren Buffett smiled and said, "For a home console, and a home console that uses games as a selling point, the most important thing is performance, right? And performance is accumulated by hardware, so buying shares of hardware manufacturers is the most profitable business. If you buy it now, when Microsoft gives them the order, won't the stock price skyrocket? Then cash out and leave, won't the money come? Although I don't do this kind of short-term business, this kind of business is better than Paul throwing your money away. It's much safer to give it to George Soros. Don't think that he has provided you with a sum of cash, but in fact, he hasn't told you the simplest business. At this point, Bill Gates also showed a helpless bitter smile. After glancing at him, Warren Buffett didn't mind talking about the hardware manufacturers that Microsoft is cooperating with. You Microsoft have been fighting fiercely with Nvidia recently, right? Nvidia is also seeking to go public next year, right? They are preparing to IPO before announcing that they have received Microsoft's order, right? You let him create content while not helping him earn development funds. Do you have the nerve to do that? When Warren Buffett jokingly exposed Bill Gates' past and mentioned Nvidia, Roland, who was still wondering what these old foxes had done to him, rolled his eyes. Hey, what else did I think it was? It turned out to be Nvidia. I know this thing. Notes. In 1968, Buffett organized a well-known meeting in Coronado, California. That meeting was Buffett's closest circle of contacts, including Sequoia Fund, mutual funds and a bunch of bigwigs who are still active in the top market. After that, the meeting became a study group party held every 2 years. Katharine Graham and Bill Gates also joined. So far, there are nearly 80 people, controlling more than 5 trillion yuan in funds. One year when they took a cruise to the UK, there was a joke that, if the cruise ship crashed, the US GDP would evaporate by 15% that year. Berkshire Hathaway controls the second largest jeweler in North America. Not only that, they also acquired 5 Italian brands. In reality, they are in the jewelry business. The article is not a temporary idea. I didn't find the jewelry data from 1996 to 1997. The database has been broken since 1995, so I use the previous data directly, and the growth rate is about 40%. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. How could Roland not know about NVIDIA? This is the most powerful military industrial enterprise in the world. The 690 tactical core graphics card they produce can destroy an aircraft carrier battle group with one shot. Well, I can't go on. As a player, Roland has a deep memory of NVIDIA, because looking at the future PC chip industry, the only things that come to mind are toothpaste factories, NVIDIA and massage parlors. Since the invention of transistors in 1955, the semiconductor industry has flourished. The 8 Fairchild semiconductors that appeared in 1957 were the hotbed for incubating Silicon Valley companies. In 1969, Sanders, who was the sales director of Fairchild Semiconductor, led 7 people to leave the original company and set up their own business, AMD Semiconductor, which is also a massage parlor. Before that, Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore, the 2 founders of Fairchild Semiconductor, also left the company and set up a toothpaste factory. At the beginning, the 2 sides helped each other. After the massage shop's AM2900 series came out, they became the second source of large-scale integrated circuits for the toothpaste factory. Later, they became copy ninjas, and with the support of the toothpaste factory, they successfully reverse-engineered the then famous Intel 8080 processor in 1976. This is like asking what we should do if the enemy's aircraft is too awesome. Take a closer look. Hey, we will build it. Because of the competition with IBM, the toothpaste factory did not deal with the massage shop immediately, but when the massage shop surpassed the master in processors in 1982, launched the AM286, and the price was much lower than that of the toothpaste factory. The toothpaste factory also tore up the contract. So far, the original Good Brothers have become fierce competitors. At that time, Nvidia's founder, Huang, was at the massage shop and witnessed this history with his own eyes. In 1983, seeing that the massage parlor could beat the toothpaste factory, Huang submitted his resume and joined the company. But before he could show his skills, the massage parlor was taken to court by the toothpaste factory in 1985 and was pressed to the ground. Huang, who once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, was defeated by reality. When he found that he could not do anything, he resigned and went to LSI, and then worked there until 1993. In 1993, graphics cards and sound cards had not yet been separated, and at that time, the graphics chip market was blank. All customers were companies, and the two most famous ones were Industrial Light and Magic and Pixar. In this environment, Huang, who saw the market gap, was like Jeff Bezos, who found that no one was doing e-commerce. He resolutely chose to resign and called Silicon Valley analysts to ask for their opinions. Those guys told him, the whole northwest of Shanxi is a mess. There are nearly 30 companies now. You'd better not do this. Boss Huang was very moved and then founded NVIDIA. May you go away for half your life and still be a teenager when you return. Huang's father was an engineer. He wanted to inherit his father's business and studied electronic engineering. When he graduated, Silicon Valley was booming. With Huang as an example, it was normal for him to do it on his own. But the market was really chaotic at that time. Although 3DFX became the first industry monopoly in the history of graphics cards, the traditional King C's was eyeing it covetously, not to mention Trident, which took the lead. Nvidia was under great pressure. At the beginning, Nvidia aimed at game consoles. The market response to its first product was mediocre, and then it fell into a financial crisis. If it weren't for Sega's order, they would have died long ago. Unfortunately, the cooperation with Sega also failed. At this time, Microsoft launched the DirectX interface, and all the image chip manufacturers on the market were busy setting their own standards. Only Huang, who had no money, no power, and no people, decisively gave up the game console and devoted himself to PC, hugging Microsoft's thigh. So, Nvidia became rich. The River 128 launched in 1997 was quite popular in the market. The reason is also very simple, because Microsoft monopolized the entire market. Holding on to this leg, it is equivalent to taking the first step in research and development ahead of everyone else. When people have already accepted Windows, how many people will choose a new operating system because of a graphics card? Those who think they can set standards and force Microsoft to accept them are really crazy. Are there more people playing games or more people using computers? Can't they figure out such a simple thing? What's more, Bill Gates is not the kind of easygoing person. Steve Jobs has a deep understanding of this. It is precisely because of this understanding that after hearing about NVIDIA, Roland smiled and said, I know NVIDIA, their market share is rising very fast. But even so, they don't seem to threaten 3DFX's position. Doesn't the Voodoo series also support the DirectX interface? In this case, as long as they make an effort, they can fight back the market share that NVIDIA has taken away. When Roland said this, the three old men who were still laughing at him being cheated by Bill Gates were even happier. Look, this guy is just pretending, right? Charlie Munger shook his head. He said he was investing based on people, but now he's exposed, right? Steven taught me well. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. David Gottsman smiled and nodded. Steven has suffered losses from this, and you're pretending well. What the hell is going on? Roland was full of black lines on his head. The old men simply exposed Roland's lies and continued to talk about business. 3DFX is not doing well. They are negotiating an acquisition with STB, the motherboard supplier. Those guys thought they could kill Nvidia by acquiring the largest motherboard supplier of Nvidia, but they are still too young. They want to control the entire industry chain, but manufacturers like Diamond, Innovation, LedTech, Gigabyte, MSI, and Asus all need to make a living, and hardware monopoly is not what I want to see, because it will bring a significant cost increase to Microsoft's game consoles. Therefore, 3DFX will eventually die. They will die because they have no ability but want to monopolize the market. Since Warren Buffett mentioned Nvidia, Bill Gates had nothing to hide, and his two sentences decided life and death, which made Roland secretly complain in his heart, you monopolize the market yourself, but you don't allow others to monopolize? Isn't this just allowing the officials to set fires, and not allowing the people to light lamps? However, Roland admitted that the old man did have the ability to decide life and death. Nvidia is now Microsoft's younger brother, and 3DFX is now a disobedient, ambitious person. If you want to help your younger brother to kill your opponent, the easiest way is to get people Just ask the toothpaste factory to stop supporting 3D FX. Isn't that enough? Others can't do this. But Bill Gates can. More than that, right? Roland did not refute the old man's words, but added, I heard that Nvidia is researching graphics processing unit. This thing can reduce the graphics card's dependence on the CPU. Huh. Hearing this, Bill Gates, who was still elegant and easygoing when Warren Buffett pointed out what he had done, frowned and looked at Roland with surprise. Where did you hear the news? Blizzard is a game company. Of course, we can find that the current graphics card is too dependent on the CPU's computing power. Roland did not answer directly, but smiled and said, EA's Genesis launched last year gave us the concept of MMORPG, but those people in our company said that the current graphics card only contains simple memory and frame buffer. They actually only play a role in storing and transmitting graphics. All operations must be controlled by the CPU. If this problem cannot be solved, then complex scenes and three-dimensional scenes the game cannot be developed. So, although no one has proposed the concept of graphics processing unit, we know that someone will do these things. Right? Roland's words calmed down the three old men who were still smiling. Although they didn't know what GPU was, let alone what MMORPG was. But they could see that Bill Gates was serious about the words of this young man. There is something in his mind. The majors are not related, but they are definitely not fools. There is a reason why he can become big. Maybe he dropped out of school just like William, thinking that Harvard has nothing to teach him. The three old men have known each other for many years. After exchanging glances for a while, they reached a consensus. If they thought before that there was nothing to talk about with people like Roland, now they can sit down and get to know each other seriously. Although the topics may not be related, it doesn't matter. Everyone has their own expertise. There are many things that Bill Gates knows that they don't understand. And what they know, Bill Gates doesn't understand either. But this does not prevent them from becoming friends, because they feel that they are dealing with smart people and can learn from each other some things that they don't know but may be useful in the future, instead of wasting time with fools. Of course, Roland doesn't know what the three old men are thinking. He only knows that Bill Gates is about to poke him to death with his eyes. After staring at Roland for a while, the kind-looking old man smiled, but his words were not polite. This is a secret. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the Sunday. Roland took out the words from the Bible, Ecclesiastes. When he used this as a shield, the four old men were all relieved. The so-called secret is just that you are not standing high enough. Roland may not show off his wealth, but his wealth is real. Since you know so much, I don't think I have anything to say. And after knowing so much, you didn't invest in Nvidia. Is it because you don't want to make hardware? Bill Gates looked at Roland with a playful look. At a certain moment, he was full of curiosity about what was in this kid's head in the past 10 years. Filming has occupied most of his time, but even so, he can reach a consensus with Steve, turn his life into a brand, and make Steven feel comfortable in the field of games. This is too difficult. Roland, on the other hand, didn't care about the other party's opinion. The reason has been given, whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. As for Nvidia, to be honest, Roland didn't want to get on it. Because in his memory, after Boss Huang had survived the difficult period by relying on Microsoft, he played a trick on Microsoft. Knowing this, Roland didn't think of voting for Boss Huang. He is now Bill Gates' sweetheart. If the old man wants Yahoo, then give him Yahoo. If the old man wants content, then vigorously develop content. His goal is to fill the old man's favorability and he doesn't want to offend him in other areas. What's more, Boss Huang and Jerry Yang are both members of the 100 People's Association. Roland's secret trick on Yahoo will eventually be discovered. Although the scale of the 100 People's Association has doubled several times, it can't beat the elderly group around it. But after the incident is exposed, this group of people will definitely be on guard against Roland. As Luzon said, when you choose your teammates, you also choose your opponents. However, since we are talking about NVIDIA, Roland will not let go of this information source easily. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. It is a sincere learning attitude and a spirit of exploration and research of the unknown. So even if a serious businessman like Roland would not do any insider trading, he also wants to know Bill Gates' attitude towards hardware manufacturers. Among them is Atty. Atty does a lot, but the content is very mixed. Bill Gates thought for a while and said, they not only make graphics cards, but also video capture cards and TV tuner cards. They not only do design, but also build their own factories. On the surface, their development path is very broad, because they are involved in various businesses, and there are many potential profit growth points, but in fact, their funds do not support this expansion. So what you mean, is that you are not optimistic about them? Roland asked. Bill Gates has reservations about this issue. If they have sufficient cash flow, then I will be optimistic about them. If they can get a long-term and sufficient large order, I will also be optimistic about them. Okay. Roland was waiting for this sentence from Bill Gates. Many people may not have heard of Atty, because this company was acquired by a massage parlor in 2006. But since its birth in 1985, it has been an important display chip company in the world, on par with Nvidia. Well, this parity is actually also supported by Microsoft, because he hugged Microsoft's thigh and called it daddy. As mentioned before, Nvidia successfully turned over with the DirectX interface, and then in 1999, they launched the world's first GPU, which not only greatly promoted the development of the PC game market, but also completely changed parallel computing, announcing the complete end of 3DFX's dominance. But even so, they still have opponents, and the opponent is Atty. In fact, Atty could not beat Nvidia at the time, but Huang got a little cocky after catching his opponent all the way. Microsoft asked this little brother who was supported by itself to make Xbox graphics chips, Soundstorm sound chips and motherboard solutions. After seeing the 200 million orders, the little brother was very sensible and took the business given by the thigh and then raised the price. After the first batch of goods was delivered, the cost of the second batch of goods increased by 1.4 times compared with the first batch. Moreover, during the negotiation process, Huang relied on his status as the industry leader and raised the price every time. As a result, Microsoft, which could not stand it, went to court with him. Not only that, they also lost the Xbox business to Atty, excluded Nvidia from the list of DirectX 9 specifications, and joined forces with the toothpaste factory to cut a lot of orders with Nvidia and support Atty. In just a few months, Nvidia's stock price fell from 20 to 2. The market value shrank by 90%. When it was about to be delisted, Huang hurriedly found Microsoft, took the initiative to admit his mistake, and took the order again. Microsoft did not want to kill this little brother with core technology, so while reaching a settlement with Nvidia, it let the toothpaste factory and him open a patent cross-licensing agreement. From then on, Nvidia developed honestly. Of course, the so-called development is actually to find content manufacturers to bring goods. The graphics card specially customized for World of Warcraft allowed them to regain the market that was eaten by Atty. And Atty, which got the Microsoft order, gradually gained a foothold with the support of funds, and was finally acquired by the massage shop, making it the only company in the market that can make both CPU and GPU. Although the massage shop is the second in both industries, it doesn't matter, as long as you obey, you will have a job. Because of this, the massage shop became the first choice for Xbox and PS in the end. Not only that, they use the x86 architecture, which is convenient for game manufacturers to develop games, because in essence, PC and console are actually the same platform. The low cost of cross-platform is something that Sony and Microsoft must consider, otherwise, game manufacturers will rebel. Before Roland traveled through time, the massage shop and the toothpaste factory had already won and lost in terms of performance. It's just that in terms of GPU, they are still catching up with Nvidia. In this way, as Roland, who owns Blizzard, has a strong thigh and is thinking about killing Sony, of course he doesn't want Nvidia. The massage parlor that owns Atty is his first choice because it is a complete industrial chain. Let the massage parlor make CPU plus GPU plus BRIDGE for Microsoft. Let Blizzard provide high quality content for Microsoft. When Microsoft was killing all over the console field, what they really controlled was actually only a system and the outer shell. Roland can't make a system, but he believes that if he can get Bill Gates, Steve Jobs will be very happy to fix a system. Change the system, and change the shell. Sparks. It will not be sparks. Of course, Roland doesn't want to go against Microsoft, but he also knows that he will eventually go against Microsoft. Because Apple will make mobile phones after all. Steve Jobs will not give up his own operating system. Not only that, Apple actually wants to enter the smart home industry of the Internet of Everything like Microsoft. And he is a major shareholder of Apple. Roland will never be able to get more than 10% or even nearly 20% of Microsoft's shares, but he can get Apple, Amazon, and a bunch of companies that will compete with Microsoft in the future. How can there be development without competition? The current laughter and hatter is just that there is no conflict of interest for the time being. Just like Luzon said, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Even if you don't want to fight, you have to be prepared. Because a content company without core technology is too easy to be manipulated. It's like a production company without a distribution channel. In front of the big guys, you can only be a grandson. Of course, Roland is not afraid that he won't get atty in massage parlors. Because at least now, in the eyes of these old men, he is a very obedient child. Yahoo said to throw it away. This behavior will make those old men think that Roland will be better at communicating than Huanring's son. And supporting him is more beneficial to the company. Not only that, if Microsoft is furious and fights Nvidia to the death, reducing its market value to less than 500 million, he, who has cash in hand, actually has the opportunity to swallow Nvidia. And the so-called opportunity, of course, it is to fill up Bill Gates' favorability first. As long as Microsoft doesn't give in, as long as they think Roland is a very obedient little brother, then Nvidia has only two options: cut its losses and let Roland enter the market for supervision or go bankrupt. As for the antitrust bill, first, take up the market, then consider this issue. Thinking of this, Roland smiled and said, "Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. I was still thinking about which company to invest in. Since you said that ATI has all the industries and just lacks development funds, then I will invest in this company, HMM." This kind of words surprised the four people present. Didn't you and William reach a consensus? You all think Nvidia is great, so why don't you invest in it? Warren Buffett couldn't understand Roland's operation idea of not investing in leading companies. Yes, William told you that they will cooperate with Nvidia. Charlie Munger also found it strange. David Gottesman and Bill Gates also frowned. This behavior of knowing inside information, but not playing according to the routine made them a little confused. Hey, didn't I sell Yahoo to Carl? This behavior may cause some small conflicts between me and boss Huanring's son, so it's not that I don't want to invest in Nvidia, but it may have a counterproductive effect after I invest. It's not good for William and me. After Roland explained this, the four old men all understood. Not only that, they also cast regretful glances at Roland. This is actually the disadvantage of using nuclear weapons. It is indeed the simplest behavior to use nuclear weapons, to push a company and force it into your pocket. But at the same time, if you don't have the capital like Microsoft and General Motors, it is also easy to be hated. This kind of hatred may gradually disappear with the passage of time, but during this period, other businesses in the same field are indeed difficult to develop. See, I said William was too bad, right? Warren Buffett spread his hands. Then you really have no choice. Charlie Munger pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. If you want to keep your identity secret, you can only take less than 5% of the shares. But less than 5% of the shares of such a small company is meaningless. David Gottesman shook his head. You invest in ATI on Nvidia. The purpose should be to create a suitable graphics card for your own games, right? If so, in fact, any company will do, because you are more familiar with content than us. Bill Gates, the culprit who caused Roland to be unable to invest in Nvidia, sighed and gave Roland a helpless smile without commenting on this result. Since Roland could not interfere in Nvidia, everyone stopped tangling on this topic. In a few words, they talked about other things. It was not until after 7 o'clock that Astrid Monks, Warren Buffett's nanny and lover, came to call them for dinner. The group stopped talking about which country they had strayed to After everyone finished dinner, Roland, under the guidance of the servant, went to the villa next door to arrange to check in. Perhaps it was because there were too many things to talk about during the day, but it was more like the mental pressure after starting 2 projects in a row. So after taking a hot bath, Roland fell on the bed and talked to Kate on the phone. He fell asleep first because of his endless sleepiness, listening to the even breathing sound coming from the phone. Kate, who was far away in Los Angeles, shook her head helplessly and hung up the phone. Although she could call to wake Roland, there was no need. I don't know what he did during the day. It's really worrying. Note, Nvidia got up by holding Microsoft's thigh, and it was also because it was against Microsoft that it was beaten to a bloody skin. If it weren't for Huang's cowardice, Nvidia would have died long ago. AT was able to surpass Nvidia in product progress only with the support of Microsoft. It is no exaggeration to say that before 2006, Microsoft could step on anyone it wanted to step on, and anyone it did not give orders to would die. The Committee of 100 is an American-Chinese organization whose members include Chen Yang, Jerry Yang, Kei Fu Lee, Jensen Huang, etc. Microsoft was the first to do smart home, followed by Sony, and the third was Apple. I have already written about Microsoft's smart home idea, while Apple's smart home service only started in 2006. Unlike Xbox and PS, Apple, which found that the game market was saturated, launched Apple TV, a tofu block the size of an iPod, but it can store thousands of hours of songs and dozens of hours of movies, and can be connected to the internet. To put it bluntly, it is the current network box. But unfortunately, because there is not enough content, Apple's box is not successful, and after the box failed, the iPhone came into being. In the field of smart home, Microsoft, Sony, and Apple are actually losers, and the leader is Amazon, which cooperates with Netflix. The current mainstream view is that, if there is no content, don't even think about making a smart home. P.S. I finished studying, but I still can't go home. Don't ask, the answer is I have to concentrate on it for 14 days. I originally wanted to finish The Last of Us 2 during the Dragon Boat Festival, but it didn't even let me go home to get the computer. Chapter 272 Conference. Saturday, May 2nd, 1998. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning awakened the sleeping earth, the bright light rising from the horizon was like a diamond, casting a dazzling light and smearing a layer of golden brilliance on the white clouds in the sky. At the entrance of CenturyLink Center at 455 North 10th Street in downtown Omaha, a dark crowd of people was like a circling dragon. Extending from the entrance of the venue, it bent to the right when it touched the street lamp and continued to meander around the huge bronze statue of the clock. Guys in different clothes lined up and gathered in groups of 3 or 5. If you have to find a commonality, it is that everyone has a sign hanging around their neck with a cartoon-style portrait of Warren Buffett printed on it. That's right, people were queuing here before the sun rose. Or in other words, after the ticket exchange service was opened on the morning of May 1st, many people waited here that night. And they all have a common name, pilgrims. In this era before the advent of mobile internet, a night of waiting can bring many people closer together. When fatigue gradually fades away with the darkness, and the fire of faith burns like the rising sun, the unfinished topic from last night continues. Wow. Did you buy so many things at See's Candies? Next to the bronze statue of the clock, 2 men and 2 women gathered together and sat on the ground. When the blonde lady with a ponytail saw the man in a grey casual t-shirt taking out boxes of See's Candies from his backpack and inviting them to enjoy them together to fill their stomachs, she suddenly asked with a clear question. Didn't you buy anything? You can get a 20% discount with your ID card. The red-haired woman next to the man smiled and took out bottles and cans for quenching thirst from her husband's backpack. Coke, Sprite, or Fanta? Although it's heavy to carry on the back. But when we thought about the fact that we don't open until 7 o'clock to provide breakfast, we bought some in reserve. Oh my god. You are so thoughtful. Faced with the goodwill extended by the two, the couple did not refuse. While taking it, they also showed each other their achievements. We bought 2 pairs of deerskin gloves and a set of Quicket knives at the Wells Lamont exhibition area yesterday. They were too heavy, so we put them in the car. Then my husband and I each bought a pair of shoes. As for food, you see, we didn't take anything except the shoes on our feet. Wow. It looks like you are planning to eat the sponsorship for 3 consecutive days. The man in a grey casual t-shirt laughed. It can't be helped. The food provided by the sponsor is better than that in the restaurant. And the point is, it's free. The red-haired woman made a face, and her appearance of eating at a rich man made several people laugh. Did you buy jewelry last night? The blonde lady asked. We saw that they were all 50% off last night. No. The red-haired woman shook her head like a rattle. Even if it's 50% off, it's still too expensive. That's right. Although the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting is officially held on the first holiday in May every year. In fact, the event has already started the day before. The whole Friday is the shareholder purchasing day. The specialties of various companies under the name of the textile factory are all on sale at a discount. As long as you have a ticket, you can enter. If you don't have any interest, you don't have to go. On Friday night, from 6 to 9 o'clock, there will be a shareholder reception. Shareholders who have purchased a day ticket can enjoy the meticulous service of the textile factory, eat and drink as much as they want, and the whole venue is free. Of course, all you have to pay is to simply listen to the operating philosophy of Warren Buffett's Borshim Jewelry, get a product manual, and receive a green -50% coupon. Don't think too much, there is no Gabe smile on the coupon. If someone becomes interested in Borshim Jewelry and spends $100,000, then Warren Buffett, who feels the strong support of shareholders for the company, will appear and take a photo with them. Just imagine, jewelry worth 200,000 yuan can now be bought for 100,000 yuan. Not only that, you can also get in close contact with the stock god and take a close look at the investment aura on the other party. This is simply a bloody profit. The stock god who gave you a 50% discount and took the time to meet and take a photo with you, that's a bloody loss. In short, the 0th day of the shareholders meeting is to give back to the company's shareholders. It's really not for making money. While the group of people outside the venue were eating the high-calorie candies and chocolates they bought yesterday and chatting about various topics, the sun rising from the horizon was also gradually climbing. When the time quietly approached 7 o'clock, the door of the venue was opened on time. The staff responsible for checking the identity of each person was familiar with the process. Since the conference did not set seats, the rhythm of seating was actually the same as that of a movie theater, first come first served. In this way, after taking the loving breakfast provided by the stock god, a group of people rushed straight to the inner field. In addition to the row of seats reserved for the front-end board members, the 2 rows of seats for core shareholders, and the fixed seats for media reporters and long-term analysts, the other positions depended on hand speed. At this time, if you say no assistance on the 5th floor, no one will pay attention to you. Of course, grabbing a seat at the beginning is something that only noobers can do. The real old-timers shouted I will lead the charge when entering the venue, while moving like a snake, leaping over the seats in the venue, and heading straight for the front question area near the stage. There are 12 microphones there, each targeting 3 investment analysts who have long-term dealings with the company, 3 reporters who have good business contacts with the company, and 18 lucky audience members. As long as you register with the staff there, you can participate in the lottery before the meeting. If you are lucky enough to have your pants stripped by the goddess of luck, you can shoot a fierce arrow in your life at the stock god during the question and answer session of the shareholders meeting. Because of this, even if everyone is a civilized person wearing a suit, many times, they will be beaten to death for this. Even if you don't ask questions yourself, you can let your children ask questions. Wow, more and more people are coming to the shareholders meeting. Yeah, if we keep growing at this rate, we'll have to open a branch venue soon. We can't help it. Berkshire Hathaway stock price keeps rising. In 1990, analysts believed that their stock price would be at most 10,000 yuan, but now it's 70,000 yuan. If you bought 100 shares at 7,000 yuan at that time, you would have achieved financial freedom now. What are you thinking about? 7,000 yuan for 100 shares is 700,000 yuan. Those who can spend 700,000 yuan to buy stocks and wait for appreciation have already achieved financial freedom. Those who buy Berkshire Hathaway at the beginning of their careers are either crazy or stupid. Don't you want working capital? Do you still want to expand your business? That's right. After talking here, the two people sitting in the press area also turned their eyes back from the lottery area. While sorting out the information, the identity badges hanging around their necks also appeared. Unlike those pilgrims, the nameplates of these guys are their press cards, and below their head portraits, there is the logo of the company they work for, CNBC. If the 0th day was the day when the textile factory shed a lot of blood and gave back to its shareholders, then the first day was the highlight. The venue opened at 7 o'clock, the lucky draw began at 8:15, and a short film related to the company began to be shown at 8:30. In the short film, the chairman of the company was the object of the narration's ridicule. Not only that, when the old man appeared on the screen, he also very boldly complained about himself. His style, like a comedian, made everyone in the venue laugh. To be honest, many of the jokes told by the old man were not funny. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely have a dull effect. But many times, whether a joke is funny or not does not depend on the joke itself, but on the person telling the joke. This is just like Bill Gates queuing up to buy hamburgers can make the headlines, while those entrepreneurs have to spend a lot of money to buy newspaper pages. In most cases, status is the fundamental factor that determines attention. As everyone was amused by the old man's humor, the 30-minute short film finally came to an end. As the lights in the venue went out and the spotlights on the stage came on, the invited performers also took the stage to warm up the audience. Dances and songs took turns, and the shareholders meeting, which should have been extremely serious, turned into a party. When the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak with the music, the headlights on the stage suddenly went out with a swish. The newbies who came for the first time were overwhelmed by this move, but for those old birds who had been here for many years, they are going to appear on stage. Excited words blurted out. What? The silly newbie didn't understand the situation. They are going to appear on stage. The old bird who stared at the front of the venue shouted. Although there was no excessive explanation, as soon as he finished speaking, the roaring lights also hit the blue curtain. The opening, which was like a divine army descending from heaven, aroused applause from the audience, and the two old men who suddenly appeared in the center of the stage calmly accepted everyone's enthusiasm. After the applause gradually faded, the old man adjusted his sitting posture and simply said to the guests on the microphone, "Thank you." Charlie Munger, who was sitting next to him, was even more arrogant and did not respond. If it were a star in the entertainment industry, the guy on the stage would have been sprayed to death by the audience, but for the investors present, they did not think there was anything wrong with the old man's approach. After all, investment is not entertainment. The latter can laugh and joke, but if the former really does so, it would be unstable. No one can escape the persona. No matter which circle you are in, you will use the persona in the end. After a simple thank you, the old man recited the familiar opening remarks, and then introduced the board members to everyone. The directors who were called stood up with a smile and greeted the guests on the scene. As they moved, the camera also moved upwards. When everyone thought it was just a routine, the last director's background made everyone on the scene exclaim, "What? Wow. Oh." Behind the left of the director sat a gentleman wearing a pink shirt and glasses, and behind the right sat a handsome and charming young man wearing a black t-shirt. When the camera swept over them, they were smiling and applauding. When they found that their appearance appeared on the big screen, the expected surprise also climbed onto their faces. Seeing that the camera was unwilling to move away, the two guys stood up at the same time and waved to the surroundings. This situation also made the old man on the podium explain, "William, the founder of Microsoft, my good friend, and also a shareholder of the company. Roland, a well-known Hollywood actor, is also a shareholder of the company. His uncle came here for him last year, and the position is correct." Although the old man said it easily, as if the existence of the two people was justified. But for the public on the scene, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. This was not the first time Bill Gates had come, so after seeing him, everyone was surprised, but not shocked. But the earth grass that stirred up the storm in the first half of the year was actually one of the top 20 shareholders of Berkshire Hathaway. What the fuck? Roland actually holds so many shares? The one who can sit in the front must have at least more than 10,000 shares, right? The unit price is 70,000, which is 700 million. Oh my god. Is he so rich? No wonder he can afford such expensive jewelry at the Oscars. So handsome and so rich. Is there really a way for people to survive? As the old man confirmed, discussions began to rise. As loyal pilgrims, they would not question the truth of each other's words at all, but just sighed at the strength that Roland suddenly showed. In the past 8 years, Roland gave people the impression of a record-breaking actor. Although he would be on the Hollywood power list of Forbes every year, because he had never disclosed his net worth, people had always regarded him as an influence. At most, he was an actor who could make money. As for how much he made, no one knew. But now, when an estimated amount appears, and this amount is large enough, the feeling of re-recognition surges into their hearts. 8 years in the industry, a net worth of 700 million. Wow. Is it so terrifying? Although most investors understand that this 700 million net worth will definitely include the increase in the stock held, but this is actually not the point. At what price Roland bought the stock, how much it cost, these are not important at all. Because now, he is sitting next to Bill Gates, in the 20 seats that symbolize status. This is the key. It's like you find that your neighbor next door doesn't go to work every day and stays at home to start his own business. You think that the other party is just doing a small business to make a living and at most financial freedom. But one day, when you find out that the other party's self-employed project is Teo Bayo, your mentality will collapse. You know that the other party is rich, but you don't know that the other party is so rich. After all, being rich is a very broad concept. Having millions or tens of millions is being rich. Having assets worth hundreds of millions is also being rich. And being associated with the richest people is also being rich. But, the levels are different. Chapter 273 The Profit in the Accounting. CenturyLink Center is actually a basketball arena. The stage is built behind the basketball stand. The first 3 rows start from the free throw line and end at the midfield line. It is located in the center of the entire arena, and the spatial effect is very good. It is precisely because of the great effect that Roland can hear all the noises around him. The buzzing discussions are like noisy mosquitoes, making him smile and shake his head. Although he can't hear what the guys on the scene are talking about, Roland knows in his heart that, even if he has a lot of advantages, only a handsome and charming face is worth talking about. I told you I can't attend. This handsome face can easily cause a sensation, but you don't believe me. Is it something wrong now? Look at Warren's stinky face. I think he must be regretting and wants to kick me out. If Roland's seat is near the 3-point line, then the 2 old men are actually equivalent to the position of the bottom line reporters in the Mosaic League. If those guys still have the ability to pee 3 feet in the wind, as long as they work hard, they can definitely spray spit on the company's directors and important shareholders like Director Long sprayed Wu Bei. It is precisely because they are close that facial expressions can be captured. When Warren Buffett briefly explained, the originally quiet scene started to discuss. Everyone could clearly see the old man's joy hidden under the lens. He looked around and finally smiled and shook his head, which was more like an emotion about Roland's popularity. Just when Roland was feeling good about himself, Bill Gates, who was still observing his friends and sighing at Roland's super popularity, turned black and complained, "Can you have some shame? These guys are obviously interested in your wealth. What does it have to do with your face? And you also said, when you rejected us this morning, that the change of identity would definitely cause unrest at the scene. You could recognize the reality at that time. Why can't you figure out the situation after coming to the venue? It's obviously money that makes you handsome, not handsomeness that makes you rich." After these words came out, Roland, who was leaning on his stomach, smiled. He turned his head and glanced at the other party. "So what you mean is that you are more handsome than me? Isn't this obvious?" Bill Gates looked at him sideways, his face full of self-righteousness. Although he was whispering, the childish remarks were still caught by the people around him, making them frown. Just as Bill Gates said, this morning during dinner, Roland expressed to the old men that he wanted to go out and didn't want to attend the shareholders meeting, and the reason he gave was very simple: to avoid being the main guest. No matter how low-key Roland is, he doesn't believe that Berkshire Hathaway shareholders will be more than his fans. No matter how low-key Roland is, he can't say that Warren Buffett's popularity is higher than his. No matter how low-key Roland is, he won't think that, if he sits there, he can become a transparent person ignored by everything. Although the two people are in different fields, Roland relies on popularity and fans to make a living. Putting them together is bullying, but the problem is that reality never allows two guys to compete fairly. In this way, Roland retreated in his heart, because he can guess what kind of energy will burst out when popularity and wealth come together. But the problem is that the old man refuses to believe in evil and has to pull him over. Not only that, he also said nakedly that coming to Omaha but not attending the shareholders meeting is not giving him face as a profit. After the old man activated Shanks's innate skill, Roland gave in and followed him. Well, I can't go on. The real reason is that the old man has never seen Roland's appeal, and he wants to see what it looks like when the whole audience exclaims for him. As an old man who obviously relies on long-term management and compound interest, but is smeared by the media as a stock god who chases ups and downs, although he gave R&K a valuation of $5 billion, it does not mean that all investigations can be terminated. Before the two parties officially reach a cooperation agreement, necessary verification must be done. Although the box office appeal and fan purchasing power cannot be calculated accurately using conventional business formulas, the amount of voices that can be snatched in one's own territory is actually the best reflection of value. The guys who came to attend the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting were either practitioners in the investment field or their own loyal believers. In this case, the more calls Roland received, and the more discussions he caused, the more it would prove that his actions could arouse a great response. Although these things are still virtual, but isn't goodwill also a potential economic value? And brand value, isn't it that the brand, as an intangible asset, is calculated at a certain point in time using a similar tangible asset valuation method, and cannot be truly quantified, but it exists in reality? Therefore, after hearing the unexpected exclamation at the scene, the old man's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and when he found that these rational investors could take their eyes away from him, the desire to make this deal became stronger. The old man has never been a guy who sticks to his identity. He has always been an endorsement for his own company brand. As Susan Buffett said, after turning Berkshire Hathaway from a textile factory into a financial insurance company, this old man married himself to capital and could give everything for higher returns. Of course, after seeing the effect, the verification can be stopped. After all, what is being held now is the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting, not Roland Allen's fan meeting. After Roland greeted everyone symbolically, the camera returned to the center of the stage, as if everything was as it should be. Roland would not explain his wealth, and the media reporters would not interview him. As for the reason, CNBC, who came to the scene, is an old acquaintance of Bill Gates. CNBC is a sub-channel of NBC, and NBC is a subsidiary of General Electric. Bill Gates' Microsoft reached a cooperation agreement with General Electric on MSNBC 2 years ago. There was an old man there laughing and joking with Roland, so how could those media be so blind as to stare at Roland and take pictures? Roland refused to be interviewed, so even if they had 10 courage, they would not dare to come up with the microphone. In this way, when the two old men took over the topic by facing the microphone, the shareholder Q&A session officially began. From 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., except for a 1-hour lunch break, the other 5 hours were divided into 2.5-hour halves. After the end of the second half, everyone took another half-hour break. After the final summary report was handed in, the shareholders meeting was over. It seemed to be very long and the content should be very rich, but in fact, it was actually very boring. Introductions to board members, minutes of board meetings, public issuance of shares, board elections. All these things were brought to the table. Then in the question and answer session, the first shareholder asked about the price-earnings ratio, the second shareholder asked about the problem of the efficient market hypothesis polluting business schools. The third shareholder directly recommended the book he read, Digest of Outstanding Investors, and the publisher Henry Emerson. The fourth shareholder talked about the screening criteria for Investment companies. The fifth shareholder even talked about the internal talent reserve of Berkshire Hathaway. What made Roland speechless was that the eighth shareholder's question was who chose the color of the cover of Berkshire Hathaway's annual report. The 13th shareholder's question was to ask Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger to recommend some of their own books. This was like a tea party for all the relatives. Although Roland was mentally prepared, to be honest, compared with the jewelry industry Nvidia that they talked about the day before, this shareholders meeting was too boring. It felt like reading a chapter of a novel and commenting at the end. That's it. Just when Roland was about to fall asleep, a shareholder from Melbourne, Australia, woke him up and made him more energetic. Mark Rabinoff, gentlemen, we own a lot of Fannie and Freddie stocks, and as you all know, they have been hurt a lot in the past when interest rates have risen. I wonder if you think they will be hurt again when interest rates rise in the future? Warren Buffett, regarding the issue of Fannie and Freddie in terms of interest rates, this is a special business model. In a sense, very low interest rates are more of a long-term threat. Because if your portfolio is full of, say, 4% mortgages or something like that, and then your interest rates rise sharply, for a period of time, even if you do something in terms of hedging, it will be quite painful. When Roland heard such questions and answers, he leaned against Bill Gates and narrowed his eyes. It turns out that these old bastards have seen the subprime mortgage crisis a long time ago. The subprime mortgage crisis is a financial crisis caused by the cooling of the American housing market, especially the increase in short-term interest rates, which caused the subprime mortgage repayment interest rates to rise sharply, resulting in a heavier burden on homebuyers to repay their loans and the inability to repay their loans on time. Banks repossessed houses in accordance with regulations, but could not sell them at high prices due to the sluggish housing market, resulting in large-scale losses. Although the then president was not launched into the sun, the impact was still far-reaching. The subprime mortgage crisis caused a lot of companies to go bankrupt and the living standards of residents to decline. But it made companies like Goldman Sachs and Morgan earn a lot of money. If you say these guys can't predict the risks, then they are lying. And now, it seems that the old man is one of them. After mentioning Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, the shareholders meeting finally got on the right track, and the content of the discussion was also related to investment. When a shareholder named Carrie Black told the two old men that when Disney acquired Metropolitan and swallowed ABC, the foundation they established had been used for bribes, this news made Roland frown. Do you know what this is? Roland poked Bill Gates and asked without shame. Shouldn't you ask Stephen and the others about this? Bill Gates was a little puzzled, but he still answered Roland's question. When Disney acquired Metropolis, it made some accounting adjustments. To some extent, they wrote off the cost of the project they had previously held. Not only that, Disney also charged a large amount of fees for the amortization of intangible assets, about $400 million per year, and intangible assets are not taxable. So, if you recalculate according to the process and add the amortization back, Disney's economic benefits actually far exceed the announced earnings. Fuck, isn't this a fake account? Roland's eyes flickered. Isn't anyone checking? As soon as he said this, he found something wrong. Because there are no accounts in the world that cannot be checked, only accounts that you dare not check. So he changed the topic and asked, how many shares does the company hold in Disney? It's almost public. This question is not confidential, and Bill Gates answered quickly. That's about 5%. Roland wrote down this number in his mind. Although he didn't know what these things were for, it was related to Disney after all. Of the 5 hours of shareholder Q&A, only half an hour was useful to Roland. The point is that all the doubts caused by the questions were answered by Bill Gates. The two old men on the stage basically talked about this and that, perfectly demonstrating what it means to call a horse a zebra. Even though Roland was just an outsider, he knew from his memories of his previous life that if he followed the advice of the two old men to invest, he would die miserably because they had already eliminated the correct answer for you from the beginning. However, if you think about it simply, it feels normal. Because Roland would not tell Bill Gates that the future internet would not be dominated by portal websites at all. The Internet of Things they planned was too advanced. After the shareholders meeting, there was a picnic from 5:30 to 8 o'clock. All shareholders could participate, and it was very similar to a buffet. When Roland arrived, the guys who had not figured out the situation before came forward one after another, wanting to know more. Facing those guys who wanted to get to the bottom of it, Roland just walked around and was scared away by the wild enthusiasm. The style of the male paintings is quite normal. Roland, when did you buy Berkshire Hathaway's stock? How many years have you held the stock? Why did you choose it? Are you friends with Bill Gates? You sat together during the shareholders meeting. As for the women, they approached quietly while asking high-sounding questions. After approaching, they decisively showed their fangs and wanted to take off his clothes and pants under the banner of verifying his identity. LUOBO. Let mom see if you are real. Damn. Is there another man as handsome as me in the world? You fake fan. On Sunday, which is the second day of the shareholders meeting, there will be 5,000 meter running, table tennis, bridge and other activities. Roland can't play bridge, but he is not afraid of table tennis. Even if he can't play the special effects that the Japanese players who have a good time have, it is definitely enough to bully the old man. After beating up a bunch of old men, a bunch of people who wanted revenge forced him to drink that night. Even though they didn't talk about anything, Roland didn't even know how he got back to his residence in the end, but the contact numbers of big wigs such as Wells Fargo, IBM, American Express, Procter & Gamble, ExxonMobil, Goldman Sachs, and General Motors made him very satisfied when he woke up. Although I came here to kill Sony, and I didn't find an ally here to kill Sony, but the jewelry industry has attracted investment. The semiconductor industry has also seen some prospects, and I know that Warren Buffett, the old coin, had long seen the subprime mortgage crisis, and I also know that Disney has done a lot of bad things. This wave, it's not a loss. Note, there is a video of the 1998 Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting on CNBC, which really mentioned Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae and the risk of low interest rate explosions. Not only that, Warren Buffett himself said that Disney's accounting was problematic, and at least 400 million yuan of net profit was eaten up every year. This exact number came from Warren Buffett's mouth. As for where the money went, Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger did not say. They just said that if Disney adjusted back, future earnings would soar. Shareholders meetings are actually very boring. Those old men never answer questions directly, and those previous shareholders meetings were not broadcast, live to the public, so all the news was strangled in them. Chapter 274, the first step to change the world. So, see you next year. What do you mean by see you next year? Aren't we talking about our project this year? Oh, sorry, I drank too much last night. Okay, don't rush him, he still has a lot of work to do. Besides, if he really forgets, you can also ask Charlie to find him on the set. He will be filming in New York in the second half of the year anyway. On May 4th, after Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, and Bill Gates came back from their CNBC show, Roland, who had said goodbye to them formally, boarded the plane and rushed back home. Although he only stayed for 3 days, for Roland, the gains were definitely greater than the costs. Because after this shareholders meeting, the development route of the company under his name will undergo earth-shaking changes. Before, under Roland's conception, the entire group was based on the 3 legs of the internet, film and television entertainment, and game entertainment. While vigorously developing around the core route, it also looked forward to music entertainment and turned the entire group into an entertainment kingdom. Now, everything has changed. The first thing to be cut off is the music entertainment. That has no clue. In Roland's view, the easiest way to develop music entertainment is to acquire one of Sony Music, Universal Music or Warner Music, but this is a goal that cannot be achieved in the short term. The second easiest way is to sign a guy named Taylor Swift and then acquire the 3 major ones after forming market influence, but this is also a fantasy that cannot be achieved in the short term. After removing these 2 methods, Roland will never do anything to confront the music giants head on. In this way, in the current environment, Star Records can only be left aside to eat dust. At most, it can get the copyright of the movie tracks invested by itself and release the soundtrack. Therefore, Roland announced that Star Records will be out in advance, and the profits of My Heart Will Go On will be completely withdrawn. Unless he can get it right away, he will not waste time and money on music entertainment. Secondly, it is his main business of film and television entertainment. Roland had thought about whether to set up his own production line, while Warcraft Film and Television cooperated with Disney, Warner, and Universal, because for so many years, Warcraft Film and Television has actually taken the path of a copyright management company. There is no venue, no equipment, no personnel. It is a company with 3 no's. It is completely consistent with Berkshire Hathaway's operating philosophy. If you want to get rid of this, you must buy land to build a shed, purchase equipment, and set up a team. At the same time, in order to support people, follow-up projects are essential, because having a team means having costs, and if there is input but no output, it means losing money. Roland's mind is full of projects, and he is not afraid of not being able to set up a team, but there are pros and cons after setting up a team. Although independent production can multiply his influence in Hollywood, it will also create a gap in the hearts of the 6 major companies who are used to cooperating with him and waiting to receive money. Even if Roland doesn't care about these gaps, it seems unrealistic to want to use the media resources they control to suppress some things. If Roland will continue to think about this issue before attending the shareholders meeting, then now, letting Warcraft Films maintain the operation of a copyright management company is the most correct choice for him. Because there are many places to spend money now, the movement may be very loud. If Roland fell out with the big 6 that controlled the media at this time, then he would not be able to develop in a low-key manner as before. Under the media's propaganda, his actions would definitely become a thorn in the eyes of some people. In this case, film and television entertainment, which was previously identified as one of the 3 thighs, must continue to lurk. In the form of a copyright management company, it can get the corresponding profits, while giving benefits to the big 6, and also obtain the cheapest, but quite important public opinion protection from them, so that the development of the group company can disappear from the public eye as much as possible. Of course, freezing the development of Star Records, and allowing Warcraft Film and Television to continue to operate in its current form is actually to avoid making enemies in Hollywood, where the class has been solidified, and the submissiveness here is for the purpose of striking hard in other fields. First of all, it is the content provider Blizzard Entertainment. As the largest content asset in hand, the development of Blizzard Entertainment cannot be lost. So after returning to Los Angeles, Roland did not rest, but rushed to Irvine without stopping to meet with the big 3. I promised you that I would never interfere with the company's content development, so I came here not to talk to you about the company's project development, but to learn about the company's latest operations and future plans. Although Roland's arrival was abrupt, the 2 sides had just had contact on the development of StarCraft and Battle.net not long ago, and they had discussed some relevant content at that time. Now it's just a systematic arrangement. In this way, after learning of Roland's needs, the 3 giants of Blizzard took out the batches of information and piled them on the conference table. Mike Mohammed, this year, our headquarters launched StarCraft. Due to the good sales momentum, the sequel has also been successfully planned, and Brood War is expected to be released in December. Battle.net's current average daily traffic has stabilized at 1 million. According to the current development momentum, by the end of the year when Brood War is released, it will reach 1.3 million. In the whole of 1999, we don't have any release plans. We plan to stop the StarCraft project after the release of Brood War and turn to the development of Warcraft 3, and then try to hold competitions on Battle.net. Okay, I have no problem. Roland nodded. The next Blizzard North. Blizzard North only has one porting project this year. They want to port Diablo to the PS platform. Allen had handpicked up the document with the Blizzard North logo, opened it and said, after the porting work is completed, they will formulate a research and development plan for Diablo 2 according to the situation, but the earliest it will be available to the public will be in 2000. Port Diablo to PS. Roland glanced at the project schedule and shook his head in his mind. In his memory, Blizzard seemed to be born with a conflict with consoles. None of the games developed by Blizzard were suitable for consoles, and all of them failed miserably. It was precisely because of the disastrous failure of Diablo, after it was launched on PS, that the headquarters in Blizzard North quarreled. The headquarters believed that focusing on PC was the best choice, while Blizzard North did not admit its mistakes. Then, Blizzard happened to be in the hands of Vivendi at the time. Because of the crazy expansion, Vivendi had financial problems, so they kept saying that they wanted to sell the game division to EA. After learning the news, North, who did not want to be deprived of the right to speak on the product, went to negotiate with the headquarters. However, due to different ideas, the headquarters did not tell them that Vivendi gave up selling the game business group because EA offered to lower price and turned to find a buyer for Universal. Therefore, North, with asymmetric sources of information, submitted its resignation to Vivendi and threatened them not to sell Blizzard to EA. Unfortunately, Vivendi did not indulge them and directly asked them to get out. On the surface, Vivendi was the last straw that broke the camel's back for North, but the ideological dispute between North and the headquarters was the root cause of the civil strife. Of course, Roland would not care about such things at all. After all, at the beginning, North wanted to make Diablo a turn-based game, and it was only with the intervention of the three giants of the headquarters that they changed the game to a real-time system. Especially the CG where the protagonist finally inserted the soul stone into his head. That was the work of the three giants of the headquarters. It was only after the finished disc came out that North realized that the three guys dared to do such crazy things. Because of this, even if the two sides quarreled, Roland stood on the side of the big three. Without the North, the headquarters can still make Warcraft, but after leaving Blizzard, the big four in the North can't even produce a decent work, and the difference is obvious. In addition to the headquarters in the North, Naughty Dog, which was acquired from Universal, has a sequel Crash Bandicoot 3 to be released this year. The remaining studios had no projects in 1998. In 1999, there were more, including Rockstar's GTA, London Guild 1969 and GTA 2, Bend Studios' Sith and Warrior, Sucker Punch's Rocket, and among them, Rocket was built for the Nintendo 64 platform. There is no way they signed a contract with Nintendo before the acquisition. And CD Projekt, which was also acquired, they are now concentrating on being an agent. Roland had no objection to these project arrangements. The only point he wanted to emphasize was the development platform of each company. Headquarters and North only develop PC games. Naughty Dog, Rockstar, Bend Studio, Sucker Punch only develop games based on the PS platform. If possible, we can actually sign a 5-year supply contract with Sony, ending in 2001. As for CD Projekt, let them set up their own game development team while doing European distribution. As the most important content provider, it is natural to do both. PC is the future, Roland can't let it go, and as for the console, although he agreed to make it exclusive to Xbox, he can't stop making money before the Xbox is born, right? First, use the PS platform to continue to strengthen the brand concept of Blizzard products are fine products to players. After the Xbox engineering machine is taken out, they will draw the firewood from the bottom of the pot and give Sony a righteous backstab. Oh, that's right, I'm talking about Capcom. Since they have decided to fight Sony, they have to let them taste the sweetness first, and then turn around and vote for their opponents. Only in this way can their revenue be affected in a short period of time. After all, the 3 series of GTA, Siphon and Crash Bandicoot have a single generation sales of 5 million at the lowest. There are only so many masterpieces in a generation. If you cut off 1/3 and 1/4 of them directly, it would be a pity to say that you don't feel pain. Of course, the radicalization of game entertainment is not the end, but just the beginning. After confirming the company's platform path with the 3 giants of Blizzard, Roland asked them about the news of 2 acquaintances. Are you still in contact with Larry Page and Sergey Brin? Hearing Roland's question, Frank Pierce immediately said, them? Aren't they working on Google in college? Huh. Has the company been established? Roland's eyes lit up. No, they just got a domain name of google.com with the help of Stanford. Now they are just like us starting a business with credit cards. They are paying for servers and search engines with their own money. Why, are you interested? Mike Mohami asked. No, it's Amazon that's interested in them. Roland smiled, hiding his intentions. Jeff Bezos found that with the increase in merchants, the merchant search function within the website must be put on the agenda, and the current search engines on the market are too rubbish, so they want to hire someone to write it themselves. Didn't you tell me at the annual meeting 2 years ago that they wrote search software for him? So I asked. Alan had understood and said, but now they have registered the domain name. It seems a bit inappropriate to poach people, right? It's a bit inappropriate. Roland nodded and said in agreement. But then, he changed the subject. But it doesn't matter. If we can't recruit people, we can cooperate. Can you help me ask, do they lack startup funds? If they do, I can invest. Of course, like you, I won't interfere with their development ideas, let alone merge them into Amazon. At most, I will help them contact each other when both parties have needs. Roland felt that he was very sincere, but after he finished speaking, the faces of the three giants of Blizzard all flashed with weird smiles. Do you really want to invest in them? Mike Mohami asked. Of course. Is there any problem? Roland was very surprised. It's a big problem. Frank Pierce smiled and said, because they are now a startup company supported by Stanford. Generally speaking, they will not accept investment from outsiders. That's right. Like Amazon, Google did not start from scratch. In September 1997, the domain name of Google was born, and because it was registered with the help of the school, Google naturally fell under the umbrella of Stanford. It is said that Google could not get sponsorship in the early stage, and Sun Microsystems felt sorry for them, so it gave them 100,000 yuan in startup funds. That was also because Andy Bechtolsheim, the founder of Sun Microsystems, was a Stanford graduate and one of the sponsors of Stanford Student Entrepreneurship Office. This deal was brokered by Stanford. Not only that, Eric Schmidt was also recommended by Sun Microsystems. With his involvement, those venture capital companies were able to enter the market. And those engineers who came from Bell Labs and built Google were all forcibly poached by Eric Schmidt with his relationship with Bell Labs. Like Amazon, Google does not accept foreign capital at all. The so-called Pepsi in the early days of entrepreneurship is just an American dream made up for ordinary people. Companies that can survive for decades and become more and more prosperous have their own thighs. After hearing such an explanation, Roland smiled helplessly and shook his head. It's really painful to have money, but not be able to spend it. However, this money must be spent. It's not because investing in Google can make his wealth soar, but if he doesn't invest in Google now, Microsoft will become a grandfather from a father under his influence, and then become the ancestor of all technology companies. Whether you accept it or not, you can help me contact them. Of course, when contacting, you can tell them that in addition to money, I can also let Yahoo sign a long-term contract with them and outsource the search business to them for a long time. Yes. The fundamental purpose of investing in Google is to squeeze Yahoo. Since it has been decided to sell all the Yahoo shares in hand, a new alternative must appear. Google is the best alternative, and at the same time, it is the only one that can prevent Microsoft from dominating everything. In Roland's previous life, Yahoo let people know that the internet is free, and after that, Google carried it forward, and Google's market share in the search field was expanded through cooperation with Yahoo. To put it bluntly, if Yahoo did not list Google as a fixed search engine for its website, then Google might still be successful, but it would definitely not be so fast. Just like Yahoo sucked the blood of Netscape and achieved crazy expansion, Google also sucked the blood of Yahoo to become the boss in the search engine field in a short period of time. But now, the possibility of Google sucking the blood of Yahoo has been unlimitedly reduced to zero. The reason is simple. Roland sold Yahoo shares to Carl Icahn, and Carl Icahn is helping Microsoft to make acquisitions. If this deal is really done, then Microsoft, who has discovered that search engines are the future, will definitely not let Google suck the blood of Yahoo as in the previous life. As long as MSN and Yahoo use Microsoft's own search engine, then Roland believes that Google will definitely explode on the spot. The three-way chaos is the opportunity for Google to rise. In a one-on-one duel, it will be beaten to a pulp by Microsoft. After all, the success of each product is not based on whether the product is easy to use. In the face of monopoly, even if consumers are served a pile of shit, they have to hold their noses and eat it. And if Microsoft eats the portal website first and then the search engine, then such a company can no longer be sanctioned. What is too big to fail? Microsoft, which controls the data of netizens, swallows up government orders, and cooperates with the US military, is too big to fail. Windows plus YAHOO plus MSN plus SEARCH engine. Which company can beat this special code? With a flap of butterfly wings, Bill Gates has directly become the Napoleon of the world. Microsoft has become a giant that controls both the operating system and the internet. Isn't he the most shameful time traveler? He does nothing, and Microsoft finally becomes the winner? Isn't this a case of operating like a tiger, but the record is 0-5? If this is the case, Roland simply doesn't bother, and it would be great to buy stocks and become a rich man. Because it's useless to bother. That's why Roland, who feels that he doesn't have much time, wants Google. Of course, only he can help Google now. Because those who can see that search engines are the future can't afford to suck blood from Yahoo. And those who can afford to suck blood from Yahoo, none of them have discovered that search engines are the future. After Roland carefully offered the cooperation price, the three giants of Blizzard immediately expressed their willingness to try their best. After getting this guarantee, Roland talked to them about the issue of shares. According to the agreement reached at the time of the acquisition, for every hit game launched by Blizzard, they have the right to repurchase 2% of the shares at the original purchase price, with a maximum of 11% per person. After the successive launch of Warcraft and Starcraft, the three of them each received 4%, for a total of 12%. Faced with this free share, even though the company has not yet gone public, the three are still very happy. When Roland learned that he would buy land and build a building for the wildly expanding Blizzard Entertainment, and that he would build statues for the three of them in the center of the square, he said a series of words like, "I guarantee to help you bring Google back. We know someone at Stanford. We will definitely make them understand that choosing Overwatch venture capital is the most correct choice," etc. As if he didn't want money. Hey, that's right. Roland was very satisfied with their promise. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the final result. As long as they can successfully invest in Google and squeeze Yahoo, Microsoft will not be invincible. Note, Google is indeed not something that everyone can invest in, or in other words, except for Yahoo, those companies that are still alive and growing bigger and bigger are not something that venture capitalists can invest in. Just like Tencent's investment in Tim Hortons this year, when they invested, the trend they spread was if you invest in it, it will be considered a success. While helping Google, Stanford also received 0.7% of its shares, 1.8 million shares at the time of IPO. The so-called asking Yahoo for help was just because Yahoo also graduated from Stanford. As for other non-Stanford companies and venture capitals, these people would not even bother to look for them, even if they were willing to pay. Amazon really wanted to acquire Google at the beginning, more than Yahoo, but was scared by the sky-high price of $1 billion. This is what Dr. Wu Jun wrote in the Google Blackboard. Chapter 275. So Nissan, it seems you really have to die. So, you mean that Warren Buffett values the R&K that is being established at $5 billion? After dealing with the two matters of game entertainment and search engine, Roland declined the dinner invitation of the big three, hurried back home, pulled Kate and David into the study, and talked to them about jewelry. When Kate heard the valuation of $5 billion, her forehead, which was originally very flat, suddenly bulged with ravines. But when Roland told her the old man's estimated market share, the clouds of surprise that covered her brows immediately dissipated, and a smile of understanding appeared on her face. Eat up 80% of the jewelry market in America within 5 years. Eat up 50% of the global jewelry market within 10 years. He wants to maximize your influence. No. He counts me in too. HMM. Kate's reaction made Roland a little puzzled. What do you mean? He really didn't understand the jewelry industry and was willing to ask questions without shame. But Kate felt that her man had fallen into a misconception of thinking. What is the most important thing for a jewelry brand? The story, right? But after mastering the story, a lot of publicity is needed to let those who have not heard of the brand story understand the content and to deepen the impression of those who have heard of the story. Is the R&K brand worth 5 billion? I personally think that, if you look at the brand alone, it is definitely not worth it. However, if we add the two of us, the situation is different. When I say different, it is not because of the beautiful fantasy we have given to the brand, but because of the invisible resources behind the two of us. You have the entire Hollywood behind you. Your good relationship with the 6 major brands can increase the brand's value, just like people got to know Tiffany through Breakfast at Tiffany's, Bulgari through Cleopatra, and Harry Winston through Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. No matter when, almost all jewelry brands like to place advertisements in Hollywood movies. And when female stars and jewelry appear together, the potential influence is unparalleled. If those jewelry brands could cooperate with the 6 major brands before, then now, when we launch R&K, we can cooperate with the 6 major brands. After R&K, which brand do you think the 6 major companies will choose to cooperate with first? If Disney releases a youth film, will it choose other brands for the diamond ring that symbolizes love? You are currently working on the Lord of the Rings trilogy. If the Lord of the Rings is successful, you still have The Hobbit. And if Time Warner releases a love film, will it choose other brands for the jewelry that symbolizes love? Harry Potter has Steven because of you. If Universal releases a fashion film, the big name jewelry in the most conspicuous position will definitely be R&K, because this kind of thing is harmless to them. Since they can choose anyone, why not choose a partner with whom they have a good relationship? Because of your existence, those brands that were able to advertise in the movie before have lost an important marketing channel. Not only that, your relationship can also make R&K dominate on the red carpet. The actresses who participate in the projects you lead will take the initiative to bring R&K's jewelry. Those actresses who are eager to get resources will also be very tactful to pay money to support it. And how many projects can you influence? In the case that Steven treats you as his own son, our brand does not need to find a spokesperson at all, because everyone is a spokesperson. This kind of advertising effect cannot be explained by 1 or 200 million, and as long as you are still active in the circle, those smart actresses will continue to bring endless influence to our brand, because for them, the project is the most important. One less endorsement is just one less money, but if you miss an opportunity because of an endorsement, they will cry to death. And for other brands, this is the biggest bad news. You are in control of the Hollywood channel that can bring the most goods. How can other brands stand out? The point is that this does not touch the antitrust law at all. With the precedent of De Beers, as long as R&K can take up the market share, other brands can only die. Okay, Roland finally understood. It turns out that the valuation of 5 billion also includes his influence in Hollywood. How much influence do Hollywood movies have on jewelry sales? There is no precise number for this potential calculation. However, Anna Karenina, starring Keira Knightley, increased Channel's jewelry sales by 3% that year. Carey Mulligan's outfit in The Great Gatsby led Tiffany to launch a special The Great Gatsby jewelry series. The Harry Winston diamond earrings worn by Jennifer Lopez in Made in Manhattan became a hit that year. You should know that the price of that pair was $3,999. And then they were sold out. Is there any justice in this? Hollywood movies have a huge influence on jewelry because many potential buyers simply don't have time to see all the new products of all jewelry brands that year. But if they like it while watching the movie, then they don't have to choose, because the star halo and love in their hearts will make these potential customers make the most rational choice. Before, every brand could get a share of Hollywood movies. Now, Roland can at least guarantee Fox, Universal, Warner. Well, as long as Roland continues to operate Warcraft films with the concept of a copyright company, he can influence the 6 major companies plus DreamWorks and other miscellaneous film companies. Although this influence cannot be quantified, the acquisition of R&K means the loss of all other brands. Hollywood, which controls the public opinion and spreads ideology, only advertises for R&K. Big brands can survive. Small brands can only die. With their death, the market will be vacant, right? What about you? Roland, who understood what Warren Buffett was looking for, followed Kate's idea and drew inferences. Don't tell me that Warren thinks he can get a royal badge from the British royal family through you? HMM. Kate laughed as soon as she said this. What do you think? Prince Charles has the right to grant a brand a royal badge, although the procedure is very troublesome. Fuck. Looking at Kate's half smiley eyes, Roland silently cursed in his heart. So the market embezzlement that the old man talked about turned out to be this kind of embezzlement. That's right, a brand story is worth 5 billion. Warren Buffett is not crazy. The reason why he thinks R&K is worth 5 billion is because Roland can make this brand achieve a pseudo monopoly in publicity. That's because Kate can make this brand more stylish. What is the most important thing for a jewelry brand? That's style and story. With stories that the public yearns for, more ordinary consumers can be driven to buy it. Adding style to the story will attract consumers of all classes. The easiest way to get style is to let the old men and women in the British royal family give the brand a seal. Just like Asprey, a British luxury brand that has remained the most distinguished after 200 years. Victoria, Elizabeth, Margaret, Woolworths, JP Morgan, one name after another makes the brand full of style. Cartier, known as the king of jewelry, directly talks about the rise and fall of the European royal family for 100 years. Even Mikimoto is labeled as the Japanese royal family's official jewelry. Although Warren Buffett told Roland that these endorsements are not as good as the stories that the public likes to read. But if there is both a story and style, isn't this the best result? If Roland can make those Hollywood actresses wear their own jewelry spontaneously, then Kate can sell these things to the UK. Their background and relationship may not be the best in a single field, but it is something that all giants cannot do. The existing giants on the market all have a history of 100 years, which means that brands in Europe cannot enjoy the dividends of America's rise. Although brands born in America have enjoyed the dividends of rapid development, they lack some foundation. No one can combine them perfectly, and now. Okay. It seems that you know much more about this than me. Roland stood up and pecked Kate's cheek lightly, expressing his love without any concealment. Lol. Kate responded with a grimace. The girl leaned on her man and was very satisfied with this sense of participation. Looking at the two people showing their love there, David, who had heard a lot of heavenly books, suddenly turned black. Since you know this, why do you want me to do it? David felt that his mind was confused. You are talking about a set of things, and you know more than me, so why do you want me to take care of everything? Do you really treat me as a tool? Fuck. Don't we have time? Roland replied very shamelessly. You don't have time. I think you don't have time to play. David rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Hey, how can we call this playing? Work. Everything is for work. After understanding why Warren Buffett valued R&K at 5 billion, Roland was in a good mood and started to show off. After seeing his arrogant look, Kate immediately patted him and changed the subject. David, don't be angry. If you ask me to talk about this kind of thing, I can explain all the processes clearly, but if you ask me to do it, I will definitely not do it. Just like we British people know more about the French Medal of Knight than you do, we only know the operation process, but knowing does not mean we can succeed. We are all novices in business matters. I still need your help in negotiation skills and methods. Kate said this, and David felt much more comfortable. Well, he was even more uncomfortable. Thinking back to the brand concept that Roland told him at the end of last year, looking at the two people who loved each other now, a split made him feel very painful. Roland kept saying that he did not believe in love, but under the bondage of interests, he now loved Kate more than anyone else. When a man told himself that he must love a woman in this life and must not cheat, this natural emotion was really a great irony. But at the same time, David had to admit that this was really love. It was the kind of love that countless external forces could not destroy. This is really funny. David complained in his heart, and then he stopped thinking about the final decision and said, since both of you can accept the valuation of 5 billion and know what Warren Buffett will ask you to do later, then I can separate R&K from the name of Double Star Group and form an independent company to negotiate with them. Of course, before the negotiation, I have to know your bottom line first. According to my estimation, if R&K wants to expand in the short term, the easiest way is to acquire it. I think Warren Buffett may use Berkshire Hathaway's existing jewelry company as capital and invest directly in kind. In this way, by changing the storefront, R&K can own a part of the market instead of starting from scratch. I don't know if you can accept all this. If not, they may appoint a specialist to interfere with the operation. In the next 2 hours, David explained to the young couple the advantages and disadvantages of Berkshire Hathaway's intervention. The so-called advantage is actually to lean on a big tree for shade. With Warren Buffett's resources, the brand can achieve crazy expansion. With his investment, those who intend to take action against the brand will have to think twice, because now sniping the brand is not attacking Roland, but fighting with Berkshire Hathaway, which has tens of billions of cash. Of course, the disadvantages are also very obvious. That is, the other party will definitely interfere with the operation. However, after a careful discussion, the three felt that the problem was not big. Because only if the young couple walks through life together, the value of the brand can continue. No investor will seize power. Everyone understands that when squeezing the two and kicking them out of the company, the brand will no longer exist. This is a brand born of people, and no one can take it away. After confirming this, things will be much easier. Because they are not married, after R&K is independent from Double Star Group, Roland and Kate each hold 48% of the shares, and the remaining 4% is sold to David at a price of $50 million. Although compared with the current price of $200 million, $50 million is half of the $5 billion valuation. David has been busy for this for a long time, so there is no reason to let him work for free. What's more, the future development of the company will be a matter of negotiation between him and Warren Buffett's people. As the external facade of Roland and Kate, the work he handles will definitely increase exponentially. No one can find fault with it. After talking about R&K, Kate wanted to leave when she found that Roland had something to say to David. But just as she stood up, Roland pulled her back. I will only marry you, and you will only marry me, so there is nothing to hide. Roland won a kiss with a perfect answer. After Kate climbed up the recliner that David said Roland's mother liked to sit on when his father talked about things, David shook his head at the overlapping memory. Isn't R&K your biggest gain this time? What else do you want? Atty. Go ask them for me. Are they willing to sell? Money is not a problem. Roland not only wants Atty, but also AMD, but AMD is too expensive now. A company can't afford it with more than $60 billion, so he can only plot Atty, hoping that Microsoft and Nvidia will inject vitality into the company after the fallout. Of course, he also hopes that Microsoft will still have room to survive after it becomes bigger. It's funny to say that when he invested in Yahoo, he really just wanted to raise money, and the purpose of raising money was to strip Disney's pants and take Marvel into his arms. But when things really happened, a chain reaction appeared. Microsoft, which wanted Yahoo, became the best buyer, and Roland also started to plot Sony again, because he invested in Apple and owned shares in Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Overseas Distribution Company, and could provide game support to Microsoft. So he became friends with Microsoft. But while they became friends, he was worried that if Microsoft won the console war and swallowed up Yahoo, it would become extremely powerful. So he wanted to survive in the gap after the war. So the semiconductor industry was arranged. The search engine that took over the Portal website was also targeted by him. And Disney, the original target, didn't know where it had shifted to. He himself was speechless about this kind of back and forth behavior, but there was nothing he could do. This was life. Plans can never keep up with changes. After entering the game, he had no choice but to keep running, unless he took the initiative to admit defeat. But before killing Disney, Roland would not admit defeat. In this way, tossing and turning was the only choice. After 12 hours of arrangements, the development plan of Roland's company also underwent earth-shaking changes. Originally, he planned to walk on the three legs of the internet, film and television entertainment, and game entertainment. Now, luxury jewelry and the internet are the two most important claws on the crab, and game entertainment, film and television entertainment, and semiconductors are the three legs for walking. Music entertainment was completely forgotten. It seems that these 5 major business groups are unrelated to each other, but if you look closely, you will find that they are inseparable. Semiconductors are upstream industries, and the internet is the feedback terminal. Game entertainment and film and television entertainment are terminal content, while luxury jewelry is a derivative of entertainment monetization. Roland couldn't figure out why he, who wanted to work in the media, was running all the way in the direction of the entire industry chain. He felt that he was now very much like Microsoft. Since everything was good, why not make it his own? This unconsciously rising ambition made Roland confused, but also made him extremely fortunate. Because he finally felt that he was not a salted fish who could only cling to other people's thighs. Of course, although everything is ready, it still lacks the east wind. The key to promoting the rapid development of the 5 major business groups is still Black Hawk Down. After going around in circles, this one is still in Hollywood. So Nissan, it seems that you are really going to die. If you want to blame Disney. Note, Hollywood movies have a great influence on jewelry. If Casino and Pretty Woman are not obvious, then 10 Days, Flawless, Diana, and The Devil Wears Prada are all jewelers who are eager to sponsor, and they can really drive consumption. As mentioned in the article, Harvey is the best at using his influence to get female stars to promote his own products. I don't know if you have seen a show called Project Runway, which is a fashion design reality show. The reason for the show is that Harvey promotes his own brand. That's right, he made a show to promote his own brand. His wife, Georgia Chapman, is the founder of Marquesa, and Project Runway is to promote his wife's work and force it to the front line. Not only that, almost all the actresses who cooperated with Harvey wore Marquesa on the red carpet. This kind of promotion is actually an unspoken rule in Hollywood. The seemingly glamorous stars will consciously promote the products for the big guys. And Harvey's wife's brand has reached $1.7 billion in 3 years. To put it bluntly, the British title and royal official are just brands. Spielberg and Bill Gates are both, and they come naturally when they reach a certain status. The Medal of Knight mentioned in the article is actually a kind of salesman created by France. There are many knights in France, and their purpose is to defend the wine and regional style of the region. So it is not something high-end at all, but just a face-saving project that is packaged as a product to brag to people who don't understand. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.